Vietnam War from Saigon to Hanoi, written by A.J. Kingston, narrated by Madison May. Introduction. The Vietnam War was a conflict that fundamentally altered the course of modern history, shaping the geopolitical landscape of Southeast Asia and leaving an indelible mark on the global consciousness. From the French colonial period to the fall of Saigon, the Vietnam War was a complex and multifaceted conflict that spanned over 2 decades and cost the lives of millions of people. In Vietnam War, from Saigon to Hanoi, we offer a comprehensive and nuanced examination of this pivotal moment in history. Our aim is to provide readers with a detailed understanding of the events that led up to the conflict, the military strategies and tactics employed by the combatants, and the cultural impact of the war on both Vietnam and the rest of the world. The book begins by exploring the colonial history of Vietnam, tracing the roots of the conflict to the French colonization of the region in the 19th century. We examine the rise of Vietnamese nationalism and the various movements that emerged in response to French colonialism, laying the groundwork for the eventual conflict between North and South Vietnam. From there, we delve into the military strategies and tactics employed by both sides during the conflict, examining the complex network of alliances and geopolitical interests that shaped the conflict. We examine the role of key players such as the United States, North and South Vietnam, and other nations involved in the conflict, highlighting the challenges and opportunities they faced in the course of the war. Alongside our historical analysis, we also explore the cultural impact of the Vietnam War, with a detailed examination of the literature, film, art, and photography that emerged from the conflict. We examine the ways in which the war shaped the cultural memory of those who experienced it firsthand, both in Vietnam and around the world, and we explore the ways in which these cultural representations continue to shape our understanding of the war today. Throughout the book, we strive to provide readers with a nuanced and balanced perspective on the conflict, examining the complexities and contradictions of the war from multiple angles. Our aim is to provide readers with a deep and comprehensive understanding of one of the most significant conflicts of the modern era, and to shed light on the ways in which the Vietnam War continues to shape the world today. In summary, Vietnam War, from Saigon to Hanoi, is a must-read for anyone interested in understanding the complexities and significance of the Vietnam War. Whether you're a history buff, a student of international relations, or simply someone interested in the impact of conflict on society and culture, this book offers a comprehensive and nuanced examination of one of the most important moments in modern history. Chapter 1. The Roots of the Conflict: French Colonialism and Vietnamese Nationalism. The history of French colonialism in Vietnam is a complex and controversial topic, marked by a range of political, social, and cultural factors. French colonialism in Vietnam began in the 19th century and continued until the mid-20th century. Next, we will examine the history of French colonialism in Vietnam, focusing on the conquest and control of the region. The French conquest of Vietnam began in the mid-19th century, when French forces seized control of Saigon and other coastal areas. The French sought to establish a colony in Vietnam, and saw the region as a source of valuable resources and strategic influence. The French also sought to spread their language, culture, and religion in Vietnam, and saw the region as a way to extend their global power and influence. The French conquest of Vietnam was not without its critics, however. Many Vietnamese saw the French as invaders and oppressors, and resisted their colonial rule through a range of means, including armed rebellion and cultural preservation. The French also faced significant challenges in terms of managing the diverse and complex social and cultural dynamics of the region. The French colonial project in Vietnam was marked by a range of social and cultural factors. The French sought to spread their language, culture, and religion in Vietnam, and saw the region as a way to extend their global power and influence. The French also sought to establish a modern and rational administrative system in Vietnam, and saw themselves as bringing progress and civilization to the region. The French colonial project in Vietnam also had significant economic dimensions. The French sought to extract valuable resources from Vietnam, including rubber, rice, and coal. The French also established a range of industries in Vietnam, including textile mills, mines, and plantations. These industries were staffed by both Vietnamese and French workers, and contributed to a complex and unequal system of economic relations. The French colonial project in Vietnam faced significant challenges, however, including a range of social and cultural factors. Vietnamese resistance to French colonialism was strong, and took many forms, including armed rebellion and cultural preservation. The French also faced challenges in terms of managing the complex social and cultural dynamics of the region, and were often accused of cultural imperialism and oppression. The French eventually lost control of Vietnam in the mid-20th century, following a long and bloody struggle for independence. The Vietnamese War of Independence was marked by significant military, political, and cultural struggles, and involved a range of actors and forces. The Vietnamese ultimately emerged victorious and established a socialist republic in the country. The history of French colonialism in Vietnam is a complex and controversial topic, marked by a range of social, cultural, and economic factors. The French conquest of Vietnam began in the mid-19th century and sought to establish a colony in the region. The French colonial project in Vietnam was marked by a range of social, cultural, and economic factors, and faced significant challenges in terms of managing the complex social and cultural dynamics of the region. The French eventually lost control of Vietnam in the mid-20th century, following a long and bloody struggle for independence. The legacy of French colonialism in Vietnam can still be seen today in the ongoing struggles for social and political justice in the region. In the annals of history, few figures have captured the imagination of the masses quite like Ho Chi Minh. Born in 1890 in the village of Kim Lien, located in the heart of Annam, his early years were marked by poverty and struggle, yet his indomitable spirit would prove to be a harbinger of the Vietnamese nationalism that was to come. At the time of Ho Chi Minh's birth, Vietnam was in the throes of colonialism, having been subjugated by the French during the latter half of the 19th century. The Vietnamese people, who had long been accustomed to self-rule, were not content to be ruled by foreign powers, and thus the seeds of nationalism were sown. As a young boy, Ho Chi Minh was already displaying signs of the fiery spirit that would later come to define his character. He was the son of a Confucian scholar, and his upbringing was steeped in the traditions and values of Vietnamese culture. However, he was also exposed to Western ideas, which would prove to be a potent influence on his thinking in later years. It was during his time in Saigon, where he worked as a pastry chef, that Ho Chi Minh first became involved in the burgeoning nationalist movement. He was drawn to the radical ideas of the day, which preached the need for Vietnamese self-determination and the overthrow of French colonial rule. At this time, Ho Chi Minh also began to develop a keen interest in the writings of Karl Marx and Vladimir Lenin, whose works would prove to be instrumental in shaping his political philosophy. He became a staunch advocate of communism, seeing it as the only viable means of achieving true freedom and equality for the Vietnamese people. However, it was not just Western thinkers who influenced Ho Chi Minh's thinking. He was also deeply inspired by the revolutionary struggles of his fellow Asians, such as the Chinese and the Indians. He saw the success of their movements as a template for the Vietnamese struggle, and he was determined to apply the lessons of their struggles to his own. As he became more involved in the nationalist movement, Ho Chi Minh's charisma and natural leadership abilities began to shine through. He was a gifted orator, capable of inspiring large crowds with his fiery rhetoric and stirring speeches. His message of national liberation resonated deeply with the Vietnamese people, and he quickly emerged as a key figure in the movement. In 1920, Ho Chi Minh attended the Congress of the Communist International in Moscow, where he met with other communist leaders from around the world. It was here that he began to formulate a more detailed plan for the Vietnamese nationalist movement, drawing on the experiences of other communist revolutions. However, it was not until the 1940s that Ho Chi Minh was able to put his ideas into action. With the outbreak of World War II, the French were forced to withdraw from Indochina, leaving a power vacuum in their wake. Ho Chi Minh saw this as an opportunity to seize control and establish a provisional government in the north. In 1945, he declared Vietnam's independence, stating that all men are created equal. They are endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It was a bold move, and one that would set in motion a chain of events that would lead to the Vietnam War. Ho Chi Minh's early years were marked by hardship and struggle, but they were also marked by an indomitable spirit and a burning desire for freedom. His exposure to Western ideas and his admiration for the revolutionary struggles of his fellow Asians would prove to be instrumental in shaping his political philosophy, which would later guide the Vietnamese nationalist movement. The formation of the Indo-Chinese Communist Party, ICP, was a significant event in the history of Vietnam and the wider region. The ICP was founded in 1930 and played a key role in the struggle for Vietnamese independence and the eventual establishment of the Socialist Republic. In this essay, we will examine the formation of the ICP, with a focus on the role of Ho Chi Minh and the broader political and social context of the time. Ho Chi Minh was a key figure in the formation of the ICP and played a significant role in the broader struggle for Vietnamese independence. Ho Chi Minh was born in Vietnam in 1890 and spent many years living and working abroad, including in France and the Soviet Union. Ho Chi Minh was deeply influenced by Marxist ideology and saw the struggle for Vietnamese independence as part of a broader global struggle against imperialism and capitalism. Ho Chi Minh played a key role in the formation of the ICP, which was established in Hong Kong in 1930. The ICP sought to unite the various communist and socialist groups in the region, and to provide a coherent and effective platform for the struggle against colonialism and imperialism. The ICP was marked by a commitment to Marxist ideology and sought to establish a socialist state in Vietnam and the wider region. The formation of the ICP was part of a broader wave of anti-colonial and anti-imperialist movements in the region. The ICP was influenced by the Chinese Communist Party, which had established a socialist republic in China in 1949. The ICP also drew support from a range of other socialist and communist groups in the region, including in Laos and Cambodia. The ICP played a key role in the struggle for Vietnamese independence and contributed to a broader sense of national and political identity in the region. The ICP was involved in a range of activities, including armed struggle, political organizing, and cultural preservation. The ICP was also involved in the broader struggle against colonialism and imperialism, and sought to establish solidarity and cooperation with other socialist and communist groups in the region. The ICP was subject to significant government repression and harassment, and faced significant challenges in terms of organizing and mobilizing popular support. The ICP was also subject to significant internal divisions and disputes, which contributed to a sense of fragmentation and uncertainty within the organization. Despite these challenges, the ICP played a key role in the struggle for Vietnamese independence and contributed to the eventual establishment of the Socialist Republic. The legacy of the ICP can still be seen today in the ongoing struggles for social and political justice in the region. The formation of the Indo-Chinese Communist Party was a significant event in the history of Vietnam and the wider region. The ICP was established in 1930 and played a key role in the struggle for Vietnamese independence and the eventual establishment of the Socialist Republic. Ho Chi Minh was a key figure in the formation of the ICP and played a significant role in the broader struggle for Vietnamese independence. The ICP was part of a broader wave of anti-colonial and anti-imperialist movements in the region, and contributed to a broader sense of national and political identity. The legacy of the ICP can still be seen today in the ongoing struggles for social and political justice in the region. The emergence of Vietnamese nationalism in the early 20th century was a complex and tumultuous affair, marked by a host of different actors and movements. Yet, it was the rise of the Viet Minh that would prove to be the most significant and far-reaching development in the struggle for Vietnamese independence. Led by the charismatic figure of Ho Chi Minh, the Viet Minh would go on to achieve a stunning victory against the French, establishing Vietnam as an independent nation and setting the stage for the conflict that would come to be known as the Vietnam War. The roots of the Viet Minh can be traced back to the early 1920s, when Ho Chi Minh began to organize Vietnamese workers and peasants into revolutionary cells. Building on his experiences with the communist movements in Russia and China, Ho Chi Minh sought to create a unified and disciplined organization that could effectively challenge French colonial rule. The early years of the Viet Minh were marked by a series of setbacks and challenges. The French authorities were quick to crack down on the fledgling organization, arresting and imprisoning its leaders and agents. Nevertheless, Ho Chi Minh remained undaunted and continued to work tirelessly to build up the organization and spread its message of national liberation. In the late 1930s, the Viet Minh underwent a major transformation, as it shifted its focus from organizing workers and peasants to building a broader coalition of anti-colonial forces. Drawing on the ideas of the Indian nationalist leader Mahatma Gandhi, Ho Chi Minh began to advocate for non-violent civil disobedience and sought to build alliances with other Vietnamese nationalist groups. Despite these efforts, the Viet Minh remained a relatively small and marginal force until the outbreak of World War II. With the French forced to withdraw from Indochina, Ho Chi Minh saw a unique opportunity to establish a provisional government in the north and to launch a major offensive against the French. In August 1945, Ho Chi Minh declared Vietnam's independence and established the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. The French, however, were not prepared to relinquish their colonial claims and quickly moved to reassert their authority. What followed was a long and bloody struggle, as the Viet Minh fought against the French in a guerrilla war that lasted for almost a decade. Despite the overwhelming odds stacked against them, the Viet Minh were able to achieve a stunning victory against the French in 1954. Culminating in the Battle of Dien Bien Phu. The French were forced to withdraw from Vietnam, and the Viet Minh emerged as the undisputed leaders of the newly independent nation. The rise of the Viet Minh was a remarkable achievement, made possible by the tireless efforts of Ho Chi Minh and his dedicated followers. Through their revolutionary zeal and their unshakable commitment to the cause of national liberation, they were able to overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles and achieve a historic victory against one of the most powerful colonial powers in the world. At the same time, however, the emergence of the Viet Minh also reflected the broader currents of nationalist sentiment that were sweeping through Southeast Asia in the early 20th century. With the collapse of the old imperial order and the rise of new national and political movements, the Vietnamese people were no longer content to be ruled by foreign powers and were determined to carve out their own destiny. In the end, the rise of the Viet Minh was a triumph of the human spirit, a testament to the power of collective action and the transformative potential of revolutionary movements. It was a momentous achievement that would shape the course of Vietnamese history for generations to come, and would come to be seen as a symbol of hope and inspiration for oppressed peoples around the world. The First Indochina War was a significant conflict in the history of Vietnam and the wider region, marking a key phase in the struggle for Vietnamese independence and the eventual establishment of the Socialist Republic. The First Indochina War was fought between French colonial forces and a range of Vietnamese nationalist and communist groups, and was marked by significant military, political, and cultural struggles. In this essay, we will examine the First Indochina War, focusing on the French attempt to regain control of the region. The First Indochina War began in 1946, when Vietnamese nationalist and communist groups declared independence from French colonial rule. The French responded with a range of military actions, including aerial bombings, naval blockades, and ground offensives. The French were initially successful in regaining control of some parts of the country, but faced significant challenges in terms of managing the complex social and cultural dynamics of the region. The French attempt to regain control of Vietnam was marked by a range of military and political strategies. The French sought to establish a modern and rational administrative system in Vietnam, and to spread their language, culture, and religion in the region. The French also sought to isolate and destroy the communist and nationalist groups that were opposed to their colonial rule, and to establish a system of client states and collaborators in the region. The French attempt to regain control of Vietnam was also marked by significant challenges, including a range of social and cultural factors. Vietnamese resistance to French colonialism was strong and took many forms, including armed rebellion and cultural preservation. The French also faced challenges in terms of managing the complex social and cultural dynamics of the region, and were often accused of cultural imperialism and oppression. The First Indochina War was marked by a range of military, political, and cultural struggles. The war was characterized by significant military offensives and counter-offensives, including a range of aerial bombings, naval blockades, and ground offensives. The war was also marked by a range of political and diplomatic struggles, including efforts by the French to establish client states and collaborators in the region, and efforts by the Vietnamese to establish a unified and independent state. The First Indochina War had significant consequences for the broader social and political dynamics of the region. The war contributed to a broader sense of national and political identity in Vietnam, and highlighted the challenges of colonialism and imperialism in the region. The war also contributed to a broader sense of solidarity and cooperation among socialist and communist groups in the region, and contributed to the eventual establishment of the Socialist Republic in Vietnam. The First Indochina War was a significant conflict in the history of Vietnam and the wider region, marking a key phase in the struggle for Vietnamese independence and the eventual establishment of the Socialist Republic. The war was fought between French colonial forces and a range of Vietnamese nationalist and communist groups, and was marked by significant military, political, and cultural struggles. The French attempt to regain control of Vietnam was marked by a range of military and political strategies, but faced significant challenges in terms of managing the complex social and cultural dynamics of the region. The legacy of the First Indochina War can still be seen today in the ongoing struggles for social and political justice in the region. The Battle of Dien Bien Phu, fought between the French Union forces and the Vietnamese People's Army, was one of the most decisive moments in the conflict that would come to be known as the First Indochina War. Fought over the course of several months in 1954, the battle would culminate in a stunning victory for the Vietnamese forces, and would ultimately lead to the withdrawal of French forces from Vietnam. The origins of the battle can be traced back to the French decision to establish a fortified garrison in Dien Bien Phu, a small valley located in the northwestern corner of Vietnam. The French saw the garrison as a means of controlling the strategic highlands of Vietnam, and believed that it would serve as a potent deterrent against the advancing Vietnamese forces. However, the reality of the situation would prove to be far more complex. The terrain around Dien Bien Phu was extremely difficult to navigate, and the garrison was surrounded by high mountains and dense jungle. Furthermore, the Vietnamese forces, led by General Vo Nguyen Giap, were highly skilled and motivated, and were determined to drive the French from Vietnam once and for all. The battle began in earnest in March 1954, when the Vietnamese forces launched a massive assault on the French garrison. Over the course of the next several months, the two sides engaged in a series of bloody battles, with the French forces struggling to hold their ground against the relentless Vietnamese onslaught. Despite their initial success, however, the French forces were quickly overwhelmed by the sheer size and ferocity of the Vietnamese forces. The Vietnamese, for their part, were able to use their knowledge of the terrain to their advantage, launching surprise attacks and infiltrating the French lines with ease. As the battle wore on, the French forces began to suffer from a lack of supplies and reinforcements, and their morale began to plummet. The Vietnamese, on the other hand, were bolstered by their recent successes, and were determined to press their advantage. In May 1954, the French were dealt a crushing blow, as the Vietnamese forces launched a massive assault on the garrison's central positions. In a series of bloody and chaotic battles, the French were pushed back and surrounded, and were ultimately forced to surrender. The Battle of Dien Bien Phu was a turning point in the conflict, marking a decisive victory for the Vietnamese forces and a crushing defeat for the French. It was a momentous occasion that would shape the course of the war, and would ultimately lead to the withdrawal of French forces from Vietnam. At the same time, however, the battle also reflected the broader geopolitical currents of the Cold War. The United States, which had been providing military and economic aid to the French, was forced to reassess its strategy in the region and to consider the possibility of direct military intervention in Vietnam. In the end, the Battle of Dien Bien Phu was a stark reminder of the futility and brutality of war, and of the immense human cost that is inevitably incurred when nations resort to violence. It was a moment of profound tragedy and loss, but also a moment of hope and transformation, as the people of Vietnam emerged from the ashes of conflict to build a new and independent nation. The Geneva Accords, signed in 1954, marked a significant moment in the history of Vietnam and the wider region. The accords were designed to end the First Indochina War and established a framework for the future political, social, and economic dynamics of the region. In this essay, we will examine the Geneva Accords and the partition of Vietnam with a focus on the seeds of future conflict. The Geneva Accords were signed by the French and Vietnamese governments, as well as by representatives of the United States, China, and other regional powers. The accords established a range of provisions, including a ceasefire, the withdrawal of foreign forces, and the partition of Vietnam into two separate states. The northern part of Vietnam was to be under the control of the communist government, while the southern part of Vietnam was to be under the control of a non-communist government. The partition of Vietnam was a significant moment in the history of the region, and marked a key phase in the struggle for Vietnamese independence and the establishment of the Socialist Republic. The partition was a controversial and contested process, however, and was marked by a range of social, political, and cultural factors. Many Vietnamese saw the partition as a betrayal of the broader struggle for independence and resisted the establishment of a separate southern state. The partition of Vietnam also had significant consequences for the broader political and economic dynamics of the region. The establishment of a separate southern state was seen as a way for the United States and other Western powers to establish a foothold in the region and to counter the influence of the communist bloc. The southern state was supported by a range of Western powers, including the United States, and received significant military, economic, and diplomatic aid. The partition of Vietnam was also marked by significant challenges and conflicts. The southern state was subject to significant political and economic instability, and was marked by a range of internal divisions and disputes. The northern state, meanwhile, was subject to significant government repression and harassment, and faced significant challenges in terms of managing the complex social and cultural dynamics of the region. The partition of Vietnam had significant consequences for the future of the region, and contributed to a range of social, political, and economic struggles. The partition established a legacy of division and conflict, and contributed to the eventual outbreak of the Vietnam War in the 1960s. The partition also contributed to a broader sense of political and cultural identity in the region, and highlighted the challenges of colonialism and imperialism in the region. The Geneva Accords and the partition of Vietnam marked a significant moment in the history of the region, and established a framework for the future political, social, and economic dynamics of the region. The partition of Vietnam was a controversial and contested process, and was marked by a range of social, political, and cultural factors. The partition of Vietnam had significant consequences for the future of the region, and contributed to a range of social, political, and economic struggles. The legacy of the partition of Vietnam can still be seen today in the ongoing struggles for social and political justice in the region. The formation of South Vietnam, which emerged as a separate state in the wake of the Geneva Accords of 1954, was a complex and tumultuous affair. At the heart of this process was the rise of Ngo Dinh Diem, a devout Catholic and ardent anti-communist who would go on to become the first president of South Vietnam. His ascent to power, however, was marked by a host of challenges and controversies, and would ultimately set the stage for the protracted conflict that would come to be known as the Vietnam War. Born in 1901 in the city of Hue, Ngo Dinh Diem was the scion of a wealthy and influential family that had long been involved in Vietnamese politics. Educated in France and the United States, He was a devout Catholic and a fervent anti-communist, and believed that Vietnam's future lay in close alignment with the United States and other Western powers. In the aftermath of the Geneva Accords of 1954, which effectively divided Vietnam into two separate states, Ngo Dinh Diem emerged as a key figure in the formation of South Vietnam. Despite the challenges and uncertainties of the situation, he was determined to establish a stable and independent state in the South, and to resist the communist forces that were seeking to extend their influence throughout the region. To this end, Ngo Dinh Diem began to build a network of loyalists and supporters, drawing on his extensive connections within the Catholic Church and the military. He was a skilled and charismatic leader, and was able to inspire a deep sense of loyalty and commitment among his followers. In 1955, Ngo Dinh Diem was appointed as the first president of South Vietnam, and began the difficult process of building a new state from scratch. The challenges were immense, as the country was still reeling from the aftermath of the French colonial period and the First Indochina War. Furthermore, the communist forces in the north were determined to undermine and destabilize the fledgling government in the south, and were actively seeking to gain control over the entire country. Despite these challenges, Ngo Dinh Diem remained resolute and determined. He set about building a strong and centralized government, and embarked on a wide-ranging program of economic and social reforms. He was particularly keen to establish close ties with the United States, which he saw as a key ally in the fight against communism. At the same time, however, Ngo Dinh Diem's rule was marked by a host of controversies and challenges. His government was accused of widespread corruption and human rights abuses, and there were growing concerns about the lack of democracy and civil liberties in the country. Furthermore, the communist forces in the north were becoming increasingly aggressive, launching a series of attacks and infiltration that threatened to destabilize the entire region. In the end, the rise of Ngo Dinh Diem and the formation of South Vietnam would set the stage for the protracted conflict that would come to be known as the Vietnam War. Despite his best efforts, Ngo Dinh Diem was unable to establish a stable and independent state, and the communist forces in the north continued to gain ground. The United States, for its part, became increasingly involved in the conflict, providing military and economic support to the government in the South. The legacy of Ngo Dinh Diem and the formation of South Vietnam is a complex and controversial one. On the one hand, his efforts to establish a stable and independent state in the South were undoubtedly commendable, and he remains a figure of great significance in Vietnamese history. On the other hand, his government was marked by a host of controversies and challenges, and his legacy has been clouded by the tragic events that followed in the wake of the Vietnam War. The Viet Cong and the National Liberation Front were key organizations in the struggle for Vietnamese independence and the establishment of the Socialist Republic. The Viet Cong and the National Liberation Front were both formed in the aftermath of the Geneva Accords, and played a key role in the struggle against the Southern government and its Western backers. In this essay, we will examine the origins and objectives of the Viet Cong and the National Liberation Front, with a focus on their significance for the broader struggle for Vietnamese independence. The Viet Cong was the armed wing of the National Liberation Front, and played a key role in the struggle against the Southern government and its Western backers. The Viet Cong was formed in 1954, and was initially made up of a range of socialist and communist groups in the region. The Viet Cong sought to establish a socialist state in Vietnam, and to liberate the region from the influence of Western powers. The National Liberation Front was a broader organization, and sought to establish a unified front of nationalist and communist groups in the region. The National Liberation Front was established in 1960, and played a key role in the broader struggle for Vietnamese independence. The National Liberation Front sought to establish a socialist state in Vietnam, and to counter the influence of Western powers in the region. The Viet Cong and the National Liberation Front were both marked by a range of objectives and strategies. The organizations sought to establish a socialist state in Vietnam, and to create a system of government that was responsive to the needs and interests of the Vietnamese people. The organizations also sought to counter the influence of Western powers in the region, and to establish a sense of national and political identity in Vietnam. The Viet Cong and the National Liberation Front were also marked by a range of challenges and conflicts. The organizations were subject to significant government repression and harassment, and faced significant challenges in terms of organizing and mobilizing popular support. The organizations were also subject to significant internal divisions and disputes, which contributed to a sense of fragmentation and uncertainty within the organizations. Despite these challenges, the Viet Cong and the National Liberation Front played a key role in the struggle for Vietnamese independence and the establishment of the Socialist Republic. The organizations were involved in a range of activities, including armed struggle, political organizing, and cultural preservation. The organizations were also involved in the broader struggle against colonialism and imperialism, and sought to establish solidarity and cooperation with other socialist and communist groups in the region. The Viet Cong and the National Liberation Front were key organizations in the struggle for Vietnamese independence and the establishment of the Socialist Republic. The organizations were formed in the aftermath of the Geneva Accords and sought to establish a socialist state in Vietnam and to counter the influence of Western powers in the region. The organizations were marked by a range of objectives and strategies and faced significant challenges and conflicts. The legacy of the Viet Cong and the National Liberation Front can still be seen today in the ongoing struggles for social and political justice in the region. The early involvement of the United States in the conflict in Vietnam was marked by a complex set of political and strategic considerations. In the aftermath of the Second World War and the rise of the Cold War, the United States saw Vietnam as a key battleground in the struggle against communism and was determined to prevent the spread of Soviet influence in the region. To this end, the United States began to provide military and economic support to the government of South Vietnam, and to deploy military advisors to the region in order to train and assist Vietnamese forces. The first U.S. military advisors arrived in Vietnam in 1950 and were tasked with providing support and training to the fledgling Vietnamese army. Initially, the U.S. involvement was limited, with the advisors operating in a largely advisory capacity and avoiding direct involvement in combat operations. However, as the situation in Vietnam deteriorated, the U.S. began to expand its military presence in the country, deploying increasing numbers of advisors and providing ever greater levels of support to the government of South Vietnam. At the same time, the United States began to pursue a wider diplomatic and strategic agenda in the region. In 1954, following the conclusion of the First Indochina War, the United States joined with a number of other countries to form the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization, SEATO. The alliance was designed to provide a collective defense against communist aggression in the region, and represented a significant step in the U.S. commitment to Vietnam and its broader strategic interests in Southeast Asia. Despite these efforts, however, the situation in Vietnam continued to deteriorate. The government of South Vietnam, led by President Ngo Dinh Diem, was widely perceived as corrupt and authoritarian, and was accused of widespread human rights abuses and other forms of repression. At the same time, the communist forces in the north were becoming increasingly aggressive, launching a series of attacks and infiltration that threatened to destabilize the entire region. In the midst of this turmoil, the United States found itself increasingly drawn into the conflict. Despite the efforts of U.S. military advisors, the situation in Vietnam continued to deteriorate, and the U.S. was forced to deploy increasing numbers of troops to the region in order to provide support and assistance to the government of South Vietnam. By the mid-1960s, the United States had become fully embroiled in the conflict in Vietnam, with hundreds of thousands of U.S. troops deployed to the region and engaged in intense combat operations against the communist forces in the north. The war had become a highly divisive issue within the United States, with widespread protests and anti-war demonstrations sweeping the country. In the end, the United States' early involvement in the conflict was marked by a complex set of political and strategic considerations, as the U.S. sought to prevent the spread of communism and to establish a stable and democratic government in South Vietnam. However, the war proved to be a costly and ultimately futile endeavor, as the U.S. was unable to defeat the communist forces in the north and was forced to withdraw from Vietnam in 1975. The legacy of the United States' involvement in the conflict in Vietnam remains a contentious and divisive issue, with many questioning the wisdom and morality of the U.S. strategy in the region. Nevertheless, the early years of the conflict remain a testament to the complex and interconnected nature of global politics, and to the challenges that arise when powerful nations seek to impose their will on others in pursuit of their own interests. Chapter 2. The Arrival of the Americans, Early Involvement and Advisors. The American intervention in Vietnam was a significant moment in the history of the region and marked a key phase in the broader struggle for Vietnamese independence and the establishment of the Socialist Republic. The Eisenhower administration was the first American administration to become involved in the conflict and established a range of policies and strategies for dealing with the region. In this essay, we will examine the American intervention in Vietnam, with a focus on the Eisenhower administration and its policy. The Eisenhower administration was a key player in the American intervention in Vietnam and established a range of policies and strategies for dealing with the region. The administration sought to establish a system of government in Vietnam that was responsive to American interests and sought to counter the influence of communist and nationalist groups in the region. The administration was also concerned with the broader implications of the conflict and sought to maintain stability and security in the region. The Eisenhower administration was marked by a range of policies and strategies for dealing with the conflict in Vietnam. The administration sought to provide economic and military aid to the Southern government and sought to establish a range of diplomatic and economic ties with other countries in the region. The administration also sought to isolate and contain communist and nationalist groups in the region and established a range of intelligence and military operations to deal with these groups. The American intervention in Vietnam was also marked by significant challenges and conflicts. The intervention was subject to significant criticism and opposition, both within the United States and internationally. Many Americans saw the intervention as an unjust and imperialist act, and were concerned with the human toll of the conflict. The intervention was also subject to significant government corruption and mismanagement, and was marked by a range of human rights abuses and atrocities. The American intervention in Vietnam also had significant consequences for the broader political and economic dynamics of the region. The intervention contributed to a sense of national and political identity in Vietnam, and highlighted the challenges of colonialism and imperialism in the region. The intervention also contributed to a broader sense of solidarity and cooperation among socialist and communist groups in the region, and contributed to the eventual establishment of the Socialist Republic in Vietnam. The American intervention in Vietnam was a significant moment in the history of the region and marked a key phase in the broader struggle for Vietnamese independence and the establishment of the Socialist Republic. The Eisenhower administration was a key player in the intervention and established a range of policies and strategies for dealing with the region. The intervention was marked by a range of challenges and conflicts, and had significant consequences for the political and economic dynamics of the region. The legacy of the American intervention in Vietnam can still be seen today in the ongoing struggles for social and political justice in the region. The Strategic Hamlet Program, launched by the government of South Vietnam in 1961, with the support of the United States, was one of the most significant and controversial initiatives of the Vietnam War. Designed to pacify rural areas and provide a measure of security and stability to the population, the program was spearheaded by a group of American advisors who were tasked with implementing the initiative on the ground. The origins of the program can be traced back to the early 1960s, when the government of South Vietnam was struggling to contain a growing insurgency in the rural areas of the country. The communist forces in the north were becoming increasingly aggressive, launching a series of attacks and infiltration that threatened to undermine the stability of the entire region. To address this threat, the government of South Vietnam turned to the United States for support and assistance, and began to work closely with a group of American advisors who were tasked with developing a comprehensive strategy for pacifying the countryside. The result of this collaboration was the Strategic Hamlet Program, which sought to create a series of fortified villages, or hamlets, in the rural areas of South Vietnam. The idea was to create secure and defensible areas that could provide a measure of security and stability to the population, and which could serve as a base for the government's efforts to extend its control throughout the countryside. To this end, the American advisors worked closely with the government of South Vietnam to establish a network of hamlets, providing training and assistance to local authorities, and working to build support among the local population. The hamlets were designed to be self-sufficient and self-governing, with their own schools, markets, and other essential services. Despite the initial promise of the program, however, the reality of the situation would prove to be far more complex. The hamlets were often poorly designed and badly located, and were vulnerable to attack from the communist forces in the north. Furthermore, the program was widely perceived as an attempt to impose a foreign and alien system of governance on the population, and was met with widespread resistance and opposition. As the war in Vietnam escalated, the Strategic Hamlet Program became increasingly controversial, with many questioning the wisdom and morality of the initiative. Critics argued that the program was ineffective and counterproductive, and that it was exacerbating tensions and divisions within the population. Others questioned the role of the American advisors in the program, and accused them of imposing their own values and priorities on the people of Vietnam. In the end, the Strategic Hamlet Program would prove to be a flawed and ultimately unsuccessful initiative, with the hamlets failing to provide the security and stability that they were intended to offer. The program would become emblematic of the broader failures of U.S. strategy in Vietnam, and would come to be seen as a symbol of the hubris and overreach that characterized American policy in the region. Nevertheless, the program remains a testament to the complex and interconnected nature of global politics, and to the challenges that arise when powerful nations seek to impose their will on others in pursuit of their own interests. The Strategic Hamlet Program was an ambitious and well-intentioned initiative, but one that ultimately failed to deliver the results that its architects had hoped for. The Gulf of Tonkin Resolution was a key moment in the history of the Vietnam War, and marked a significant escalation of American involvement in the conflict. The resolution was passed in 1964 and provided a legal basis for American military intervention in the region. In this essay, we will examine the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, with a focus on its significance for the broader conflict in Vietnam. The Gulf of Tonkin Resolution was passed in response to an alleged attack on American naval vessels in the Gulf of Tonkin. The resolution provided a legal basis for American military intervention in the region, and authorized the President to take all necessary measures to defend American forces and interests in the region. The resolution was passed with overwhelming support in both houses of Congress, and was seen as a necessary response to the challenges posed by the conflict in Vietnam. The Gulf of Tonkin Resolution was a significant moment in the history of the Vietnam War, and marked a key phase in the escalation of American involvement in the conflict. The resolution paved the way for a range of military operations, including the deployment of American ground troops and the expansion of bombing campaigns in the region. The resolution also contributed to a broader sense of American exceptionalism and imperialism in the region, and highlighted the challenges of the broader Cold War context in which the conflict took place. The Gulf of Tonkin Resolution was also marked by significant controversy and opposition. Many Americans saw the resolution as a pretext for unjust and imperialist military action, and were concerned with the human toll of the conflict. The resolution was also subject to significant government corruption and mismanagement, and was marked by a range of human rights abuses and atrocities. The resolution also had significant consequences for the broader political and economic dynamics of the region, and contributed to a sense of national and political identity in Vietnam. The Gulf of Tonkin Resolution was a significant moment in the history of the Vietnam War, and marked a key phase in the escalation of American involvement in the conflict. The resolution provided a legal basis for American military intervention in the region and authorized the President to take all necessary measures to defend American forces and interests in the region. The resolution was marked by significant controversy and opposition, and had significant consequences for the political and economic dynamics of the region. The legacy of the Gulf of Tonkin resolution can still be seen today in the ongoing struggles for social and political justice in the region. The Americanization of the war in Vietnam, which saw the United States commit ever greater numbers of combat troops to the conflict, was one of the most significant and controversial aspects of the Vietnam War. At the heart of this process was President Lyndon B. Johnson, who made the fateful decision to send American combat troops to Vietnam in the mid-1960s. The decision to send American combat troops to Vietnam was not made lightly. In the early years of the war, the United States had largely limited its involvement to providing military and economic aid to the government of South Vietnam, and had relied on a small number of military advisors to provide support and training to the Vietnamese army. However, by the mid-1960s, the situation in Vietnam had deteriorated significantly. The communist forces in the north were becoming increasingly aggressive, launching a series of attacks and infiltration that threatened to destabilize the entire region. At the same time, the government of South Vietnam was struggling to contain an insurgency in the rural areas of the country, and was widely perceived as corrupt and authoritarian. Faced with these challenges, President Johnson made the decision to send American combat troops to Vietnam in order to bolster the government of South Vietnam and to push back against the communist forces in the north. In 1965, the first U.S. combat troops arrived in Vietnam, and the war began to escalate rapidly. The decision to send American combat troops to Vietnam was deeply controversial and was met with widespread opposition and protest in the United States. Critics argued that the war was immoral and unjust, and that the United States had no business intervening in the affairs of another nation. Others questioned the wisdom and effectiveness of the U.S. strategy in Vietnam, and accused the government of South Vietnam of being corrupt and authoritarian. Despite these criticisms, however, President Johnson remained committed to the war effort, and continued to send increasing numbers of troops to Vietnam in the years that followed. The war became increasingly costly and protracted, with hundreds of thousands of U.S. troops deployed to the region and engaged in intense combat operations against the communist forces in the north. The Americanization of the war in Vietnam would prove to be a defining moment in the conflict, setting the stage for a protracted and costly conflict that would continue for many years. It represented a significant shift in U.S. strategy and tactics, as the United States became ever more deeply involved in the conflict and increasingly committed to achieving a military victory. In the end, however, the Americanization of the war would prove to be a costly and ultimately futile endeavor, as the U.S. was unable to defeat the communist forces in the north and was forced to withdraw from Vietnam in 1975. The legacy of the Vietnam War remains a contentious and divisive issue to this day, with many questioning the wisdom and morality of the U.S. intervention in the region. Nevertheless, the Americanization of the war in Vietnam remains a testament to the complex and interconnected nature of global politics, and to the challenges that arise when powerful nations seek to impose their will on others in pursuit of their own interests. The decision to send American combat troops to Vietnam was a fateful and momentous one, and one that would shape the course of the conflict for many years to come. The U.S. military advisors played a significant role in the early years of the Vietnam War, and contributed to the broader escalation of American involvement in the conflict. The U.S. military advisors were responsible for providing training and guidance to the Southern government, and played a key role in the development of tactics and strategies for dealing with the conflict. In this essay, we will examine the role of the U.S. military advisors, with a focus on their tactics and strategy in the early years of the conflict. The U.S. military advisors were sent to Vietnam in the early years of the conflict, and were responsible for providing training and guidance to the Southern government. The advisors were experienced soldiers and officers, and brought a range of expertise and knowledge to the conflict. The advisors were initially tasked with providing support to the Southern government in its efforts to combat communist and nationalist groups in the region. The U.S. military advisors were responsible for developing a range of tactics and strategies for dealing with the conflict. The advisors developed a range of counterinsurgency tactics, including the use of small mobile units to target communist and nationalist groups in the region. The advisors also developed a range of psychological and propaganda tactics aimed at winning over hearts and minds in the region. The U.S. military advisors were also responsible for developing a range of strategic plans for dealing with the conflict. The advisors developed a range of plans for establishing a stable, non-communist government in the region, and for isolating and containing communist and nationalist groups in the region. The advisors also developed plans for establishing a range of diplomatic and economic ties with other countries in the region, and for creating a system of government that was responsive to American interests. The U.S. military advisors were also marked by significant challenges and conflicts. The advisors were subject to significant government corruption and mismanagement, and were often seen as a symbol of American imperialism and exceptionalism in the region. The advisors were also subject to significant government censorship and control, and were often unable to operate independently of government interference. Despite these challenges, the U.S. military advisors played a significant role in the early years of the Vietnam War and contributed to the broader escalation of American involvement in the conflict. The advisors developed a range of tactics and strategies for dealing with the conflict, and played a key role in the development of the broader American approach to the conflict. The advisors also contributed to a sense of American exceptionalism and imperialism in the region, and highlighted the challenges of the broader Cold War context in which the conflict took place. The U.S. military advisors played a significant role in the early years of the Vietnam War, and contributed to the broader escalation of American involvement in the conflict. The advisors were responsible for developing a range of tactics and strategies for dealing with the conflict, and played a key role in the development of the broader American approach to the conflict. The advisors were also subject to significant challenges and conflicts, and had significant consequences for the political and economic dynamics of the region. The legacy of the U.S. military advisors can still be seen today in the ongoing struggles for social and political justice in the region. The Army of the Republic of Vietnam, ARVN, the military arm of the government of South Vietnam, was a key player in the Vietnam War. As the conflict escalated in the mid-1960s and the United States became increasingly involved in the war effort, the ARVN became a crucial partner in the fight against the communist forces in the North. However, the ARVN was a relatively weak and poorly equipped force in the early years of the conflict, and was in urgent need of training and support from the United States and other Western powers. To this end, a wide-ranging program of training and equipping the ARVN was launched, with the goal of transforming the force into a capable and effective fighting force. The program was spearheaded by a group of U.S. military advisors, who were tasked with providing training and assistance to the ARVN on the ground. The advisors were drawn from a wide range of military specialties, and were tasked with teaching the ARVN a wide range of skills and techniques, from basic infantry tactics to more advanced techniques in logistics, intelligence, and counterinsurgency. At the same time, the ARVN was in desperate need of equipment and weaponry, and the United States and other Western powers began to provide a wide range of military hardware to the South Vietnamese forces. This included everything from small arms and ammunition to more advanced equipment such as tanks, helicopters, and artillery. Despite these efforts, however, the ARVN continued to face significant challenges on the ground. The force was widely perceived as corrupt and ineffective, and was accused of widespread human rights abuses and other forms of repression. Furthermore, the communist forces in the North were becoming increasingly aggressive, launching a series of attacks and infiltration that threatened to destabilize the entire region. In the midst of this turmoil, the U.S. continued to provide training and support to the ARVN, and to expand its military presence in the region. However, the war would prove to be a protracted and costly affair, with no clear end in sight. The legacy of the ARVN remains a complex and controversial issue to this day. While the force was often criticized for its weaknesses and shortcomings, it nevertheless played a crucial role in the war effort and served as an important partner to the United States and other Western powers. The ARVN was a testament to the challenges of training and equipping a foreign military force, and to the complexities of global politics and military strategy in a rapidly changing world. The CIA's involvement in Vietnam was a significant moment in the history of the region and marked a key phase in the broader struggle for Vietnamese independence and the establishment of the Socialist Republic. The CIA was responsible for a range of covert operations and political intrigue in the region, and sought to establish a system of government that was responsive to American interests. In this essay, we will examine the CIA's involvement in Vietnam, with a focus on its covert operations and political intrigue. The CIA's involvement in Vietnam was marked by a range of covert operations and political intrigue. The agency sought to establish a range of intelligence and military operations to deal with communist and nationalist groups in the region. The agency also sought to establish a range of diplomatic and economic ties with other countries in the region, and sought to isolate and contain communist and nationalist groups in the region. The CIA's involvement in Vietnam was also marked by significant government corruption and mismanagement, and was often seen as a symbol of American imperialism and exceptionalism in the region. The agency was subject to significant criticism and opposition, both within the United States and internationally. Many Americans saw the agency's involvement as an unjust and imperialist act, and were concerned with the human toll of the conflict. The CIA's involvement in Vietnam also had significant consequences for the broader political and economic dynamics of the region. The agency contributed to a sense of national and political identity in Vietnam, and highlighted the challenges of colonialism and imperialism in the region. The agency also contributed to a broader sense of solidarity and cooperation among socialist and communist groups in the region, and contributed to the eventual establishment of the Socialist Republic in Vietnam. The CIA's involvement in Vietnam was also marked by significant controversy and opposition. Many Americans saw the agency's involvement as a pretext for unjust and imperialist military action, and were concerned with the human toll of the conflict. The agency was also subject to significant government corruption and mismanagement, and was marked by a range of human rights abuses and atrocities. The CIA's involvement in Vietnam was a significant moment in the history of the region, and marked a key phase in the broader struggle for Vietnamese independence and the establishment of the Socialist Republic. The agency was responsible for a range of covert operations and political intrigue in the region, and sought to establish a system of government that was responsive to American interests. The agency's involvement was marked by significant controversy and opposition, and had significant consequences for the political and economic dynamics of the region. The legacy of the CIA's involvement in Vietnam can still be seen today in the ongoing struggles for social and political justice in the region. The Johnson administration's justification for the war in Vietnam was based on a complex set of political and strategic considerations, which reflected the broader context of the Cold War and the global struggle against communism. At the heart of this justification was the domino theory, which held that if one nation fell to communism, others in the region would follow, leading to a wider and more dangerous spread of communist influence. The domino theory was an important part of the containment policy that had been developed by the United States in the aftermath of the Second World War. The goal of containment was to prevent the spread of communism and Soviet influence around the world, and to create a stable and secure international order that would support Western interests and values. In Vietnam, the United States saw a key battleground in the struggle against communism, and was determined to prevent the spread of Soviet influence in the region. To this end, the Johnson administration justified the war as a necessary response to the threat of communism, and argued that the United States had a duty to protect the people of South Vietnam from the aggressive and repressive forces of the Communist North. This justification was based on a complex set of political and strategic considerations, which reflected the changing nature of the conflict in Vietnam and the broader context of global politics. In the early years of the war, the United States had limited its involvement to providing military and economic aid to the government of South Vietnam, and had relied on a small number of military advisors to provide support and training to the Vietnamese army. However, as the situation in Vietnam deteriorated, the United States began to expand its military presence in the region, deploying increasing numbers of troops and providing ever greater levels of support to the government of South Vietnam. The war became increasingly costly and protracted, with hundreds of thousands of U.S. troops deployed to the region and engaged in intense combat operations against the communist forces in the north. Throughout this period, the Johnson administration continued to justify the war on the basis of the domino theory and the broader principles of containment. The goal was to prevent the spread of communism in Vietnam and to create a stable and secure government that would be friendly to Western interests and values. Despite these justifications, however, the war in Vietnam would prove to be a costly and ultimately futile endeavor. The United States was unable to defeat the communist forces in the north and was forced to withdraw from Vietnam in 1975, marking the end of one of the most controversial and divisive conflicts in American history. The legacy of the Vietnam War remains a contentious and divisive issue to this day, with many questioning the wisdom and morality of the U.S. intervention in the region. Nevertheless, the Johnson administration's justification for the war remains a testament to the complex and interconnected nature of global politics, and to the challenges that arise when powerful nations seek to impose their will on others in pursuit of their own interests. The domino theory and the containment policy represented a bold and ambitious effort to confront the threats posed by communism, but ultimately proved to be inadequate and flawed in the face of the rapidly changing global context of the late 20th century. Vietnam has been a strategically important location for centuries, with its location at the crossroads of Asia and the Pacific making it a crucial site for trade and commerce. In the mid-20th century, Vietnam's strategic importance was heightened by the Cold War, as both the United States and the Soviet Union vied for influence in the region. In this essay, we will examine the strategic importance of Vietnam, with a focus on its geopolitical and economic considerations. Geopolitically, Vietnam's location at the crossroads of Asia and the Pacific has long made it a strategically important location. Its location on the South China Sea makes it an important site for maritime trade, and its location on the border of China and Southeast Asia makes it a key site for regional diplomacy and conflict resolution. During the Cold War, Vietnam's strategic location was heightened by its proximity to China, which had recently become a communist state, and the broader struggle for influence between the United States and the Soviet Union. Economically, Vietnam's strategic importance was also heightened by its abundant natural resources, including rubber, coal, tin, and petroleum. These resources made Vietnam an attractive location for foreign investment and trade, and contributed to the development of a range of industries and economic activities in the region. During the Cold War, Vietnam's economic importance was further heightened by the broader struggle for economic and ideological supremacy between the United States and the Soviet Union. Vietnam's strategic importance was also marked by significant conflicts and challenges. The country's location at the crossroads of Asia and the Pacific made it a site for a range of regional and international conflicts, and contributed to a range of struggles for political and economic power in the region. The Cold War further heightened these conflicts, and contributed to a range of human rights abuses and atrocities in the region. In summary, Vietnam's strategic importance has been a crucial factor in the country's history, contributing to a range of conflicts and struggles for power in the region. Geopolitically, Vietnam's location at the crossroads of Asia and the Pacific has long made it a strategically important location, while economically, its abundant natural resources have made it an attractive site for trade and investment. The Cold War further heightened these tensions and contributed to a range of human rights abuses and atrocities in the region. The legacy of Vietnam's strategic importance can still be seen today in the ongoing struggles for social and political justice in the region. The My Lai massacre, one of the most notorious events of the Vietnam War, was a chilling reminder of the dark side of American intervention in Vietnam. The massacre, which took place in March 1968, saw U.S. troops brutally murder hundreds of innocent civilians in the village of My Lai, marking one of the darkest chapters in the history of American military involvement in the region. The origins of the massacre can be traced back to the broader context of the Vietnam War, which saw U.S. forces engaged in a protracted and brutal conflict against the Communist forces in the North. As the war escalated, U.S. troops became increasingly frustrated and disillusioned, facing a hostile and dangerous environment in which it was often difficult to distinguish friend from foe. The situation was particularly acute in the rural areas of Vietnam, where U.S. troops were tasked with rooting out communist insurgents and providing support to the government of South Vietnam. In these areas, the risks of insurgency and infiltration were particularly high, and U.S. troops often found themselves engaged in intense and dangerous combat operations. In the midst of this environment, the My Lai massacre occurred. The massacre was carried out by a group of U.S. soldiers who had become increasingly disillusioned and frustrated with the war effort. The troops, led by Lieutenant William Calley, descended upon the village of My Lai with orders to search for and eliminate any communist insurgents in the area. However, what transpired in My Lai was far from a military operation. Instead, the U.S. troops engaged in a brutal and indiscriminate assault on the civilian population of the village, murdering hundreds of innocent men, women, and children in cold blood. The My Lai massacre was a turning point in the Vietnam War, marking a profound shift in the way that the conflict was perceived both in the United States and around the world. The massacre was widely publicized and condemned, and sparked a wave of anti-war sentiment that would continue to grow in the years that followed. In the aftermath of the massacre, a series of investigations and trials were held, with many of the soldiers involved in the massacre being held accountable for their actions. However, the legacy of the My Lai massacre would continue to haunt the United States for many years to come, serving as a grim reminder of the horrors of war and the potential for violence and brutality to spiral out of control. The My Lai massacre remains one of the most tragic and disturbing events in the history of American military involvement in Vietnam, and serves as a chilling reminder of the complexities and challenges of military intervention in the affairs of other nations. It remains a testament to the enduring legacy of the Vietnam War, and to the deep scars that it left on the collective memory of the American people. Chapter 3. Escalation: Johnson's decision to send combat troops. It was in the midst of the Cold War during the reign of President John F. Kennedy that the United States began to ramp up its involvement in the small nation of Vietnam. At the time, the country was divided into two: the North, led by the Communist government of Ho Chi Minh, and the South, which was supported by the United States and its allies. The initial involvement of the United States was focused on providing military advisors to the South Vietnamese Army in order to help them fight the Viet Cong, a communist insurgency that was seeking to overthrow the government in Saigon. However, as the conflict continued to escalate, the United States found itself being increasingly drawn into the conflict. The situation in Vietnam, before President Johnson's decision to escalate the conflict, was one of great complexity. The country had been in a state of turmoil for decades, with various factions vying for power and control. The communist movement in the North, led by Ho Chi Minh, had been fighting for independence from France for years before the country was finally divided into North and South in 1954. Despite the division of the country, tensions remained high, and there was a constant stream of refugees crossing the border between North and South. The United States was concerned about the spread of communism in the region, and saw its involvement in Vietnam as a way to contain the spread of communism throughout Southeast Asia. The initial involvement of the United States was limited to providing military advisors and support troops to the South Vietnamese Army. However, as the conflict continued to escalate, the United States found itself being drawn into the conflict in a more significant way. By the time President Johnson made the decision to escalate the conflict in 1964, there were over 16,000 American military personnel in Vietnam. The role of the advisors and support troops was crucial to the United States' involvement in Vietnam. The advisors were tasked with providing training and guidance to the South Vietnamese Army in order to help them fight the Viet Cong. The support troops were responsible for providing logistical support, such as transportation and medical care, to the South Vietnamese and American forces. However, despite the presence of these advisors and support troops, the situation in Vietnam remained incredibly challenging. The Viet Cong were a highly effective fighting force, and their guerrilla tactics meant that they were able to inflict significant damage on the South Vietnamese and American forces. The terrain in Vietnam was also incredibly difficult to navigate, with dense jungle and mountainous terrain making it difficult for the American forces to mount effective operations. The situation in Vietnam was further complicated by the political situation in the United States. The American people were largely divided on the issue of Vietnam, with many questioning the wisdom of the United States' involvement in the conflict. This division was reflected in the government, with some officials advocating for a more aggressive approach to the conflict, while others favored a more diplomatic solution. In the end, it was President Johnson who made the decision to escalate the conflict in Vietnam. In 1964, after an attack on American naval vessels in the Gulf of Tonkin, Johnson ordered a massive increase in American military presence in Vietnam. This decision was made in the face of mounting political pressure and increasing frustration with the lack of progress in the conflict. The decision to escalate the conflict had far-reaching consequences. The number of American troops in Vietnam continued to increase, with over 500,000 American soldiers eventually serving in the country. The conflict continued for over a decade, and by the time American troops were withdrawn in 1973, over 58,000 American soldiers had lost their lives. The situation in Vietnam, before President Johnson's decision to escalate the conflict, was one of great complexity. President Lyndon B. Johnson's early response to the conflict in Vietnam was marked by a series of critical decisions that would ultimately lead to a full-scale American intervention in the conflict. One of the most significant of these decisions was the passage of the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, which provided the legal basis for U.S. military intervention in Vietnam. The Gulf of Tonkin Resolution was passed by Congress in August 1964, in the wake of a controversial incident in which U.S. naval vessels were allegedly attacked by North Vietnamese forces in the Gulf of Tonkin. The resolution authorized the use of military force by the United States in response to the attack, and gave the president broad powers to wage war in Vietnam. The passage of the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution marked a significant escalation in the U.S. response to the conflict in Vietnam, and set the stage for a protracted and costly intervention that would last for many years. With the legal and political authority to wage war in Vietnam, President Johnson began to escalate the U.S. military presence in the region, deploying increasing numbers of troops and providing ever greater levels of support to the government of South Vietnam. However, the Gulf of Tonkin incident and the subsequent escalation of the war would prove to be highly controversial, with many questioning the legitimacy and wisdom of U.S. involvement in the conflict. Critics argued that the United States had no business intervening in the affairs of another nation, and that the war was unjust and immoral. Furthermore, there were serious questions about the accuracy of the reports of the Gulf of Tonkin incident, with many suggesting that the incident had been manufactured or exaggerated in order to provide a pretext for U.S. military intervention in the region. Despite these criticisms, however, President Johnson remained committed to the war effort, and continued to escalate the U.S. military presence in Vietnam in the years that followed. The war became increasingly costly and protracted, with hundreds of thousands of U.S. troops deployed to the region and engaged in intense combat operations against the communist forces in the north. The Gulf of Tonkin Resolution would remain a significant and controversial legacy of the Vietnam War, serving as a testament to the complexities and challenges of global politics and military strategy. The resolution represented a bold and ambitious effort to confront the threats posed by communism, but ultimately proved to be inadequate and flawed in the face of the rapidly changing global context of the late 20th century. In the end, the escalation of the war in Vietnam would prove to be a costly and ultimately futile endeavor, as the U.S. was unable to defeat the communist forces in the North and was forced to withdraw from Vietnam in 1975. The legacy of the war remains a contentious and divisive issue to this day, with many questioning the wisdom and morality of the U.S. intervention in the region. It is a well-known maxim that the power of a state rests in the strength of its military. Such was the case in the United States during the tumultuous years of the Vietnam War. As the conflict in Southeast Asia continued to escalate, the military's influence on President Lyndon B. Johnson's decision-making process became increasingly significant. Johnson, a Texas Democrat with a deep reverence for American military might, was a man who believed in the decisive use of force. From the outset of his presidency, he was determined to prevent the spread of communism in Southeast Asia, and was willing to deploy American military power to achieve that objective. As the situation in Vietnam continued to deteriorate, Johnson found himself relying more and more on the advice of his military advisors. These advisors, many of whom were seasoned veterans of World War II and the Korean War, were tasked with developing a strategy to win the war in Vietnam. The military's influence on Johnson's decision-making process was twofold. First, the advisors were able to provide the president with a wealth of military expertise, giving him insight into the intricacies of the conflict and the capabilities of the enemy. Second, the military had a vested interest in the outcome of the war, and was therefore able to influence Johnson's decision-making process through their strategic advice and counsel. The advice given by Johnson's military advisors was often forceful and direct. They advocated for a more aggressive approach to the conflict, including the deployment of ground troops and the bombing of North Vietnamese targets. These recommendations were often at odds with the more cautious advice given by Johnson's political advisors, who were concerned about the potential political fallout of an all-out war in Southeast Asia. Despite these concerns, Johnson ultimately sided with his military advisors. In 1965, he authorized the deployment of ground troops to Vietnam, marking a significant escalation in the conflict. The decision was made in part due to the military's belief that the United States needed to show its commitment to the war effort and demonstrate its resolve to the enemy. The military's influence on Johnson's decision-making process extended beyond their advice and strategy. The military also had a significant impact on the way the war was fought on the ground. The United States military was among the most advanced and well-equipped in the world at the time, and they brought their cutting-edge technology and firepower to bear on the enemy. However, despite the military's technological superiority, the war in Vietnam was unlike any other conflict the United States had faced before. The enemy was elusive and highly effective, using guerrilla tactics to strike at American forces and evade detection. The terrain in Vietnam was also incredibly challenging, with dense jungle and mountainous regions that made it difficult to mount effective operations. As the war continued, the military's influence on Johnson's decision-making process began to wane. The costs of the conflict were mounting, both in terms of American lives and resources, and there was a growing sense among the American people that the war was not worth the cost. The military's strategy of using overwhelming force to win the war was not producing the desired results, and Johnson began to look for alternative approaches to ending the conflict. In the end, the military's influence on Johnson's decision-making process was significant, but not decisive. While the president relied heavily on the advice and expertise of his military advisors, he ultimately made the final decisions about the direction of the war. The conflict in Vietnam remains a cautionary tale about the dangers of relying too heavily on military power and the importance of carefully weighing the costs and benefits of military intervention before taking action. The domino theory, a central tenet of U.S. policy in Vietnam, was an important part of the broader context of the Cold War and the global struggle against communism. The theory held that if one nation fell to communism, others in the region would follow, leading to a wider and more dangerous spread of communist influence. As a result, the United States was determined to prevent the spread of Soviet influence in the region and to protect the people of South Vietnam from the aggressive and repressive forces of the Communist North. The origins of the domino theory can be traced back to the broader context of the Cold War, which saw the United States and the Soviet Union engaged in a bitter struggle for global dominance. The United States viewed the spread of communism as a grave threat to its national security and to the principles of democracy and freedom that it sought to promote around the world. In Vietnam, the United States saw a key battleground in the struggle against communism and was determined to prevent the spread of Soviet influence in the region. To this end, the U.S. became increasingly involved in the conflict, providing military and economic aid to the government of South Vietnam and relying on a growing number of military advisors to provide support and training to the Vietnamese army. However, as the situation in Vietnam deteriorated, the United States began to escalate its military presence in the region, deploying increasing numbers of troops and providing ever greater levels of support to the government of South Vietnam. The war became increasingly costly and protracted, with hundreds of thousands of U.S. troops deployed to the region and engaged in intense combat operations against the communist forces in the north. Throughout this period, the domino theory remained a key part of U.S. policy in Vietnam, with policymakers and military strategists arguing that the fate of Vietnam was critical to the broader struggle against communism in the region and around the world. The goal was to prevent the spread of communism in Vietnam and to create a stable and secure government that would be friendly to Western interests and values. Despite these justifications, however, the war in Vietnam would prove to be a costly and ultimately futile endeavor. The United States was unable to defeat the communist forces in the North and was forced to withdraw from Vietnam in 1975, marking the end of one of the most controversial and divisive conflicts in American history. The legacy of the Vietnam War remains a contentious and divisive issue to this day, with many questioning the wisdom and morality of the U.S. intervention in the region. Nevertheless, the domino theory and the broader policies of the Cold War represented a bold and ambitious effort to confront the threats posed by communism and to create a stable and secure international order that would support Western interests and values. The struggle against communism and the domino theory represented a profound and enduring challenge to American foreign policy, one that would continue to shape the course of world events for many years to come. While the U.S. intervention in Vietnam was ultimately unsuccessful, it nevertheless represented a bold and ambitious effort to confront the challenges of global politics and to promote the principles of democracy and freedom around the world. In the annals of American history, few conflicts have been as polarizing as the Vietnam War. The conflict, which lasted from 1955 to 1975, was marked by a deep divide between those who supported the war effort and those who opposed it. The United States entered the conflict with the stated goal of preventing the spread of communism in Southeast Asia. However, as the war dragged on and American casualties mounted, public opinion on the conflict began to shift. By the mid-1960s, the majority of Americans had come to oppose the war and were calling for an end to American involvement. The early years of the conflict were marked by widespread support for the war effort. In the aftermath of the Gulf of Tonkin incident in 1964, President Lyndon B. Johnson was given broad authority to take military action in Vietnam. At the time, the American people largely supported the president's decision, viewing it as a necessary response to communist aggression. However, as the conflict continued to escalate, public opinion began to shift. The heavy toll of the war on American lives and resources, combined with growing disillusionment about the efficacy of the war effort, led to increasing opposition to the conflict. Anti-war protests became commonplace across the country, with millions of Americans taking to the streets to voice their opposition to the war. The opposition to the war was not limited to the public at large. The conflict also sparked a deep divide within the American political establishment. While some politicians supported the war effort, others were deeply critical of American involvement in Vietnam. This divide was reflected in the government, with some officials advocating for a more aggressive approach to the conflict, while others favored a more diplomatic solution. The anti-war movement was fueled in part by the media's coverage of the conflict. Television news coverage brought the realities of the war into American homes, exposing the public to the brutality and suffering of the conflict. Images of American soldiers dying on the battlefield and Vietnamese civilians fleeing the destruction of their homes helped to galvanize opposition to the war effort. Despite the growing opposition to the war, there were still many Americans who supported the conflict. Pro-war politicians and pundits argued that American involvement in Vietnam was necessary to prevent the spread of communism and protect American interests abroad. Supporters of the war also pointed to the sacrifices made by American soldiers, arguing that withdrawing from the conflict would be a betrayal of their sacrifice. The political and cultural divisions that arose during the Vietnam War had a lasting impact on American society. The conflict sparked a deep mistrust of the government and the military, as many Americans felt that they had been misled about the purpose and scope of the war effort. The conflict also played a role in shaping the counterculture movement of the 1960s and 70s, as young people began to reject the values and institutions of mainstream American society. In the end, the opposition to the Vietnam War played a significant role in bringing about the end of American involvement in the conflict. The anti-war movement helped to shape public opinion on the conflict, leading to pressure on politicians to end the war. In 1973, the United States signed the Paris Peace Accords, bringing an end to direct American involvement in the war. The Vietnam War remains a cautionary tale about the dangers of foreign intervention and the importance of considering the costs and benefits of military action. The conflict serves as a reminder of the need for transparency and accountability in government, and the importance of listening to the voices of the American people when making decisions about war and peace. The Geneva Accords, signed in 1954, were an important milestone in the international effort to resolve the conflict in Vietnam. The Accords established a framework for a peaceful and negotiated settlement to the conflict, and provided for the division of Vietnam into two separate nations, with the Communist forces in the north and the government of South Vietnam in the south. However, despite the efforts of the international community to find a peaceful solution to the conflict, the United States was determined to prevent the spread of communism in the region, and was increasingly unwilling to accept the terms of the Geneva Accords. In the years that followed, the U.S. escalated its military involvement in Vietnam, deploying increasing numbers of troops and providing ever greater levels of support to the government of South Vietnam. This escalation was carried out in the context of international law, which placed strict limits on the use of military force in the affairs of other nations. The U.S. intervention in Vietnam was widely criticized by many in the international community, who saw it as a violation of the principles of national sovereignty and the right to self-determination. Furthermore, there were serious questions about the legality of the U.S. intervention, with many suggesting that it represented a violation of the Geneva Accords and other international agreements that had been established to promote peace and stability in the region. Despite these criticisms, however, the U.S. remained committed to the escalation of the conflict, arguing that it was necessary to protect the people of South Vietnam from the aggressive and repressive forces of the Communist North. The U.S. also argued that its intervention was necessary to prevent the spread of communism in the region, and to create a stable and secure government that would be friendly to Western interests and values. However, these justifications were increasingly called into question, as the war in Vietnam became increasingly costly and protracted, and as the U.S. became embroiled in a brutal and controversial conflict against the Communist forces in the North. The U.S. was unable to defeat the Communist forces in the North, and was ultimately forced to withdraw from Vietnam in 1975, marking the end of one of the most controversial and divisive conflicts in American history. The legacy of the U.S. intervention in Vietnam remains a contentious and divisive issue to this day, with many questioning the wisdom and morality of the U.S. policy in the region. Nevertheless, the escalation of the conflict in the context of international law represents a profound and enduring challenge to the principles of national sovereignty and the right to self-determination, and serves as a reminder of the complex and interconnected nature of global politics and military strategy. The struggle against communism and the broader context of the Cold War represented a bold and ambitious effort to confront the threats posed by communism and to create a stable and secure international order that would support Western interests and values. However, the escalation of the conflict in Vietnam represented a tragic and ultimately unsuccessful effort to achieve these goals, and served as a sobering reminder of the limitations of military intervention in the affairs of other nations. The power to declare war is one of the most significant powers granted to the United States Congress by the Constitution. However, throughout American history, presidents have often taken military action without seeking explicit approval from Congress. Such was the case during the Vietnam War, when President Lyndon B. Johnson relied on his constitutional authority as commander-in-chief to wage war in Southeast Asia. The conflict in Vietnam began in the late 1950s, when communist forces in North Vietnam began to seek the reunification of the country under a socialist government. As the conflict escalated, the United States became increasingly involved, providing military advisors and support troops to the South Vietnamese Army. However, as American involvement in the conflict deepened, questions began to arise about the president's constitutional authority to take military action without explicit approval from Congress. In 1964, these questions came to a head when President Johnson sought to justify his escalation of the conflict in the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution. The Gulf of Tonkin Resolution was passed by Congress in August 1964, following an attack on American naval vessels in the Gulf of Tonkin. The resolution authorized the president to take all necessary measures to repel any armed attack against the forces of the United States and to prevent further aggression. The resolution was seen by some as an attempt by Congress to delegate its constitutional authority to declare war to the president. Critics argued that the resolution was overly broad and gave the president too much discretion to take military action without oversight from Congress. The question of the president's constitutional authority to wage war without explicit approval from Congress was further complicated by the fact that the conflict in Vietnam was not a traditional war. The United States was not engaged in a conventional conflict with a sovereign state, but rather was fighting a guerrilla war against an insurgency. Despite these concerns, President Johnson continued to rely on his constitutional authority as commander-in-chief to prosecute the war in Vietnam. This authority was further strengthened by the War Powers Resolution of 1973, which sought to limit the president's ability to take military action without approval from Congress. The War Powers Resolution was passed in the aftermath of the Vietnam War, following concerns about the president's ability to take military action without oversight from Congress. The resolution requires the president to consult with Congress before taking military action and to seek congressional approval for any military action lasting more than 60 days. The War Powers Resolution was seen by some as a necessary check on presidential power, and a way to prevent the kind of unchecked military intervention that had characterized the Vietnam War. However, the resolution has been the subject of much debate and controversy since its passage, with some arguing that it has had little practical impact on presidential decision-making. In the end, the question of the president's constitutional authority to wage war without explicit approval from Congress remains a subject of debate and discussion. The conflict in Vietnam serves as a reminder of the dangers of unchecked presidential power and the importance of ensuring that the decision to go to war is subject to careful deliberation and oversight by the people's elected representatives. The War Powers Resolution of 1973 has helped to strengthen the role of Congress in the decision to go to war, but the question of the president's constitutional authority to take military action without explicit approval from Congress remains an ongoing issue in American politics. In the midst of the Cold War, the conflict in Vietnam was a defining moment in the history of the United States of America. As American troops flooded into the country, so too did the turmoil that would shake both American and Vietnamese societies to their cores. The troop buildup in Vietnam was a Herculean effort, one that required vast amounts of manpower and resources. President Lyndon B. Johnson, himself a veteran of the Second World War, had long been committed to the idea that American military might was the key to safeguarding the freedom of the world. When the conflict in Vietnam began to escalate, he saw it as his duty to send American troops to defend the fledgling democracy in South Vietnam from the communist insurgency. But as the troops arrived in Vietnam, it became clear that the task ahead was not going to be easy. The Vietnamese countryside was a labyrinth of jungles, rice paddies, and mountains, making it difficult for the American military to gain a foothold. The North Vietnamese army, backed by Soviet and Chinese support, was an agile and formidable enemy, and the conflict soon turned into a protracted and bloody struggle. The impact of the troop buildup on American society was profound. At first, the American public largely supported the war effort, seeing it as a necessary part of the fight against communism. But as the war dragged on and the casualty figures mounted, the mood began to shift. The anti-war movement, which had begun as a fringe group of activists, began to grow in strength and influence. Young men were being drafted into the military and sent to fight a war that many of them did not believe in, and the sense of disillusionment and anger began to spread. In 1968, the Tet Offensive marked a turning point in the conflict. The North Vietnamese army launched a surprise attack on American forces, and although they were ultimately defeated, the scale of the assault shocked the American public. Many began to question the wisdom of continuing the war, and opposition to the conflict reached new heights. The impact of the troop buildup on Vietnamese society was no less significant. The conflict had already taken a heavy toll on the country, with the communist insurgency fighting a guerrilla war against the South Vietnamese government. The arrival of American troops only added to the chaos. American soldiers were often viewed as occupiers rather than liberators, and the brutality of the conflict on both sides left deep scars on the country. The Vietnamese countryside was ravaged by bombing campaigns, with both sides targeting civilian populations in an attempt to gain the upper hand. The use of chemical weapons, including Agent Orange, caused widespread environmental damage and led to severe health problems for many Vietnamese civilians. The war also displaced millions of people, as villages and towns were destroyed and families were forced to flee for their lives. Despite the best efforts of American military commanders, the troop buildup in Vietnam ultimately failed to achieve its objectives. The war was costly, both in terms of human lives and resources, and the American public became increasingly disillusioned with the conflict. The anti-war movement grew in strength, and the pressure on the government to bring the troops home intensified. In 1973, the Paris Peace Accords were signed, bringing an end to the conflict. American troops were withdrawn from Vietnam, and the country was left to rebuild in the aftermath of the war. The impact of the troop buildup on American and Vietnamese societies would be felt for years to come. The wounds inflicted by the conflict were deep, and the scars would take generations to heal. The conflict in Vietnam was a defining moment in the history of the United States, and the impact of the troop buildup on American society cannot be overstated. The Tet Offensive of 1968 was a turning point in the Vietnam War. The offensive, launched by North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces, was a surprise attack on cities and towns throughout South Vietnam. Although the offensive was ultimately unsuccessful, it served as a wake-up call for the United States and marked a significant shift in the military strategy of the conflict. At the time of the Tet Offensive, the United States had been engaged in the conflict for several years. President Lyndon B. Johnson had authorized the deployment of ground troops to Vietnam in 1965, and American forces had been engaged in a war of attrition with North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces ever since. Johnson's strategy for winning the war was based on the idea of gradually increasing pressure on the enemy through the use of superior firepower and overwhelming force. The goal was to wear down the enemy through a war of attrition, eventually forcing them to come to the negotiating table and agree to a peace settlement. However, the Tet Offensive demonstrated the shortcomings of this strategy. The offensive caught the United States and its allies by surprise, and the enemy was able to mount a significant attack on cities and towns throughout South Vietnam. The offensive also revealed the effectiveness of the enemy's guerrilla tactics and their ability to strike at American forces with devastating effect. The Tet Offensive was a turning point in the Vietnam War. It marked a significant shift in the military strategy of the conflict, with the United States beginning to move away from the strategy of gradual escalation and towards a strategy of de-escalation and withdrawal. The failure of Johnson's policy in Vietnam was also reflected in the growing opposition to the war at home. The Tet Offensive helped to galvanize the anti-war movement, as Americans began to question the wisdom of American involvement in the conflict. The high number of American casualties, combined with the perception that the conflict was unwinnable, led to widespread disillusionment with the war effort. In the aftermath of the Tet Offensive, the United States began to reevaluate its military strategy in Vietnam. The new strategy was based on the idea of de-escalation and withdrawal, with the goal of disengaging from the conflict as quickly and responsibly as possible. This new strategy was reflected in the policies of President Richard Nixon, who was elected in 1968 on a platform of ending the war in Vietnam. Nixon's strategy involved the gradual withdrawal of American troops from Vietnam, combined with the use of diplomacy to achieve a negotiated settlement with North Vietnam. However, the war in Vietnam continued for several more years, with heavy fighting and high casualties on both sides. The conflict finally came to an end in 1975, when North Vietnamese forces captured Saigon, the capital of South Vietnam. The failure of Johnson's policy in Vietnam serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of relying on military force as a solution to complex political problems. The conflict in Vietnam was marked by a deep cultural divide between the United States and the Vietnamese people, and by the complexity of the conflict itself. The use of military force alone was not enough to achieve a lasting solution, and the United States ultimately paid a heavy price for its involvement in the conflict. The lessons of the Vietnam War have had a lasting impact on American foreign policy, with policymakers and the public alike recognizing the importance of considering the costs and benefits of military intervention before taking action. The Tet Offensive and the failure of Johnson's policy in Vietnam serve as a reminder of the importance of developing a clear and effective military strategy and the need to carefully evaluate the potential consequences of military action before taking action. In the late 1960s, the Vietnam War had become one of the most controversial and divisive conflicts in modern history. The American public was growing increasingly weary of the seemingly endless conflict, and the government was facing mounting pressure to bring an end to the war. It was against this backdrop that President Richard Nixon unveiled his new policy known as Vietnamization, which aimed to shift the burden of the war onto the South Vietnamese government and military. This policy would ultimately lead to the withdrawal of American troops from Vietnam and marked a significant turning point in the conflict. Nixon's Vietnamization policy was based on the premise that the South Vietnamese government and military were capable of fighting the war on their own. The plan called for a gradual withdrawal of American troops from Vietnam, while simultaneously increasing the training and support given to South Vietnamese forces. The hope was that as the South Vietnamese became more self-sufficient, the American military presence could be reduced and eventually eliminated altogether. The Vietnamization policy was not without its critics. Many in the anti-war movement saw it as a cynical attempt to shift the responsibility for the war onto a government that was widely seen as corrupt and ineffective. Others argued that the South Vietnamese military was not capable of fighting the war on its own, and that the United States was simply prolonging the conflict by propping up an unpopular and illegitimate regime. Despite these criticisms, Nixon remained committed to his policy of Vietnamization. He argued that the United States had a responsibility to support the South Vietnamese government, and that the policy was the only way to bring an end to the conflict without sacrificing American lives. The first phase of Vietnamization began in 1969 and involved the withdrawal of 25,000 American troops from Vietnam. This initial withdrawal was largely symbolic, but it signaled Nixon's commitment to his policy of shifting the burden of the war onto the South Vietnamese. Over the next few years, the pace of American troop withdrawals increased, with roughly 500,000 troops being withdrawn by 1971. As the American military presence in Vietnam decreased, the South Vietnamese military took on a more prominent role in the conflict. The United States continued to provide training and support to the South Vietnamese, but the emphasis was on building their capacity to fight the war on their own. The Vietnamization policy had some early successes. In 1972, South Vietnamese forces were able to repel a major North Vietnamese offensive, which was seen as a sign that the South Vietnamese military was becoming more capable. However, the policy also had its share of setbacks. The South Vietnamese government remained plagued by corruption and instability, and the military was often ill-equipped and poorly trained. Despite these challenges, Nixon remained committed to his policy of Vietnamization. In January of 1973, a peace agreement was signed between the United States and North Vietnam, and the last American combat troops were withdrawn from Vietnam. The war, however, continued for 2 more years, as South Vietnamese forces continued to fight against the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong. In April of 1975, the North Vietnamese launched a major offensive against the South, which quickly collapsed under the weight of the attack. The fall of Saigon on April 30th marked the end of the war and the ultimate failure of Nixon's Vietnamization policy. In hindsight, it is clear that Vietnamization was not a complete success. The South Vietnamese government and military were not able to successfully take on the burden of the war, and the country ultimately fell to the North Vietnamese. However, the policy did succeed in reducing the American military presence in Vietnam and in laying the groundwork for a negotiated settlement to the conflict. The Vietnam War was a difficult and painful chapter in American history, and the legacy of the conflict continues to be felt to this day. Chapter 4. The Ho Chi Minh Trail, the War in Laos and Cambodia. The Ho Chi Minh Trail is one of the most legendary military supply routes in history. The trail, which was used by North Vietnamese forces during the Vietnam War, played a significant role in supplying the communist insurgency in the South with the equipment and resources necessary to wage war against the United States and its allies. The origins of the Ho Chi Minh Trail can be traced back to the mid-1950s, when North Vietnamese forces began to plan their resistance to French colonial rule. At the time, the country was divided between the Communist North and the non-Communist South, and the two sides were engaged in a struggle for control of the country. The North Vietnamese leadership recognized the importance of having a secure supply route to support their forces in the South. The rugged terrain of the region made it difficult to transport goods and supplies overland, and the heavily patrolled coastal waters made sea transport an unreliable option. As a result, the North Vietnamese leadership began to develop a network of trails and supply routes that would allow them to move men and materials overland without detection. The first of these routes was established in 1959, and it quickly became clear that the trail was an essential component of the communist insurgency in the South. The Ho Chi Minh Trail was named after the communist leader of North Vietnam, Ho Chi Minh. The trail was not a single route, but rather a network of roads, footpaths, and waterways that crisscrossed through the dense jungles and mountainous regions of Laos and Cambodia. The trail was initially used to transport weapons and supplies to the communist forces in the South. However, as the war continued, the trail became a vital artery for the North Vietnamese army, allowing them to move troops and equipment quickly and efficiently across the border and into the South. The trail was a marvel of engineering and logistics, with supplies and materials transported by truck, bicycle, and even by foot. The trail was heavily defended by North Vietnamese troops, and was often booby-trapped to deter American forces from attacking. The Ho Chi Minh Trail was a critical component of the Communist war effort in Vietnam. The trail allowed the North Vietnamese forces to maintain a constant supply of weapons, ammunition, and other essential supplies, and it helped to sustain the morale of the troops by providing them with the equipment they needed to fight the American forces. The United States and its allies recognized the importance of the Ho Chi Minh Trail and launched several bombing campaigns in an attempt to disrupt the flow of supplies. However, the trail was well hidden and heavily defended, and the bombing campaigns were largely ineffective. In the end, the Ho Chi Minh Trail played a significant role in the Communist victory in Vietnam. The trail allowed the North Vietnamese forces to maintain a constant supply of essential materials, and it helped to sustain the morale of the troops throughout the conflict. The origins of the Ho Chi Minh Trail are a testament to the ingenuity and determination of the North Vietnamese forces. The trail served as a symbol of the communist resistance to foreign aggression, and it played a critical role in the eventual victory of the communist forces in Vietnam. The legacy of the trail lives on as a reminder of the importance of logistics and supply lines in military conflicts, and as a testament to the power of determination and perseverance in the face of adversity. The geography and terrain of Southeast Asia, particularly in Laos and Cambodia, posed significant challenges for the various powers who sought to exert their influence in the region. From the dense jungle and rugged mountains to the winding rivers and vast floodplains, the natural features of the area created an inhospitable landscape for both military operations and daily life. The region of Laos and Cambodia is characterized by a complex system of mountains, plateaus, and river valleys. The Annamite Range runs along the eastern border of Laos and Cambodia, while the Cardamom and Dangrek Mountains dominate the western border. The Mekong River, one of the longest rivers in the world, runs through the heart of the region, providing a critical water source for millions of people. The rugged mountains and thick jungle terrain of the region created a significant challenge for military forces, both in terms of mobility and visibility. The dense vegetation made it difficult to navigate and created a natural barrier to movement. The steep slopes of the mountains made it challenging for troops to move quickly and efficiently. The lack of roads and transportation infrastructure made it difficult to move large numbers of troops and supplies. In addition to the challenges posed by the terrain, the region was also home to a diverse range of ethnic groups, many of whom had long histories of conflict with one another. These ethnic divisions further complicated efforts to exert control over the region and create stable governments. The combination of challenging terrain and ethnic divisions made the region an ideal location for insurgent and guerrilla warfare. The rugged mountains and dense jungle provided natural hiding places for insurgents, making it difficult for conventional forces to root them out. The complex network of rivers and waterways also made it possible for insurgents to move quickly and easily across the region. Throughout the 20th century, the region was the site of multiple conflicts, as various powers sought to exert their influence over the area. During the Vietnam War, Laos and Cambodia were drawn into the conflict as the United States sought to prevent the spread of communism in the region. The American military faced significant challenges in the region, as the dense jungle and rugged terrain made it difficult to conduct large-scale military operations. Despite these challenges, the American military attempted to exert control over the region through a combination of conventional military tactics and the use of air power. However, these efforts were largely unsuccessful, as the rugged terrain and thick jungle provided ample cover for the Viet Cong and other insurgent groups. The region also proved challenging for the French colonial forces, who sought to exert control over the area in the 19th and 20th centuries. The French faced significant resistance from local ethnic groups, many of whom were able to use the terrain to their advantage in their struggle against colonial rule. In addition to the challenges posed by the terrain, the region was also susceptible to natural disasters such as floods and typhoons. The low-lying floodplains of the Mekong River made the region particularly vulnerable to flooding, which could cause significant damage to crops and infrastructure. Despite the many challenges posed by the geography and terrain of Laos and Cambodia, the region remains a critical hub of economic activity and political influence in Southeast Asia. The Mekong River remains a critical transportation artery for goods and people, and the region's rich natural resources continue to attract foreign investment. The geography and terrain of Laos and Cambodia have long presented significant challenges for military forces and governments seeking to exert their influence in the region. The dense jungle and rugged mountains, combined with ethnic divisions and natural disasters, have created a complex and inhospitable landscape that has proven difficult to control. Nevertheless, the region remains a critical center of economic and political activity in Southeast Asia, and its strategic importance is unlikely to diminish in the years to come. The development and expansion of the Ho Chi Minh Trail was a remarkable feat of engineering and logistics. The trail was a network of roads, footpaths, and waterways that crisscrossed through the dense jungles and mountainous regions of Laos and Cambodia, providing a vital lifeline for North Vietnamese forces fighting in the south. The trail was initially developed in the late 1950s as a way to transport supplies and equipment to communist forces in the south. However, as the war escalated, the trail grew in importance and size, and it became a vital artery for the North Vietnamese army. The trail was used to transport a wide range of materials and supplies, including weapons, ammunition, food, medicine, and communication equipment. The trail was used to move men and materials overland without detection, allowing the North Vietnamese to maintain a constant supply of essential items. The trail was divided into several sections, with the southernmost section running through Laos and Cambodia and into South Vietnam. The trail was heavily defended by North Vietnamese troops, who used a variety of tactics to deter American forces from attacking. The trail was built through some of the most rugged and inhospitable terrain in Southeast Asia. The dense jungles and mountainous regions of Laos and Cambodia made it difficult to transport goods and supplies overland, and the heavily patrolled coastal waters made sea transport an unreliable option. As a result, the North Vietnamese were forced to rely on overland and water transport to move men and materials. The trail was built using a combination of human labor and simple tools, such as shovels and pickaxes. Teams of workers would clear the jungle and build roads and bridges to allow for the movement of men and materials. Many of the bridges and roads were built from natural materials, such as bamboo and vines, which helped to camouflage the trail from the air. Waterways were also used to transport goods and supplies along the trail. The North Vietnamese used a variety of watercraft, including bamboo rafts, to move men and materials along the region's rivers and streams. The use of waterways allowed the North Vietnamese to transport supplies without detection and helped to reduce the wear and tear on the trail's road network. The expansion of the Ho Chi Minh Trail was a remarkable achievement of engineering and logistics. The trail played a significant role in the Communist war effort in Vietnam, providing a constant supply of weapons, ammunition, and other essential supplies to North Vietnamese forces fighting in the south. The trail was a symbol of the determination and perseverance of the North Vietnamese forces, who were able to build and expand the trail despite the inhospitable terrain and the dangers posed by American bombing campaigns. The trail was a testament to the power of logistics and supply lines in military conflicts, and it served as a model for future guerrilla movements around the world. Today, the Ho Chi Minh Trail serves as a reminder of the resilience and determination of the Vietnamese people in the face of adversity. The trail's legacy lives on as a symbol of the power of human ingenuity and the importance of logistics in military conflicts. The Ho Chi Minh Trail was a complex network of roads and pathways that played a critical role in the Vietnam War. Stretching from North Vietnam through Laos and into Cambodia, the trail provided a crucial supply line for the Communist forces in their struggle against the South Vietnamese and their American allies. The trail's role in the conflict was instrumental, as it allowed for the transportation of personnel, weapons, and supplies through the challenging terrain of Southeast Asia. The trail was not a single continuous road, but rather a complex network of pathways that wound their way through the rugged mountains and dense jungle of the region. The trail was composed of a series of main arteries, along with smaller pathways that branched off into the surrounding countryside. The trail was largely constructed by hand, with Communist forces working tirelessly to clear the dense jungle and construct roads and bridges across rivers and streams. The trail played a crucial role in the transportation of personnel, allowing communist forces to move troops and supplies across the region with relative ease. The dense jungle and rugged terrain of the region made conventional transportation methods, such as trucks and trains, nearly impossible to use. The trail allowed for the movement of troops and supplies through the use of bicycles, carts, and pack animals. In addition to personnel, the trail was also used to transport weapons and supplies to communist forces throughout the region. The trail was essential in supplying the communist forces with the necessary materials to carry out their operations, including weapons, ammunition, food, and medicine. The trail was also used to move heavy equipment such as anti-aircraft guns and tanks, which would have been impossible to transport through conventional means. The use of the trail allowed the communist forces to avoid American air power, which had been used to devastating effect in previous conflicts such as the Korean War. The dense jungle and complex terrain of the region made it difficult for American planes to identify and attack targets along the trail. As a result, the communist forces were able to move personnel and supplies with relative impunity, providing a critical advantage in the conflict. The trail was not without its challenges, however. The difficult terrain and harsh climate of the region made the construction and maintenance of the trail a constant struggle. Communist forces had to contend with monsoon rains, landslides, and heavy flooding, which could quickly wash out roads and bridges. The constant bombing by American forces also made the maintenance of the trail a difficult and dangerous task. Despite these challenges, the trail remained a critical supply line for communist forces throughout the conflict. The use of the trail allowed the communist forces to mount a protracted and effective campaign against their opponents, who were largely reliant on air power and conventional transportation methods. The trail also allowed the communist forces to maintain a degree of operational security, as they were able to move personnel and supplies without detection from American forces. The Ho Chi Minh Trail played a critical role in the transportation of personnel, weapons, and supplies during the Vietnam War. The trail's complex network of roads and pathways allowed the communist forces to move troops and supplies through the difficult terrain of Southeast Asia, providing a critical advantage in the conflict. The use of the trail allowed the communist forces to avoid American air power and maintain a degree of operational security. The trail's importance in the conflict cannot be overstated, as it was instrumental in the communist victory in the war. The Ho Chi Minh Trail was a critical lifeline for the North Vietnamese Army during the Vietnam War. The trail was a network of roads, footpaths, and waterways that stretched from North Vietnam through Laos and Cambodia and into South Vietnam. It served as a vital link between Hanoi and the Viet Cong, allowing the North Vietnamese to maintain a constant supply of essential materials and equipment to support their forces in the south. The trail's importance to the North Vietnamese was reflected in the significant resources that were devoted to its construction and maintenance. The trail was developed over several years, with the first section being established in the late 1950s. As the conflict in Vietnam escalated, the trail grew in size and complexity, with new routes and supply lines being added to the network. The trail was built using a combination of human labor and simple tools, such as shovels and pickaxes. Teams of workers would clear the jungle and build roads and bridges to allow for the movement of men and materials. Many of the bridges and roads were built from natural materials, such as bamboo and vines, which helped to camouflage the trail from the air. The trail was heavily defended by North Vietnamese troops, who used a variety of tactics to deter American forces from attacking. The trail was booby-trapped with mines and other explosives, and North Vietnamese troops were trained in guerrilla tactics to defend the trail from enemy attacks. The trail was a vital link between Hanoi and the Viet Cong, providing a constant supply of weapons, ammunition, and other essential supplies to North Vietnamese forces fighting in the south. The trail was used to transport a wide range of materials and supplies, including food, medicine, and communication equipment. The use of the trail allowed the North Vietnamese to maintain a constant supply of essential items, and it helped to sustain the morale of the troops throughout the conflict. The trail was also an essential link between the North Vietnamese leadership and the Viet Cong in the south. The trail allowed for the movement of troops, supplies, and information between the two regions, helping to coordinate the communist insurgency in the south. The The trail allowed the North Vietnamese leadership to maintain control over the war effort, despite the geographic distance between Hanoi and the Viet Cong. The importance of the Ho Chi Minh Trail to the North Vietnamese was recognized by American policymakers, who launched several bombing campaigns in an attempt to disrupt the flow of supplies. However, the trail was well hidden and heavily defended, and the bombing campaigns were largely ineffective. The trail's importance to the North Vietnamese was reflected in its use long after the end of the Vietnam War. The trail was used during the Cambodian-Vietnamese War in the late 1970s, and it played a critical role in supplying the Khmer Rouge guerrillas in their resistance to the Vietnamese occupation. Today, the Ho Chi Minh Trail serves as a reminder of the importance of logistics and supply lines in military conflicts. The trail's legacy lives on as a testament to the resilience and determination of the North Vietnamese forces, and as a symbol of the power of human ingenuity in the face of adversity. The trail's importance to the North Vietnamese was a critical factor in their eventual victory in the Vietnam War, and it serves as a model for future guerrilla movements around the world. The United States' response to the Ho Chi Minh Trail was a critical aspect of their strategy in the Vietnam War. The trail provided a crucial supply line for communist forces, allowing them to transport personnel, weapons, and supplies through the rugged mountains and dense jungle of Southeast Asia. The United States' response to the trail was multifaceted, involving the use of air power and special forces to disrupt and interdict the trail. The use of air power was a critical component of the United States' response to the trail. American planes conducted a relentless bombing campaign against the trail, targeting bridges, roadways, and supply depots. The bombing campaign was one of the most intense in modern history, with over 4 million tons of bombs dropped on the trail over the course of the conflict. The use of air power allowed the United States to disrupt the flow of personnel and supplies along the trail, making it more difficult for the communist forces to sustain their operations. The bombing campaign also forced the communist forces to rely on less efficient and more dangerous means of transportation, such as bicycles and pack animals. However, the bombing campaign was not without its challenges. The dense jungle and rugged terrain of the region made it difficult for American planes to identify and target their intended targets. Communist forces also developed a range of tactics to avoid detection, including the use of camouflage and the construction of fake targets. In addition to the use of air power, the United States also utilized special forces to disrupt and interdict the trail. Special forces units such as the Studies and Observation Group, SOG, were deployed to the region to conduct reconnaissance missions and sabotage operations. These units were tasked with infiltrating the trail and gathering intelligence on the movement of personnel and supplies. They also carried out a range of sabotage operations, such as blowing up bridges and attacking supply convoys. The use of special forces was an effective way to disrupt the trail, as these units were able to operate in the difficult terrain and avoid detection by the communist forces. However, the use of special forces was also risky, as these units were often isolated and unsupported, making them vulnerable to attack. The United States' response to the Ho Chi Minh Trail was ultimately unsuccessful in disrupting the flow of personnel and supplies to the communist forces. The trail remained a critical supply line throughout the conflict, allowing the communist forces to sustain their operations and mount a protracted campaign against their opponents. The use of air power and special forces had some success in disrupting the trail, but these efforts were largely unsuccessful in stopping the flow of personnel and supplies. The use of air power caused significant damage to the trail, but the communist forces were able to quickly repair the damage and continue their operations. The use of special forces was effective in disrupting the trail, but these units were often isolated and vulnerable to attack. The United States' response to the Ho Chi Minh Trail was a critical aspect of their strategy in the Vietnam War. The use of air power and special forces was aimed at disrupting and interdicting the trail, but these efforts were largely unsuccessful in stopping the flow of personnel and supplies to the communist forces. The trail remained a critical supply line throughout the conflict, providing the communist forces with a critical advantage in the conflict. The United States' response to the trail underscores the significant challenges posed by the difficult terrain and complex logistics of the region, and the difficulty of waging war in such an inhospitable environment. The bombing of the Ho Chi Minh Trail during the Vietnam War had a significant impact on the neighboring countries of Laos and Cambodia. The trail, which ran through these countries, was heavily targeted by American forces in an effort to disrupt the flow of supplies to North Vietnamese forces in the south. The bombing had a devastating impact on the civilian populations of Laos and Cambodia, causing widespread destruction and displacement. The bombing of the trail was a part of the United States' wider strategy to disrupt the communist insurgency in the south. The trail was a critical lifeline for North Vietnamese forces, and the United States believed that disrupting the flow of supplies would weaken the communist forces and bring the conflict to a quicker end. The bombing of the trail began in 1964 and continued throughout the conflict. The United States used a variety of tactics, including carpet bombing and the use of cluster bombs, to target the trail. The bombing was largely indiscriminate, and it caused widespread damage to the civilian infrastructure of Laos and Cambodia. The bombing campaign had a significant impact on the civilian populations of Laos and Cambodia. The bombs destroyed homes, schools, hospitals, and other critical infrastructure, leaving many communities without access to basic services. The bombing also caused significant environmental damage, with unexploded ordnance posing a threat to farmers and other workers long after the conflict had ended. The bombing campaign also displaced millions of people, many of whom were forced to flee their homes and communities in search of safety. The displacement caused by the bombing had a long-lasting impact on the social and economic fabric of Laos and Cambodia, with many communities struggling to recover from the damage caused by the conflict. The impact of the bombing campaign on Laos and Cambodia was largely overlooked by the international community at the time. However, the long-term impact of the conflict on these countries has been the subject of increasing attention in recent years. The United States has since acknowledged the impact of the bombing campaign on Laos and Cambodia, and has provided significant support for the removal of unexploded ordnance and other remnants of the conflict. However, the legacy of the bombing campaign continues to be felt in these countries, with many communities still struggling to rebuild and recover from the destruction caused by the conflict. The bombing of the Ho Chi Minh Trail serves as a reminder of the devastating impact of war on civilian populations. The campaign had a significant impact on the neighboring countries of Laos and Cambodia, causing widespread destruction and displacement. The legacy of the bombing campaign continues to be felt in these countries today, and serves as a reminder of the importance of considering the long-term impact of military actions on civilian populations. The conflict in Laos was a critical aspect of the wider Vietnam War, as both sides sought to exert their influence in the region. The Royal Laotian Army and the Communist Pathet Lao played a crucial role in the conflict, as each side fought for control of the country and its valuable resources. The Royal Laotian Army was established in 1949, with the aim of maintaining the independence and sovereignty of Laos. The army was initially composed of a small number of elite units, but it was gradually expanded over the years to include a range of conventional and irregular forces. The Royal Laotian Army was primarily supported by the United States, which provided weapons, training, and other forms of support to the army throughout the conflict. The army was also supported by a range of other anti-communist forces in the region, including Thailand and South Vietnam. The Pathet Lao, on the other hand, was a communist movement that was established in the early 1950s. The movement was initially composed of a small group of ideologically committed individuals, but it gradually expanded to include a range of supporters and sympathizers throughout the country. The Pathet Lao was supported by the North Vietnamese government, which provided weapons, training, and other forms of support to the movement throughout the conflict. The Pathet Lao was also supported by a range of other communist forces in the region, including the Viet Cong in South Vietnam. The conflict between the Royal Laotian Army and the Pathet Lao was complex and multifaceted. The two sides fought a series of battles and engagements throughout the country, with control of key towns and cities constantly shifting back and forth. The Royal Laotian Army was primarily a conventional force with a strong focus on defensive operations. The army was composed of a range of units, including infantry, artillery, and armor. The army also had a range of special forces units, which were trained in guerrilla warfare and other unconventional tactics. The Pathet Lao, on the other hand, was primarily an irregular force with a strong focus on guerrilla tactics and insurgency. The movement was composed of a range of units, including regular fighters, political organizers, and intelligence operatives. The movement also had a range of special forces units, which were trained in sabotage, assassination, and other forms of unconventional warfare. Despite their differences in tactics and organization, the Royal Laotian Army and the Pathet Lao both faced significant challenges in the conflict. The difficult terrain and harsh climate of the region made it difficult to conduct large-scale military operations, and both sides had to contend with the constant threat of disease and other health issues. The conflict between the two sides was also complicated by the involvement of external actors, such as the United States and North Vietnam. The involvement of these external actors created a complex and constantly shifting strategic environment, with each side constantly trying to gain an advantage over the other. The conflict between the Royal Laotian Army and the Pathet Lao was a critical aspect of the wider Vietnam War. The two sides fought a series of battles and engagements throughout the country, with control of key towns and cities constantly shifting back and forth. The conflict was complicated by the involvement of external actors, and both sides faced significant challenges in the difficult terrain and harsh climate of the region. The conflict between the two sides underscores the complex and multifaceted nature of the Vietnam War, and the role of local actors in shaping the course of the conflict. The Cambodian Civil War, which lasted from 1970 to 1975, had a devastating impact on the country and its people. The war, which was fought between the Communist Khmer Rouge and the government of Cambodia, was marked by violence, displacement, and human rights abuses. The Khmer Rouge, led by Pol Pot, emerged as a dominant force in the conflict and eventually gained control of the country. The group's ideology was based on a vision of a utopian society, and they sought to create a pure communist state in Cambodia. However, their policies led to one of the most brutal genocides in history. The Khmer Rouge's policies were marked by violence and repression. They sought to eliminate all opposition to their rule, and as a result, they targeted intellectuals, professionals, and those who were suspected of opposing their regime. The Khmer Rouge also sought to eliminate traditional social structures and values, leading to the forced relocation of millions of people from the cities to the countryside. The forced relocation, which was known as the Great Leap Forward, was a disaster for the Cambodian people. Many were forced to work in fields without proper food or water, and the lack of medical care led to the spread of disease. Many Cambodians died as a result of the Khmer Rouge's policies, and the impact of the war on the country and its people was devastating. The Khmer Rouge's policies also had a significant impact on the country's infrastructure. The group sought to eliminate all vestiges of capitalism and modernity, leading to the destruction of schools, hospitals, and other critical infrastructure. The lack of investment in infrastructure and development has had a long-lasting impact on the country, and Cambodia remains one of the poorest countries in the world. The impact of the Cambodian Civil War on the country and its people cannot be overstated. The war led to the deaths of an estimated 1.7 million Cambodians, or approximately 1/4 of the country's population at the time. The war also led to the displacement of millions of people, many of whom were forced to flee to neighboring countries. The impact of the war on Cambodia is still being felt today. The country has struggled to rebuild its infrastructure and its economy, and the legacy of the war is evident in the social and political structures of the country. The Khmer Rouge's policies also had a long-lasting impact on the country's culture, and the country's traditional social structures and values have been eroded as a result of the war. The Cambodian Civil War serves as a reminder of the devastating impact of war on civilian populations. The war led to the deaths of millions of Cambodians, and the impact of the conflict is still being felt in the country today. The legacy of the war serves as a warning of the dangers of extremist ideologies and the importance of protecting human rights and democratic values. The Vietnam War had a profound and long-lasting impact on the region of Southeast Asia, particularly on the countries of Laos and Cambodia. The war had significant social, economic, and political consequences for these countries, which continue to be felt to this day. One of the most significant consequences of the war was the displacement and suffering of millions of people. The conflict led to the displacement of millions of people in Laos and Cambodia, many of whom were forced to flee their homes and seek refuge in neighboring countries. The war also caused significant social upheaval, with the breakdown of traditional social structures and the rise of new forms of violence and conflict. The war also had significant economic consequences for the region. The fighting destroyed critical infrastructure and disrupted traditional patterns of trade and commerce. The war led to significant economic dislocation, with many people forced to leave their homes and communities in search of work and security. The war also had a profound impact on the political landscape of the region. In Laos, the conflict led to the establishment of a communist government, which remains in power to this day. In Cambodia, the conflict led to the rise of the Khmer Rouge, a brutal and repressive regime that was responsible for the deaths of millions of people. The aftermath of the war also had significant environmental consequences for the region. The extensive bombing campaign in Laos and Cambodia caused significant environmental damage, with large areas of forest destroyed and significant pollution of water sources. The use of chemical defoliants, such as Agent Orange, also caused significant environmental damage and health problems for local populations. The war also had significant long-term consequences for regional security. The conflict destabilized the region and created conditions that led to the rise of new forms of violence and conflict. The war also drew in external actors, including the United States, China, and the Soviet Union, who played significant roles in shaping the course of the conflict and its aftermath. Despite these challenges, the region has made significant progress in the decades since the end of the conflict. The economies of Laos and Cambodia have grown rapidly in recent years, driven by foreign investment and economic reforms. The political situation in the region has also improved, with the establishment of more stable and democratic governments in many countries. However, the legacy of the Vietnam War continues to be felt in the region. The social and economic dislocation caused by the conflict has left deep scars that have yet to fully heal. The environmental damage caused by the conflict also continues to be a significant challenge for the region, with many areas still contaminated by unexploded ordnance and chemical pollutants. The Vietnam War had a profound and long-lasting impact on the region of Southeast Asia, particularly on the countries of Laos and Cambodia. The conflict led to significant social, economic, and political consequences that continue to be felt to this day. While the region has made significant progress in the decades since the end of the conflict, the legacy of the war continues to be felt in the region, underscoring the significant challenges posed by the conflicts in the region and their long-term consequences. Chapter 5. Tet Offensive, a turning point in the war. The Tet Offensive, which began on January 30, 1968, was a major turning point in the Vietnam War. The offensive was a coordinated attack by the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces against targets throughout South Vietnam, including the U.S. Embassy in Saigon. The attack caught the United States by surprise and revealed serious flaws in American intelligence and military strategy. The planning for the Tet Offensive began in 1967, with the North Vietnamese leadership recognizing the need for a major offensive that would deliver a decisive blow against the South Vietnamese government and the U.S. forces supporting it. The North Vietnamese planned to launch a series of attacks across South Vietnam, including major cities and key military installations. The North Vietnamese recognized that the attack would be risky and could result in significant casualties. However, they believed that a successful attack would weaken American resolve and bolster support for the communist insurgency in the South. The North Vietnamese also recognized the importance of surprise in the success of the attack. They employed a sophisticated strategy of deception, including the use of false radio transmissions and troop movements, to conceal their intentions from American intelligence. Despite these efforts, there were indications that a major offensive was in the works. American intelligence had intercepted communications between North Vietnamese forces and identified troop movements that suggested a significant military buildup. However, these warnings were largely ignored by American military leadership, who believed that the North Vietnamese were planning a limited offensive rather than a major assault. The intelligence failures were compounded by the complacency of American forces, who had grown accustomed to the sporadic attacks of the past and were unprepared for a major offensive. The Tet Offensive was a shock to the American public and the U.S. military. The attack revealed serious flaws in American intelligence and military strategy, and it led to a reassessment of U.S. involvement in Vietnam. The offensive also had a significant impact on the morale of American troops, many of whom had believed that they were winning the war. The Tet Offensive demonstrated the determination and resilience of the North Vietnamese forces and highlighted the importance of surprise in military conflicts. The offensive also highlighted the dangers of complacency and the importance of thorough and accurate intelligence in military planning. The background to the Tet Offensive serves as a reminder of the importance of careful planning and the dangers of underestimating the resolve and capabilities of one's opponents. The intelligence failures of the Tet Offensive had a significant impact on the course of the Vietnam War, and they serve as a warning of the importance of maintaining strong intelligence capabilities and carefully evaluating information in military planning. The timing of the Tet Offensive during the Vietnam War was a critical strategic decision that caught the American and South Vietnamese forces by surprise. The offensive was launched on the first day of the Lunar New Year, which was traditionally a time of celebration and relaxation in Vietnamese culture. The use of this timing was a key element of the offensive, as it allowed the Communist forces to catch their opponents off guard and gain a significant advantage in the conflict. The Lunar New Year, known as Tet in Vietnam, was traditionally a time of celebration and relaxation. The holiday was marked by family gatherings, feasts, and other forms of merrymaking. The holiday also typically involved a temporary ceasefire in the conflict, with both sides observing a period of truce in recognition of the holiday. The Communist forces recognized the strategic value of the Lunar New Year, and they saw it as an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the American and South Vietnamese forces. The use of this timing allowed the Communist forces to take advantage of the lull in the conflict and catch their opponents off guard. The Tet Offensive was launched on January 30, 1968, the first day of the Lunar New Year. The offensive was a coordinated attack on more than 100 cities and towns throughout South Vietnam, with the aim of seizing control of key strategic locations and undermining the morale of the American and South Vietnamese forces. The use of this timing was a critical element of the offensive, as it allowed the Communist forces to take their opponents by surprise. The timing of the attack was unexpected, and the American and South Vietnamese forces were largely unprepared for the scale and intensity of the offensive. The use of surprise was a critical strategic advantage for the Communist forces, as it allowed them to gain a foothold in a number of key locations and inflict significant damage on the American and South Vietnamese forces. The Communist forces were able to capture a number of key cities and towns, including Hue, the cultural and intellectual center of Vietnam. The Tet Offensive was a turning point in the Vietnam War, as it demonstrated the vulnerability of the American and South Vietnamese forces and undermined the public's confidence in the war effort. The attack also led to a significant change in American strategy, with the United States shifting from a focus on winning the war to a focus on withdrawing from the conflict. The timing of the Tet Offensive during the Vietnam War was a critical strategic decision that caught the American and South Vietnamese forces by surprise. The use of the Lunar New Year as a time of celebration and relaxation allowed the Communist forces to take advantage of the lull in the conflict and launch a surprise attack on their opponents. The element of surprise was a critical advantage for the Communist forces, as it allowed them to gain a foothold in key locations and inflict significant damage on the American and South Vietnamese forces. The timing of the Tet Offensive was a turning point in the Vietnam War, underscoring the critical importance of timing and surprise in the conduct of military operations. The Tet Offensive, launched by the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces on January 30, 1968, was a coordinated attack against targets throughout South Vietnam, including major cities and provincial capitals. The offensive was a turning point in the Vietnam War, and it revealed the strength and determination of the Communist forces. The North Vietnamese and Viet Cong targeted major cities and provincial capitals, including Saigon, Hue, and Da Nang. The attacks were designed to be simultaneous and coordinated, and they were intended to deliver a decisive blow against the South Vietnamese government and the U.S. forces supporting it. The attack on Saigon, which included an assault on the U.S. Embassy, was particularly significant. The attack on the embassy, which was carried out by a team of Viet Cong fighters, was a high-profile target that was intended to symbolize the weakness of the United States in the region. The attack on Hue, which was carried out by North Vietnamese forces, was particularly brutal. The city was held by the North Vietnamese for nearly a month, and the fighting resulted in significant damage to the city and the deaths of thousands of civilians. The attack on Da Nang was also significant, as it targeted a key military installation and led to significant casualties on both sides. The attack on Da Nang demonstrated the determination and resilience of the North Vietnamese forces and highlighted the importance of surprise and coordination in military conflicts. The attacks on major cities and provincial capitals were a significant departure from previous tactics employed by the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces. The attacks were designed to be high-profile and to deliver a decisive blow against the South Vietnamese government and the U.S. forces supporting it. The Tet Offensive revealed the strength and determination of the Communist forces and highlighted the challenges faced by the United States in Vietnam. The attacks on major cities and provincial capitals demonstrated the sophistication and capabilities of the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces and revealed the weakness of American military strategy and intelligence. The targets of the Tet Offensive serve as a reminder of the importance of careful planning and coordination in military conflicts. The attacks on major cities and provincial capitals demonstrated the importance of high-profile targets and the impact that such attacks can have on the morale and resolve of one's opponents. The Tet Offensive had a significant impact on the course of the Vietnam War, and it serves as a cautionary tale of the dangers of underestimating one's opponents and the importance of thorough and accurate intelligence in military planning. The attacks on major cities and provincial capitals were a significant turning point in the conflict, and they serve as a reminder of the high stakes and complexities of modern warfare. The battles of Hue and Saigon were two of the most intense and significant engagements of the Tet Offensive during the Vietnam War. These battles were critical moments in the conflict, as they demonstrated the ability of the Communist forces to launch large-scale and coordinated attacks on key strategic locations, and highlighted the vulnerability of the American and South Vietnamese forces. The Battle of Hue was fought from January 31 to March 3, 1968, and was a major engagement in the Tet Offensive. The battle was fought in the city of Hue, the cultural and intellectual center of Vietnam. The Communist forces launched a surprise attack on the city, capturing key locations and inflicting significant damage on the American and South Vietnamese forces. The battle was one of the most intense of the entire conflict, with both sides fighting in the narrow streets and alleys of the city. The Communist forces used a range of tactics, including snipers, booby traps, and ambushes, to take advantage of the urban environment and inflict significant damage on the American and South Vietnamese forces. The battle was also marked by significant brutality and violence. The Communist forces executed thousands of civilians and captured prisoners, and engaged in acts of torture and mutilation. The American and South Vietnamese forces responded with significant force, leveling entire sections of the city and causing significant civilian casualties. The Battle of Saigon was fought from January 30 to February 23, 1968, and was another major engagement in the Tet Offensive. The battle was fought in the capital city of Saigon, and was marked by intense fighting and significant casualties on both sides. The Communist forces launched a surprise attack on the city, targeting key strategic locations such as the Presidential Palace and the American Embassy. The attack was one of the most intense of the entire conflict, with both sides fighting in the streets and alleys of the city. The battle was also marked by significant brutality and violence. The Communist forces executed civilians and captured prisoners, and engaged in acts of torture and mutilation. The American and South Vietnamese forces responded with significant force, using tanks, artillery, and airstrikes to repel the Communist forces. The battles of Hue and Saigon were significant engagements in the Vietnam War, and demonstrated the ability of the Communist forces to launch large-scale and coordinated attacks on key strategic locations. These battles also highlighted the vulnerability of the American and South Vietnamese forces, and underscored the challenges of fighting a conflict in an urban environment. The battles were also marked by significant brutality and violence, with both sides engaging in acts of torture, mutilation, and execution. The use of such tactics underscored the brutal nature of the conflict and the deep-seated animosity between the opposing sides. The battles of Hue and Saigon were critical engagements in the Tet Offensive during the Vietnam War. These battles demonstrated the ability of the Communist forces to launch large-scale and coordinated attacks on key strategic locations, and highlighted the vulnerability of the American and South Vietnamese forces. These battles were also marked by significant brutality and violence, underscoring the brutal nature of the conflict and the deep-seated animosity between the opposing sides. The battles of Hue and Saigon remain significant events in the history of the Vietnam War, and serve as a reminder of the devastating consequences of armed conflict. The Tet Offensive, launched by the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces on January 30, 1968, was marked by the use of human wave attacks and guerrilla warfare tactics. The offensive demonstrated the determination and resilience of the Communist forces, and highlighted the challenges faced by the United States in Vietnam. The North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces used human wave attacks as a key tactic in the offensive. These attacks involved massed troops charging directly at enemy positions, often without cover or support. The attacks were designed to overwhelm and demoralize the enemy, and they were often accompanied by intense artillery and rocket fire. The use of human wave attacks was a risky strategy, as it exposed large numbers of troops to enemy fire. However, the attacks were effective in disrupting American positions and inflicting significant casualties on U.S. forces. The North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces also employed guerrilla warfare tactics in the offensive. These tactics involved the use of small, mobile units that operated independently and used hit-and-run tactics to harass enemy forces. The guerrilla units were often hidden among the civilian population, making them difficult to locate and engage. The use of guerrilla tactics was effective in disrupting American supply lines and isolating U.S. forces from their bases of support. The tactics also allowed the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces to avoid direct confrontations with American forces, which were better equipped and more heavily armed. The combination of human wave attacks and guerrilla tactics was effective in disrupting American positions and inflicting significant casualties on U.S. forces. The tactics were designed to wear down American resolve and to demonstrate the strength and determination of the Communist forces. The use of human wave attacks and guerrilla tactics also highlighted the challenges faced by the United States in Vietnam. The tactics were designed to exploit weaknesses in American military strategy and intelligence, and they were effective in disrupting American positions and inflicting significant casualties on U.S. forces. The Tet Offensive demonstrated the importance of careful planning and coordination in military conflicts. The use of human wave attacks and guerrilla tactics highlighted the importance of surprise and mobility in modern warfare, and demonstrated the challenges faced by traditional military forces in the face of asymmetric threats. The tactics of the Tet Offensive serve as a reminder of the complexity and challenges of modern warfare. The use of human wave attacks and guerrilla tactics demonstrated the strengths and weaknesses of the Communist forces, and they revealed the challenges faced by the United States in Vietnam. The offensive had a significant impact on the course of the conflict, and it serves as a cautionary tale of the dangers of underestimating one's opponents and the importance of thorough and accurate intelligence in military planning. The Tet Offensive during the Vietnam War was a significant turning point in the conflict, and it had a profound impact on the response of the United States and South Vietnamese forces. The Tet Offensive was a major strategic and political setback for the American and South Vietnamese forces, and it led to a significant shift in their approach to the conflict. The Tet Offensive caught the American and South Vietnamese forces by surprise, and it demonstrated the ability of the Communist forces to launch large-scale and coordinated attacks on key strategic locations. The attacks were well planned and executed, and they showed that the Communist forces were far more capable and determined than had previously been thought. The attacks also highlighted the vulnerabilities of the American and South Vietnamese forces, and exposed significant flaws in their approach to the conflict. The attacks demonstrated that the American and South Vietnamese forces had failed to effectively counter the threat posed by the Communist forces, and that they had underestimated the strength and determination of their opponents. In the wake of the Tet Offensive, the United States and South Vietnamese forces responded with a renewed sense of determination and purpose. The American military increased its troop levels in Vietnam and launched a series of aggressive military campaigns designed to counter the threat posed by the Communist forces. The American and South Vietnamese forces also shifted their approach to the conflict, with a greater emphasis on counterinsurgency tactics and efforts to win the hearts and minds of the Vietnamese people. The American military adopted a strategy known as clear and hold, in which troops were deployed to key areas to eliminate Communist forces and establish a permanent presence. The response of the United States and South Vietnamese forces was also marked by significant brutality and violence. The American military engaged in a range of tactics, including indiscriminate bombing campaigns and the use of chemical defoliants, such as Agent Orange. The South Vietnamese government also engaged in significant human rights abuses, including torture and the execution of suspected Communist sympathizers. Despite these efforts, the American and South Vietnamese forces were unable to decisively defeat the Communist forces. The conflict continued for several more years, with significant loss of life and resources on both sides. The Tet Offensive during the Vietnam War was a significant turning point in the conflict, and it had a profound impact on the response of the United States and South Vietnamese forces. The offensive exposed significant flaws in the approach of the American and South Vietnamese forces, and led to a significant shift in their approach to the conflict. While the response of the United States and South Vietnamese forces was marked by a renewed sense of determination and purpose, it was also marked by significant brutality and violence, and ultimately proved unsuccessful in achieving their objectives. The Tet Offensive remains a critical moment in the history of the Vietnam War, and serves as a reminder of the challenges posed by armed conflict and the complexities of military strategy. The Tet Offensive of 1968 marked a turning point in the Vietnam War. The surprise attack by North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces on cities and towns throughout South Vietnam shocked the American public, who had been assured by their leaders that the war was going well. The images of the fighting, broadcast on television for the first time, had a profound impact on public opinion, leading to a shift in attitudes towards the war and its conduct. This chapter will explore the impact of the Tet Offensive on the home front, including its effect on public opinion and the resulting political fallout. The Tet Offensive was a coordinated series of attacks that began on January 30, 1968, during the Vietnamese New Year or Tet. The North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces launched attacks on more than 100 towns and cities, including the capital, Saigon. The fighting was intense, with many urban areas being taken and then retaken by both sides. The American military, under the command of General William Westmoreland, eventually prevailed, but at a high cost in terms of both American and Vietnamese lives. The impact of the Tet Offensive on the American public was profound. For the first time, the fighting in Vietnam was brought into American living rooms through television. Viewers saw images of intense urban warfare, with buildings on fire, bodies in the streets, and American soldiers in the thick of the fighting. The coverage of the Tet Offensive was a turning point in the way that the war was reported, as it showed the realities of the conflict in a way that had not been seen before. The scenes of devastation and the loss of life shocked the American public, who had been led to believe that the war was going well and that victory was within reach. The impact of the Tet Offensive on public opinion was immediate and significant. Prior to the attack, the American public had largely supported the war effort, with polls showing that a majority believed that the war was necessary to contain the spread of communism. However, the images of the fighting and the realization that the war was far from over changed public opinion dramatically. A Gallup poll conducted in February 1968 showed that for the first time, a majority of Americans believed that sending troops to Vietnam was a mistake. The Tet Offensive also had a profound impact on the political landscape of the United States. The war had been a contentious issue in American politics for years, with anti-war protests and calls for withdrawal from Vietnam growing louder. However, the Tet Offensive was a game-changer, as it forced politicians to confront the realities of the war in a way that they had not done before. President Lyndon B. Johnson was particularly affected by the Tet Offensive. He had been a strong advocate for the war effort and had assured the American public that victory was within reach. However, the images of the fighting and the loss of life caused him to reevaluate his position. In a televised address to the nation on March 31, 1968, he announced that he would not seek re-election, citing the need to focus on domestic issues and the need for peace in Vietnam. The Tet Offensive also had an impact on the 1968 presidential election. The war had become a key issue in the campaign, with the Democratic and Republican candidates taking vastly different positions. The Democratic candidate, Vice President Hubert H. Humphrey, was seen as the continuation of the Johnson administration's policies, including the war effort. The Republican candidate, Richard M. Nixon, promised to end the war and bring the troops home. The impact of the Tet Offensive on the election was significant. The Democratic Party was deeply divided over the war, with anti-war activists protesting at the party's convention in August 1968. The coverage of the Tet Offensive by the media was a critical factor in shaping public opinion about the Vietnam War. The Tet Offensive was one of the most significant events of the war, and the media coverage of the offensive played a key role in influencing public perceptions of the conflict. The Tet Offensive was a major strategic and political setback for the United States and South Vietnamese forces, and it highlighted significant flaws in their approach to the conflict. The attacks were well planned and executed, and they demonstrated the ability of the Communist forces to launch large-scale and coordinated attacks on key strategic locations. The media coverage of the Tet Offensive was extensive, and it had a profound impact on public opinion about the conflict. The coverage of the attacks was graphic and intense, with images of the fighting and the destruction of key locations broadcast to audiences around the world. The coverage of the Tet Offensive also highlighted the human cost of the conflict, with images of wounded and dead soldiers and civilians making a significant impact on viewers. The coverage of the offensive also raised significant questions about the conduct of the war and the ability of the American military to achieve its objectives. The media coverage of the Tet Offensive was critical in shaping public opinion about the Vietnam War. The graphic and intense coverage of the attacks played a key role in undermining public support for the conflict and in increasing calls for the withdrawal of American troops from Vietnam. The media coverage of the Tet Offensive also had a significant impact on the American government's approach to the conflict. The graphic and intense coverage of the attacks put significant pressure on the government to change its approach to the war and to seek a negotiated settlement with the Communist forces. The media coverage of the Tet Offensive also had significant implications for the role of the media in shaping public opinion about armed conflict. The coverage of the offensive demonstrated the power of the media to shape public perceptions of the conflict and underscored the critical importance of accurate and impartial reporting in the conduct of military operations. The media coverage of the Tet Offensive was a critical factor in shaping public opinion about the Vietnam War. The graphic and intense coverage of the attacks played a key role in undermining public support for the conflict and in increasing pressure on the American government to change its approach to the conflict. The coverage of the offensive also highlighted the critical role of the media in shaping public perceptions of armed conflict and the need for accurate and impartial reporting in the conduct of military operations. The media coverage of the Tet Offensive remains a significant moment in the history of the Vietnam War and serves as a reminder of the power of the media to shape public opinion about armed conflict. The Tet Offensive of 1968 was a bold and daring move by the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces, which had a significant impact on the course of the Vietnam War. While it failed to achieve its immediate military objectives, the Tet Offensive dealt a severe blow to the morale and fighting capacity of the United States and its South Vietnamese allies. Next, we will examine the aftermath of the offensive, including its impact on the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong. The Tet Offensive was a massive gamble by the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong. Their goal was to launch a surprise attack on the cities and towns of South Vietnam during the Tet holiday, catching the American and South Vietnamese forces off guard and causing them to collapse under the weight of the assault. While the offensive succeeded in surprising the Americans and their allies, it ultimately failed to achieve its primary objectives. The North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces suffered heavy losses during the Tet Offensive. They lost many experienced fighters and commanders, and their ability to wage guerrilla warfare was weakened by the urban fighting. The heavy losses and the failure to achieve their primary objectives also dealt a blow to the morale of the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong. However, despite the setbacks, the Tet Offensive was not a complete failure for the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong. The offensive demonstrated that they were capable of striking at the heart of South Vietnam, and it inflicted heavy casualties on the American and South Vietnamese forces. The offensive also had a significant impact on the American public and political establishment, leading to a shift in public opinion and a reevaluation of the war effort. The Tet Offensive also had a profound impact on the strategy and tactics of the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong. While they continued to wage guerrilla warfare, they recognized the limitations of that approach and sought to adopt more conventional tactics, such as those employed during the Tet Offensive. The North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong also intensified their efforts to win the hearts and minds of the South Vietnamese people, recognizing the importance of the political and social dimensions of the conflict. The aftermath of the Tet Offensive also saw a shift in the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong's approach to the war. Prior to the offensive, the North Vietnamese had pursued a strategy of attrition, seeking to wear down the American and South Vietnamese forces over time. However, the Tet Offensive demonstrated that the war could not be won by military means alone. As a result, the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong shifted their focus to a combination of military and political means, seeking to win the support of the South Vietnamese people and to force the Americans and their allies to negotiate an end to the war. The North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong also sought to intensify their efforts to infiltrate and undermine the South Vietnamese government and military. They recognized that they could not win a conventional military victory over the American and South Vietnamese forces, but that they could undermine the government's legitimacy and effectiveness by sowing dissent and instability. The aftermath of the Tet Offensive also saw a shift in the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong's approach to diplomacy. They recognized the importance of winning international support for their cause and sought to cultivate relationships with other socialist and anti-colonialist states. They also sought to pressure the United States and its allies to negotiate an end to the war, recognizing that a military victory was unlikely. The aftermath of the Tet Offensive had a significant impact on the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong. While the offensive failed to achieve its immediate military objectives, it dealt a severe blow to the morale and fighting capacity of the American and South Vietnamese forces. The Tet Offensive during the Vietnam War was a critical moment in the history of the conflict, and it had a profound impact on the course of the war and on the history of Vietnam. The offensive was a major strategic and political setback for the United States and South Vietnamese forces, and it highlighted significant flaws in their approach to the conflict. The Tet Offensive also had a significant impact on the Vietnamese people, and it underscored the deep divisions within Vietnamese society. The offensive was launched by the Communist forces, and it demonstrated their determination and capability to fight for their vision of a unified and independent Vietnam. The offensive was also marked by significant brutality and violence, with both sides engaging in acts of torture, mutilation, and execution. The legacy of the Tet Offensive was complex, and it had significant implications for the course of the war and for the history of Vietnam. The offensive underscored the critical importance of timing and surprise in the conduct of military operations, and it demonstrated the vulnerabilities of the American and South Vietnamese forces. The offensive also highlighted the deep-seated divisions within Vietnamese society and the difficulty of achieving a unified and independent Vietnam. The offensive also had a significant impact on American public opinion, and it played a key role in undermining support for the war. The graphic and intense coverage of the attacks by the media played a critical role in shaping public perceptions of the conflict and in increasing pressure on the American government to change its approach to the war. The legacy of the Tet Offensive was also marked by significant changes in the course of the war. The American military shifted its approach to the conflict, with a greater emphasis on counterinsurgency tactics and efforts to win the hearts and minds of the Vietnamese people. The American military adopted a strategy known as clear and hold, in which troops were deployed to key areas to eliminate communist forces and establish a permanent presence. The legacy of the Tet Offensive also had significant implications for the history of Vietnam. The offensive underscored the deep-seated divisions within Vietnamese society and highlighted the critical importance of achieving a unified and independent Vietnam. The offensive ultimately contributed to the end of the conflict, with the signing of the Paris Peace Accords in 1973. The legacy of the Tet Offensive remains significant in the history of Vietnam, and it serves as a reminder of the devastating consequences of armed conflict. The offensive underscored the critical importance of timing and surprise in the conduct of military operations, and highlighted the deep-seated divisions within Vietnamese society. The offensive also played a critical role in shaping American public opinion and contributed to significant changes in the course of the war. The legacy of the Tet Offensive during the Vietnam War was complex and far-reaching. The offensive had a significant impact on the course of the war and on the history of Vietnam, and it underscored the critical importance of achieving a unified and independent Vietnam. The legacy of the Tet Offensive remains significant in the history of the Vietnam War, and it serves as a reminder of the challenges and complexities of armed conflict. Chapter 6. My Lai Massacre, Atrocities and War Crimes. The My Lai Massacre of 1968 was one of the darkest chapters in the history of the United States military. The incident, in which American soldiers killed over 500 unarmed Vietnamese civilians, shocked the world and sparked outrage and condemnation from around the globe. Next, we will examine the background to the massacre, including the mission and orders of the battalion involved. The events leading up to the My Lai Massacre began in the fall of 1967, when the Charlie Company of the 1st Battalion, 20th Infantry Regiment, 11th Infantry Brigade, 23rd Infantry Division, was sent to the province of Quang Ngai in South Vietnam. The battalion was tasked with conducting search and destroy missions in the area, which was known to be a stronghold of the Viet Cong. The mission of the 1st Battalion, 20th Infantry Regiment, was to find and destroy the enemy, and to disrupt their ability to operate in the area. The battalion was part of a broader effort by the United States military to win the war in Vietnam by defeating the Viet Cong and the North Vietnamese Army. The orders given to the battalion were broad and open-ended. They were instructed to use whatever means necessary to achieve their mission, including deadly force. The soldiers were also instructed to distinguish between civilians and combatants, but in practice this proved difficult. The Viet Cong often disguised themselves as civilians, making it difficult for American soldiers to differentiate between friend and foe. The battalion's commander, Lieutenant Colonel Frank Barker, was known for his aggressive approach to the war. He believed that the only way to defeat the Viet Cong was through a show of force, and he was willing to use any means necessary to achieve his objectives. Barker encouraged his soldiers to be aggressive and to take the fight to the enemy. The soldiers of Charlie Company were young and inexperienced, many of them fresh out of basic training. They were sent into a war zone where they faced an enemy that was difficult to distinguish from the civilian population. The soldiers were also under intense pressure to produce results, as the success of their mission was measured by the number of Viet Cong killed. As the war dragged on, the soldiers of Charlie Company became increasingly frustrated and disillusioned. They witnessed the deaths of their comrades and the destruction of villages and towns. The soldiers were also exposed to the horrors of the war, including the use of booby traps and landmines, and the brutal tactics of the Viet Cong. The combination of the soldiers' frustration, the aggressive tactics of their commander, and the open-ended nature of their orders set the stage for the My Lai massacre. On March 16, 1968, Charlie Company was sent to the village of My Lai to conduct a search and destroy mission. The soldiers were told that the village was a Viet Cong stronghold, and that they were to use deadly force to root out the enemy. What happened next was a tragedy of epic proportions. The soldiers of Charlie Company, under the command of Lieutenant William Calley, began shooting unarmed civilians, including women, children, and the elderly. They set fire to homes and destroyed crops. The soldiers showed no mercy, killing anyone who crossed their path. The My Lai massacre was a shock to the American public, who had been assured by their leaders that the war was being fought with honor and respect for human life. The incident was covered extensively by the media and sparked widespread outrage and condemnation. The soldiers involved were brought to trial, and some were found guilty of war crimes. The My Lai massacre was a tragic event that exposed the horrors of the Vietnam War. The mission and orders of the battalion involved were broad and open-ended, creating an environment where atrocities could occur. In the annals of military history, few units have achieved the infamy and notoriety of Charlie Company. Composed of young, eager soldiers from all walks of life, the company was thrust into the cauldron of the Vietnam War, tasked with carrying out the will of their superiors and the American government. Their actions would ultimately lead to one of the darkest chapters in the history of the United States Army. At its peak, Charlie Company was composed of approximately 130 soldiers, most of whom were fresh-faced, inexperienced teenagers, with a smattering of older seasoned veterans sprinkled throughout the ranks. The company was led by Captain Ernest Medina, a tough, no-nonsense officer who demanded nothing but the best from his troops. Under his command, Charlie Company was trained to be an elite fighting force, honing their skills in marksmanship, hand-to-hand combat, and tactical maneuvering. The soldiers of Charlie Company came from all corners of the United States, from big cities and small towns from the East Coast to the West. They were a diverse group, hailing from a variety of ethnic, racial, and religious backgrounds. Many were motivated by a sense of duty and patriotism, while others had joined the military as a means of escaping poverty or dead-end jobs. Some had dreams of becoming career soldiers, while others simply wanted to do their part and then return to civilian life. Despite their differences, the soldiers of Charlie Company shared a bond forged by the rigors of basic training and the dangers of combat. They were a tight-knit group, relying on each other for survival and support. In the jungles of Vietnam, there was no room for individualism or selfishness. The only way to make it through the day was to work together, to watch each other's backs, and to trust in the training and discipline instilled by their officers. The troops of Charlie Company were outfitted with the latest in military technology, including M16 rifles, M79 grenade launchers, and M60 machine guns. They carried packs filled with ammunition, rations, and other essentials, and wore jungle fatigues and helmets to protect them from the elements and enemy fire. They were trained to move quickly and quietly through the dense vegetation of the Vietnamese countryside, using their knowledge of the terrain to outmaneuver the enemy. As they advanced through the jungles and rice paddies of Vietnam, the soldiers of Charlie Company encountered a variety of obstacles and challenges. They faced booby traps, snipers, and ambushes, and had to adapt to the ever-changing tactics of their elusive enemy. The dense foliage and treacherous terrain made it difficult to maintain communication and coordinate movements, and the constant threat of attack wore down the soldiers' morale and resolve. The soldiers of Charlie Company were not immune to the psychological toll of combat. Many experienced fear, anxiety, and depression, and struggled to cope with the violence and death they witnessed on a daily basis. Some turned to drugs or alcohol as a means of escape, while others relied on the camaraderie of their fellow soldiers for support. Despite their efforts to maintain a tough, stoic exterior, the soldiers of Charlie Company were human beings, with all the vulnerabilities and weaknesses that come with that. As the war in Vietnam dragged on, the actions of Charlie Company would come under intense scrutiny. In March of 1968, a platoon of soldiers from the company launched a brutal attack on the small village of My Lai, killing over 500 unarmed civilians, including women, children, and the elderly. The incident would be exposed to the world, sparking outrage and condemnation, and leading to investigations, court-martials, and years of legal battles. The events of the day on March 16, 1968, in the village of My Lai, were some of the most horrific in the history of the Vietnam War. American soldiers from the Charlie Company of the 1st Battalion, 20th Infantry Regiment, 11th Infantry Brigade, 23rd Infantry Division, carried out a brutal and senseless attack on the village, killing over 500 unarmed Vietnamese civilians. The soldiers of Charlie Company arrived in My Lai early on the morning of March 16, 1968. They were led by Lieutenant William Calley, who had been ordered by his superiors to conduct a search and destroy mission in the village. The soldiers were told that the village was a Viet Cong stronghold, and that they were to use deadly force to root out the enemy. As the soldiers moved through the village, they encountered unarmed civilians, including women, children, and the elderly. They began shooting indiscriminately, killing anyone who crossed their path. The soldiers also set fire to homes and destroyed crops. The rampage lasted for several hours, and the soldiers showed no mercy to the innocent civilians. The slaughter of civilians that took place in My Lai was a horrific and senseless act of violence. The soldiers of Charlie Company killed over 500 unarmed civilians, including children and the elderly. Many of the victims were raped, tortured, and mutilated. The soldiers also destroyed homes and crops, leaving the village in ruins. The events of the day were a tragedy of epic proportions. The soldiers of Charlie Company had been ordered to conduct a search and destroy mission, but they had gone far beyond what was necessary to achieve their mission. The rampage and slaughter of civilians in My Lai were a violation of international law and a stain on the honor of the American military. The My Lai massacre was also a turning point in the Vietnam War. The incident exposed the brutality and senselessness of the war, and sparked widespread outrage and condemnation from around the world. The incident was covered extensively by the media, and the soldiers involved were brought to trial. The soldiers of Charlie Company were charged with war crimes, and some were found guilty. Lieutenant Calley was convicted of the murder of 22 civilians, and was sentenced to life in prison. However, he was later released after serving only 3.5 years under house arrest. The events of the day in My Lai remain a dark chapter in the history of the Vietnam War. The rampage and slaughter of civilians were a tragic and senseless act of violence that will never be forgotten. The incident served as a reminder of the horrors of war and the need to respect the dignity and sanctity of human life. The events of the day in My Lai on March 16, 1968, were a horrific and senseless act of violence. The soldiers of Charlie Company carried out a brutal rampage and slaughtered unarmed civilians, leaving the village in ruins. The incident was a turning point in the Vietnam War and exposed the brutality and senselessness of the conflict. The soldiers involved were brought to trial, but the scars of the massacre will never fully heal. In the annals of military history, few events have been as shrouded in secrecy and deceit as the massacre at My Lai. As news of the atrocities began to filter out, the American government and military leadership were faced with a dilemma: how to explain and justify the actions of the soldiers involved, and how to prevent the scandal from tarnishing the reputation of the United States Army. The initial reports of the incident were vague and incomplete, with little mention of the scale of the carnage or the fact that the victims were unarmed civilians. Military officials downplayed the severity of the attack, casting it as a routine operation against Viet Cong insurgents. The soldiers involved were hailed as heroes, praised for their bravery and dedication in the face of enemy resistance. But as more information began to emerge, it became clear that something was amiss. Journalists and human rights groups began to investigate the incident, conducting interviews with survivors and eyewitnesses. They uncovered evidence of a horrific massacre, with soldiers shooting and bayoneting civilians, throwing grenades into homes, and even raping and mutilating women and children. As the scope of the atrocities became clear, the American military and government were forced to confront the ugly reality of what had happened at My Lai. They launched investigations, convened courts-martial, and attempted to distance themselves from the actions of the soldiers involved. At the same time, they sought to contain the damage to the reputation of the Army and the United States. They downplayed the severity of the incident, arguing that it was an isolated occurrence carried out by a few rogue soldiers. They attempted to shift the blame onto the Viet Cong, painting them as ruthless terrorists who had forced the soldiers to take extreme measures. In this way, the American government and military leadership engaged in a massive cover-up, attempting to conceal the true nature of the My Lai massacre from the public and the international community. They were aided in this effort by the media, which largely ignored or downplayed the incident in the early days, focusing instead on the military's attempts to bring the perpetrators to justice. But despite their efforts, the truth could not be suppressed forever. As more evidence emerged, public outrage grew, and pressure mounted on the government to come clean about what had happened at My Lai. In 1971, the journalist Seymour Hersh published a series of articles in the New York Times that exposed the extent of the cover-up and the complicity of senior military officials in the attempt to conceal the atrocities. The revelations of the My Lai massacre had a profound impact on the American public and the military. They shattered the myth of American exceptionalism and exposed the brutality and inhumanity of the Vietnam War. They led to a crisis of confidence in the government and military leadership, and sparked a wave of anti-war protests and demonstrations. In the end, the attempts to cover up the My Lai massacre were a futile and ultimately damaging endeavor. They eroded the trust and credibility of the American government and military, and demonstrated the dangers of denying the truth and ignoring the horrors of war. The legacy of My Lai continues to haunt the United States to this day, serving as a cautionary tale of the consequences of unchecked power and moral blindness. The My Lai massacre of 1968 was a dark chapter in the history of the United States military. The incident, in which American soldiers killed over 500 unarmed Vietnamese civilians, shocked the world and sparked outrage and condemnation from around the globe. However, the truth about what happened in My Lai might never have come to light were it not for the efforts of one whistleblower, Ron Ridenour. Ron Ridenour was a helicopter door gunner in the 11th Infantry Brigade in Vietnam. He was not present at the My Lai massacre, but he had heard rumors about the incident from other soldiers. Ridenour was disturbed by the rumors, and he decided to investigate the incident himself. Ridenour began by conducting interviews with soldiers who had been present at My Lai. He collected information and evidence, and he compiled a report on the incident. The report detailed the brutal and senseless attack on the unarmed civilians in My Lai, and identified the soldiers who had been involved in the massacre. Ridenour's report was a bombshell. It revealed the truth about the massacre and the extent of the soldiers' crimes. Ridenour recognized the importance of getting the report to the right people, so he sent copies to the Pentagon, the State Department, the White House, and various members of Congress. The reaction to Ridenour's report was immediate and profound. The report sparked a full-scale investigation into the incident and led to the prosecution of the soldiers involved. Ridenour's report also brought the My Lai massacre to the attention of the American public, sparking outrage and condemnation. Ridenour's investigation and reporting on the My Lai massacre were a courageous act of whistleblowing. He risked his career and his safety to expose the truth about the incident, and his efforts led to the prosecution of the soldiers involved. However, Ridenour's efforts were not without consequences. He faced hostility and intimidation from some of his fellow soldiers, who viewed him as a traitor. Ridenour was also harassed and threatened by members of the military establishment, who viewed his reporting as a threat to their authority. Despite the challenges he faced, Ridenour remained committed to the truth. He recognized the importance of exposing the brutality and senselessness of the My Lai massacre and the need to hold those responsible accountable for their actions. In summary, Ron Ridenour's investigation and reporting on the My Lai massacre were a crucial part of the effort to expose the truth about the incident. His report brought the My Lai massacre to the attention of the American public and sparked outrage and condemnation. Ridenour's whistleblowing was a courageous act that exposed the brutality and senselessness of the Vietnam War and helped to hold those responsible for the My Lai massacre accountable for their actions. Ridenour's legacy is a reminder of the importance of speaking truth to power and the need to hold those in authority accountable for their actions. The aftermath of the My Lai massacre saw a flurry of legal proceedings and investigations, as the American military and government attempted to hold those responsible for the atrocities accountable for their actions. The soldiers involved in the attack were charged with a variety of crimes, ranging from murder and rape to dereliction of duty and obstruction of justice. Their trials would be among the most highly publicized and controversial in the history of the United States military. The legal proceedings began in late 1970, when Lieutenant William Calley, the commanding officer of the platoon that carried out the attack, was charged with murder and other crimes. Calley was the first soldier to be brought to trial, and his case would become a lightning rod for public opinion and debate. Calley's defense team argued that he had been following orders from his superiors, who had instructed him to waste the villagers in the area of My Lai. They claimed that Calley had been under extreme stress and duress, and had simply been carrying out the will of his superiors. The prosecution countered that Calley had acted with premeditation and malice, ordering his men to kill innocent civilians in a deliberate and calculated manner. They presented evidence of Calley's involvement in the massacre, including eyewitness testimony and photographic evidence. The trial of William Calley was highly charged, with emotions running high on both sides. The jury ultimately found Calley guilty of murder and sentenced him to life in prison. The verdict sparked widespread controversy and outrage, with many Americans arguing that Calley had been made a scapegoat for the larger failures of the military and government in Vietnam. In the years that followed, other soldiers involved in the My Lai massacre were also brought to trial. Some were acquitted, while others were found guilty and sentenced to prison. The trials were marked by a complex interplay of legal, political, and social factors, with public opinion and media coverage playing a major role in the outcome of the cases. The trials of the soldiers involved in the My Lai massacre highlighted the challenges of prosecuting war crimes and holding soldiers accountable for their actions in the midst of combat. They also exposed the deep divisions and controversies surrounding the Vietnam War, and the fraught relationship between the military and the American public. In the end, the trials of the soldiers involved in the My Lai massacre were a flawed and incomplete attempt to address the horrors of war and the accountability of those who wage it. They exposed the limits of the American justice system in the face of complex and ambiguous moral dilemmas, and served as a cautionary tale of the dangers of unchecked power and moral blindness. The My Lai massacre of 1968 was a shocking and horrifying event that exposed the brutality and senselessness of the Vietnam War. The incident, in which American soldiers killed over 500 unarmed Vietnamese civilians, sparked outrage and condemnation from around the world. However, the truth about what happened in My Lai might never have come to light were it not for the efforts of the media, who played a crucial role in exposing the incident and holding those responsible accountable for their actions. The media coverage of the My Lai massacre was extensive and far-reaching. The incident was covered by newspapers, television news programs, and magazines, and the coverage was relentless. The media coverage of the massacre sparked widespread outrage and condemnation from around the world, and helped to expose the brutality and senselessness of the war. The media coverage of the massacre began with the publication of a story in the Cleveland Plain Dealer in November 1969. The story, written by investigative journalist Seymour Hersh, detailed the events of the massacre and exposed the soldiers responsible for the crime. The story was a bombshell, and it sparked a full-scale investigation into the incident. The media coverage of the My Lai massacre also had a significant impact on public opinion. The incident was a turning point in the Vietnam War, and it exposed the brutality and senselessness of the conflict. The media coverage of the massacre led to widespread outrage and condemnation, and it fueled the anti-war movement in the United States. The coverage of the My Lai massacre also exposed the limitations of government censorship and propaganda. The military establishment had attempted to downplay the incident and to keep it out of the public eye, but the media coverage of the massacre exposed the truth about what had happened in My Lai. The media coverage of the My Lai massacre also had an impact on the soldiers who had been involved in the incident. The coverage of the massacre brought the soldiers to trial and helped to hold them accountable for their actions. The media coverage of the massacre also exposed the soldiers to public scrutiny and condemnation, which had a profound impact on their lives and careers. The media coverage of the My Lai massacre was not without controversy, however. Some members of the military establishment and the government viewed the media coverage of the incident as a threat to their authority and power. They attempted to discredit the media coverage of the massacre and to downplay the significance of the incident. Despite the challenges and controversies, the media coverage of the My Lai massacre was a crucial part of the effort to expose the truth about the incident and to hold those responsible accountable for their actions. The media coverage of the massacre helped to change public opinion about the Vietnam War and contributed to the eventual end of the conflict. The media coverage of the My Lai massacre was a crucial part of the effort to expose the truth about the incident and to hold those responsible accountable for their actions. The coverage of the massacre sparked widespread outrage and condemnation from around the world and helped to expose the brutality and senselessness of the war. The media coverage of the My Lai massacre also had an impact on public opinion and helped to fuel the anti-war movement in the United States. The coverage of the massacre was a testament to the power of the media to expose the truth and to hold those in authority accountable for their actions. The My Lai massacre was a turning point in the Vietnam War, not only for the American military and government, but also for the international community. The incident sparked outrage and condemnation around the world, with many accusing the United States of committing war crimes and violating international law. In the aftermath of the massacre, human rights groups and international organizations launched investigations and called for accountability. The accusations ranged from violations of the Geneva Conventions to crimes against humanity, with many arguing that the United States had lost its moral authority and credibility in the eyes of the world. The United Nations and other international bodies condemned the actions of the American soldiers involved in the attack, with many calling for a complete withdrawal of American troops from Vietnam. The Soviet Union and other communist nations seized on the incident to further their own propaganda efforts, portraying the United States as an imperialist aggressor and a violator of human rights. The accusations of war crimes and atrocities would continue to dog the American military and government for years to come. They exposed the moral and legal ambiguities of the Vietnam War and raised fundamental questions about the nature and legitimacy of American foreign policy. The international response to the My Lai massacre also underscored the importance of upholding the principles of international law and human rights, even in the midst of armed conflict. The incident served as a stark reminder of the horrific consequences of unchecked power and moral blindness, and the need for greater accountability and transparency in the conduct of military operations. Ultimately, the My Lai massacre would become a symbol of the darkest aspects of the Vietnam War, and a cautionary tale of the dangers of losing sight of basic human values in the pursuit of geopolitical goals. The international response to the incident would help shape the course of American foreign policy for decades to come, and highlight the complex and often conflicting demands of morality, politics, and military strategy. The My Lai massacre of 1968 was a brutal and senseless attack on unarmed Vietnamese civilians, which left over 500 people dead. The event, which was carried out by American soldiers from the Charlie Company, had a profound impact on those who survived the attack and on the troops who had been involved. Next, we will examine the aftermath of the massacre, including the trauma experienced by survivors and the impact on the troops. The survivors of the My Lai massacre experienced a level of trauma that is difficult to imagine. Many of them lost family members and loved ones, and they witnessed unspeakable acts of violence and brutality. The trauma experienced by the survivors was compounded by the fact that they had been targeted for no reason other than their ethnicity. The aftermath of the massacre was a time of deep sorrow and grief for the survivors. They struggled to come to terms with the loss of their loved ones and to rebuild their lives in the aftermath of the attack. The trauma experienced by the survivors of the massacre is a lasting legacy of the My Lai massacre, and it serves as a reminder of the profound impact of violence and brutality on innocent people. The impact of the My Lai massacre on the troops who had been involved was also significant. The soldiers who had carried out the attack were exposed to violence and brutality on a level that was difficult to comprehend. They witnessed and participated in acts of violence that were in direct opposition to the values and ideals that they had been trained to uphold. The aftermath of the massacre was a time of reflection and introspection for many of the soldiers involved. They struggled to come to terms with what had happened and to reconcile the brutality of the attack with the ideals and values that they had been taught to uphold. The impact of the My Lai massacre on the troops who had been involved was profound, and it had a lasting impact on their lives and careers. The My Lai massacre also had a broader impact on the American military and the nation as a whole. The incident exposed the brutality and senselessness of the Vietnam War, and it sparked widespread outrage and condemnation. The massacre contributed to the growing anti-war movement in the United States and helped to change public opinion about the war. The aftermath of the My Lai massacre was a time of reckoning and reflection for the American military and the nation as a whole. The incident served as a stark reminder of the dangers of war and the need to respect the dignity and sanctity of human life. The impact of the My Lai massacre on the survivors, the troops, and the nation as a whole is a lasting legacy of the tragedy, and it serves as a reminder of the importance of upholding the values and ideals that define us as a people. The aftermath of the My Lai massacre was a time of deep reflection and introspection for the survivors, the troops, and the nation as a whole. The trauma experienced by the survivors of the massacre and the impact on the troops who had been involved were profound and lasting. The massacre served as a stark reminder of the dangers of war and the need to respect the dignity and sanctity of human life. The impact of the My Lai massacre on the American military and the nation as a whole is a lasting legacy of the tragedy, and it serves as a reminder of the need to uphold the values and ideals that define us as a people. As Edward Gibbon wrote in his seminal work, The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, the consequences of military actions can be far-reaching and long-lasting. Such was the case with the My Lai massacre, a tragic event that occurred during the Vietnam War and had profound implications for military justice and the memory of the conflict. The My Lai massacre, which took place on March 16, 1968, was a brutal and senseless act of violence committed by U.S. Army soldiers against unarmed civilians in the hamlet of My Lai, in the Quang Ngai province of South Vietnam. Over the course of several hours, soldiers from the Charlie Company killed hundreds of men, women, and children, many of whom were elderly, disabled, or infants. The massacre was an egregious violation of the laws of war and the basic principles of humanity. The immediate aftermath of the My Lai massacre was characterized by a cover-up, as soldiers and officials within the military sought to downplay or conceal the extent of the atrocity. It was not until several months later, when a series of investigative reports by journalists and a congressional inquiry brought the massacre to light, that the full scope of the horror became apparent. The revelations of the My Lai massacre sparked a public outcry and a crisis of conscience for many Americans who had previously supported the war effort. One of the most significant legacies of the My Lai massacre was the impact it had on military justice. The trial of Lieutenant William Calley, the officer in charge of the Charlie Company unit that committed the massacre, became a highly publicized and controversial event. Calley was eventually found guilty of murder and sentenced to life in prison, although his sentence was later reduced to house arrest. The trial and conviction of Calley highlighted the need for greater accountability and transparency in the military justice system, and served as a warning against the abuses of power that can occur in times of war. The My Lai massacre also had a profound impact on the memory of the Vietnam War. It was one of the most shocking and horrifying incidents of the conflict, and it helped to turn public opinion against the war effort. The images and accounts of the massacre that were published in newspapers and magazines across the country were seared into the minds of millions of Americans and contributed to a growing sense of disillusionment and despair about the war. The My Lai massacre represented a failure of American ideals and a betrayal of the trust that the public had placed in the military. Despite the efforts of some to downplay or ignore the significance of the My Lai massacre, its legacy has endured. The massacre remains a symbol of the atrocities that can occur in war, and a cautionary tale about the need for accountability and transparency in the military. The memory of the My Lai massacre has also had a lasting impact on the way that Americans view war and their country's role in international conflicts. It has served as a reminder of the human cost of war and of the importance of respecting the rights and dignity of all people, regardless of their nationality or political beliefs. The legacy of the My Lai massacre has been one of tragedy, but also of reflection and introspection. The massacre was a shocking and appalling act of violence, but its aftermath helped to strengthen the principles of military justice and underscore the need for greater accountability in times of war. The memory of the My Lai massacre continues to serve as a cautionary tale about the horrors of war, and a reminder of the importance of upholding basic human rights and values, even in the midst of conflict. Chapter 7. The Anti-War Movement, Protests and Dissent at Home. The Vietnam War was one of the most divisive and controversial conflicts in American history. The war was opposed by many Americans, who believed that it was a senseless and unjust conflict that was causing unnecessary suffering and death. The anti-war movement, which emerged in the 1960s, played a crucial role in shaping public opinion and bringing an end to the war. Next, we will examine the origins of the anti-war movement, including the early activists and their motivations. The origins of the anti-war movement can be traced back to the early 1960s, when a small group of activists began to speak out against the war in Vietnam. These activists, who included peace activists, civil rights leaders, and students, were motivated by a variety of factors, including a belief in nonviolence, a commitment to social justice, and a desire to end the suffering caused by the war. The early activists of the anti-war movement were an eclectic group. Some were pacifists who believed that all forms of violence were wrong, while others were civil rights leaders who saw the war as a distraction from the fight for racial equality. Still, others were students who had been radicalized by the social and political upheaval of the time. Regardless of their backgrounds and motivations, the early activists of the anti-war movement were united in their opposition to the war in Vietnam. They saw the war as a senseless and unjust conflict that was causing unnecessary suffering and death, both for American soldiers and Vietnamese civilians. The early activists of the anti-war movement were also motivated by a desire to hold their government accountable for its actions. They saw the war in Vietnam as a symptom of a larger problem, a government that was more interested in pursuing its own interests than in serving the needs of its citizens. The anti-war movement was a way for these activists to demand change and to hold their government accountable for its actions. The early activists of the anti-war movement faced significant challenges in their efforts to end the war. They were often dismissed as unpatriotic or even as enemies of the state. They faced hostility and opposition from those who supported the war, and they were often subject to harassment and intimidation. Despite these challenges, the early activists of the anti-war movement persevered. They organized protests, marches, and demonstrations, and they used the media to spread their message and to raise awareness of the human toll of the war. Over time, their efforts helped to change public opinion about the war, and they played a crucial role in bringing an end to the conflict. The origins of the anti-war movement can be traced back to the early 1960s, when a small group of activists began to speak out against the war in Vietnam. These early activists were motivated by a variety of factors, including a belief in non-violence, a commitment to social justice, and a desire to end the suffering caused by the war. They faced significant challenges in their efforts to end the war, but they persevered and played a crucial role in shaping public opinion and bringing an end to the conflict. The anti-war movement was a testament to the power of activism and to the importance of holding those in power accountable for their actions. As Edward Gibbon observed in The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, the actions of individuals and groups can have profound effects on the course of history. Such was the case with the emergence of the Students for a Democratic Society, SDS, a student activist organization that played a significant role in the social and political upheavals of the 1960s. The SDS was founded in 1960, at a time when the United States was undergoing significant changes in its social and political landscape. The Cold War and the threat of nuclear annihilation loomed large, and the country was still grappling with issues of racial inequality and segregation. The SDS was born out of a desire to address these issues and to create a more just and democratic society. The early years of the SDS were characterized by a commitment to nonviolence and a focus on issues such as civil rights and economic inequality. The organization was founded on the principles of participatory democracy and direct action, and it quickly gained a following among college students and other young people who were dissatisfied with the status quo. One of the defining moments in the history of the SDS came in 1964, when the organization published its landmark document, the Port Huron Statement. The statement was a manifesto of sorts, in which the SDS laid out its vision for a more democratic and just society. It called for an end to the Cold War, greater participation by citizens in the political process, and an end to discrimination and inequality of all kinds. The Port Huron Statement became a rallying cry for the student movement, and helped to galvanize a generation of young people who were eager to make their voices heard. The SDS quickly became one of the most visible and influential student organizations of the 1960s. It organized protests and demonstrations on college campuses across the country, and played a key role in the civil rights movement, the anti-war movement, and the environmental movement. The SDS was instrumental in organizing the March on Washington in 1963, and in mobilizing opposition to the Vietnam War. The emergence of the SDS had a profound impact on American society and politics. It helped to shift the focus of the civil rights movement from legal challenges to direct action and protest, and it played a key role in mobilizing opposition to the Vietnam War. The SDS also contributed to the growing sense of disillusionment and dissatisfaction that many Americans felt with their government and their society. It gave voice to a generation of young people who were eager to challenge the status quo and to create a better, more just world. However, the SDS was not without its controversies and challenges. As the organization grew in size and influence, it became increasingly divided over issues such as tactics, strategy, and ideology. Some members of the SDS advocated for more radical and confrontational tactics, while others sought to maintain a focus on nonviolence and peaceful protest. These divisions eventually led to the organization's demise in the early 1970s. Despite its eventual dissolution, the legacy of the SDS lives on. The organization helped to spark a wave of student activism that continues to this day, and it played a key role in the social and political changes of the 1960s. The SDS was a powerful reminder of the potential of young people to effect change, and of the importance of standing up for one's beliefs and values. The emergence of the Students for a Democratic Society was a pivotal moment in the history of the United States. The organization helped to mobilize a generation of young people who were eager to challenge the status quo and to create a more just and democratic society. The SDS played a key role in the civil rights movement, the anti-war movement, and the environmental movement, and it helped to shift the political and social landscape of the country. The anti-war movement of the 1960s was a time of social and political upheaval in the United States. It was also a time of great artistic creativity, and music played a crucial role in shaping public opinion and rallying support for the movement. In particular, the protest songs of Bob Dylan and Joan Baez helped to define the anti-war movement and to inspire a generation of activists. Hence, we will examine the role of music in the anti-war movement, including the power of protest songs and the impact of Bob Dylan and Joan Baez on the movement. Music played a crucial role in the anti-war movement, serving as a powerful tool for mobilizing support and raising awareness of the human toll of the war. Protest songs, in particular, became an important part of the movement, with artists using their music to express their opposition to the war and to call for change. Bob Dylan and Joan Baez were two of the most influential artists of the anti-war movement, using their music to articulate the feelings of a generation and to call for an end to the conflict. Dylan's songs such as Blowin' in the Wind and Masters of War became anthems of the movement, with their simple melodies and powerful lyrics capturing the spirit of the times. Baez, on the other hand, used her voice to raise awareness of the human toll of the war, performing at rallies and demonstrations and using her music to inspire a generation of activists. The power of protest songs lay in their ability to articulate the feelings of a generation and to inspire people to action. Protest songs helped to create a sense of community and solidarity among anti-war activists, with their music serving as a unifying force for a movement that was often divided and fragmented. The impact of Bob Dylan and Joan Baez on the anti-war movement was significant, with their music helping to shape public opinion and to mobilize support for the cause. Their music inspired a generation of activists, and their message of peace and social justice resonated with a wide range of people, from college students to working-class Americans. In addition to Dylan and Baez, there were many other artists who used their music to support the anti-war movement. Artists such as Pete Seeger, Phil Ochs, and Creedence Clearwater Revival all contributed to the movement, using their music to raise awareness of the human toll of the war and to call for an end to the conflict. The role of music in the anti-war movement is a testament to the power of art to inspire change and to bring people together. Protest songs served as a powerful tool for mobilizing support and raising awareness of the human toll of the war. The music of Bob Dylan and Joan Baez in particular helped to define the anti-war movement and to inspire a generation of activists. The impact of their music on the movement was significant, helping to shape public opinion and to mobilize support for the cause. The legacy of their music serves as a reminder of the power of art to inspire change and to make a difference in the world. As Edward Gibbon observed in his The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, the actions of citizens can have profound impacts on the course of history. Such was the case with the massive demonstrations of 1969-70, including the moratoriums and the March on Washington, which played a significant role in shaping public opinion and policy regarding the Vietnam War. The moratoriums were a series of demonstrations and protests that took place in 1969 and 1970, organized by a coalition of anti-war groups and individuals. The first moratorium, held on October 15, 1969, was a national day of protest and included marches, rallies, and teach-ins on college campuses and in cities across the United States. The second moratorium, held on November 15, 1969, was even larger, with hundreds of thousands of people participating in demonstrations and marches. The moratoriums were significant for several reasons. First, they represented a growing shift in public opinion regarding the Vietnam War. As the war dragged on and the casualty counts rose, more and more Americans began to question the wisdom and morality of the conflict. The moratoriums were a visible and powerful expression of this growing dissent, and helped to galvanize opposition to the war. Second, the moratoriums demonstrated the power of citizen activism and protest. The demonstrations were largely peaceful and nonviolent, but they were also passionate and determined. The moratoriums showed that ordinary citizens had the power to make their voices heard and to demand change from their government. The March on Washington, which took place on November 15, 1969, was another significant event in the anti-war movement. The march was organized by the New Mobilization Committee to End the War in Vietnam, a coalition of anti-war groups, and it drew an estimated 500,000 participants to the nation's capital. The march included speeches by anti-war activists, musicians, and politicians, and culminated in a mass rally on the National Mall. The March on Washington was significant for several reasons. First, it was one of the largest and most visible anti-war demonstrations in American history. The sheer size and scope of the march made it impossible to ignore, and helped to put pressure on the government to take action to end the war. Second, the March on Washington represented a turning point in the anti-war movement. The demonstrations and protests of the previous years had largely been limited to college campuses and other specific locations. The March on Washington, by contrast, brought together a diverse group of people from all over the country and helped to create a sense of solidarity and shared purpose among anti-war activists. The moratoriums and the March on Washington had a significant impact on American society and politics. They helped to shift public opinion regarding the Vietnam War and put pressure on the government to take action to end the conflict. They also demonstrated the power of citizen activism and protest, and helped to inspire a generation of young people to become more politically engaged. The moratoriums and the March on Washington were pivotal moments in the history of the United States. These massive demonstrations demonstrated the power of citizen activism and protest, and helped to shift public opinion regarding the Vietnam War. They represented a turning point in the anti-war movement, and helped to inspire a new generation of young people to become more politically engaged and to demand change from their government. The Kent State shootings of May 4, 1970, were a tragic and defining moment in the history of the American anti-war movement. The incident, in which National Guardsmen fired on unarmed student protesters at Kent State University, left 4 people dead and 9 others injured. The event shocked the nation and sparked widespread outrage and condemnation, and it served as a stark reminder of the human toll of the Vietnam War. Now, we will examine the Kent State shootings, including the events leading up to the tragedy and its impact on the anti-war movement. The Kent State shootings were the result of a tense confrontation between student protesters and National Guardsmen. The protests had been sparked by the decision of President Nixon to invade Cambodia in the spring of 1970. The decision had ignited a new wave of anti-war protests across the country, with students at Kent State University staging a series of protests and rallies to express their opposition to the war. On May 4, 1970, tensions between the students and the National Guardsmen came to a head. The National Guardsmen, who had been called in to maintain order on the campus, faced a crowd of several hundred student protesters who were gathered on the university's commons. The protesters were chanting slogans and throwing rocks and other objects at the guardsmen. In response, the National Guardsmen opened fire on the protesters, killing 4 people and injuring 9 others. The incident shocked the nation and sparked widespread outrage and condemnation, with many people questioning the use of deadly force against unarmed student protesters. The Kent State shootings had a profound impact on the anti-war movement. The incident fueled a new wave of protests and demonstrations, with thousands of people taking to the streets to express their opposition to the war and to demand an end to the violence. The shootings also served as a wake-up call for many Americans, highlighting the human toll of the conflict and underscoring the need for a more peaceful and just approach to resolving the conflict. The Kent State shootings also had a broader impact on American society. The incident served as a stark reminder of the dangers of unchecked state power and the need for greater respect for the rights and dignity of all people. The shootings prompted a new wave of activism and social change, with many people becoming more politically engaged and active in the years that followed. The Kent State shootings of 1970 were a tragic and defining moment in the history of the American anti-war movement. The incident, in which National Guardsmen fired on unarmed student protesters, left 4 people dead and 9 others injured, and it sparked widespread outrage and condemnation. The shootings had a profound impact on the anti-war movement, fueling a new wave of protests and demonstrations and highlighting the human toll of the conflict. The legacy of the Kent State shootings serves as a reminder of the need for greater respect for human rights and dignity, and the importance of challenging unchecked state power. As Edward Gibbon wrote in his magnum opus, The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, the actions of individuals and groups can have significant consequences on the course of history. Such was the case with the Weathermen, a radical leftist group that emerged in the late 1960s and early 1970s, and whose turn to violence and extremism had a significant impact on the political and social landscape of the United States. The Weathermen were a faction of the Students for a Democratic Society, SDS, a student activist organization that had been at the forefront of the anti-war movement in the late 1960s. The Weathermen emerged in 1969 as a response to the perceived failure of nonviolent protests and other forms of activism to achieve their goals. The Weathermen were a small but influential group of young people who believed in the need for violent revolution to bring about social and political change. The Weathermen were responsible for a series of bombings and other acts of violence in the early 1970s. Their targets included government buildings, banks, and other symbols of capitalist power. The Weathermen were also involved in a number of violent clashes with police and other law enforcement officials. The turn to violence and extremism by the Weathermen had a significant impact on the anti-war movement and on American society more broadly. The Weathermen represented a radical departure from the nonviolent activism and protest that had been the hallmark of the anti-war movement up to that point. Their actions and rhetoric alienated many of the more moderate and mainstream members of the movement, and contributed to a growing sense of fear and anxiety among the general public. The Weathermen also played a role in the rise of the law and order politics of the 1970s, which sought to crack down on crime and dissent. The bombings and other acts of violence by the Weathermen helped to create a climate of fear and distrust, and provided ammunition for those who sought to portray the anti-war movement as a threat to American society. The Weathermen themselves were eventually brought down by a combination of internal divisions and law enforcement pressure. Many members of the group went into hiding or were arrested, and the group eventually disbanded in the mid-1970s. The legacy of the Weathermen is a complicated and controversial one. On the one hand, the group represented a radical and extreme response to the perceived failure of traditional forms of activism to effect change. They were a product of a time of great upheaval and uncertainty, and they represented a challenge to the status quo and to the established power structures of American society. On the other hand, the turn to violence and extremism by the Weathermen was a dangerous and misguided approach that ultimately undermined the goals and aspirations of the anti-war movement. The Weathermen's actions and rhetoric played into the hands of those who sought to portray the anti-war movement as a threat to American society and contributed to a climate of fear and division. The Weathermen and their turn to violence and extremism were a significant moment in the history of the United States. They represented a radical departure from the nonviolent activism and protest that had been the hallmark of the anti-war movement up to that point, and their actions and rhetoric had a significant impact on American society and politics. While the Weathermen were a product of a time of great upheaval and uncertainty, their legacy serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of extremism and violence in pursuit of social and political change. The women's movement of the 1960s and 1970s was a time of great social and political change in the United States. Women were fighting for equal rights and opportunities, challenging gender norms and stereotypes, and pushing for greater representation in the political and social spheres. The women's movement was also closely connected to the anti-war cause, with many women seeing the fight for peace as a natural extension of their struggle for equality. Next, we will examine the connection between feminism and pacifism, and the role of women in the anti-war movement. The connection between feminism and pacifism has a long and rich history. Women have long been at the forefront of peace movements, using their voices and their activism to advocate for nonviolent solutions to conflicts. Women's peace organizations have existed for over a century, with women around the world organizing to promote disarmament, human rights, and conflict resolution. The women's movement of the 1960s and 1970s was no exception. Women were deeply involved in the anti-war movement, using their activism to raise awareness of the human toll of the Vietnam War and to call for an end to the conflict. Women were not only protesting on the streets, but they were also writing, speaking, and organizing to promote peace and nonviolence. The connection between feminism and pacifism was grounded in a common belief in the need for greater social justice and equality. Women saw the fight for peace as a natural extension of their struggle for equality, recognizing that the human toll of war disproportionately affected women and children. They believed that a peaceful and just world was necessary for the advancement of women's rights, and that the struggle for peace was a crucial part of the broader struggle for social change. Women played a crucial role in the anti-war movement, organizing protests and demonstrations, writing and speaking out against the war, and working to mobilize support for the peace movement. Women's peace organizations, such as Women's Strike for Peace and Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, played a particularly important role in the movement, advocating for disarmament, human rights, and conflict resolution. The impact of women on the anti-war movement was significant. Women helped to broaden the movement, making it more inclusive and diverse. They brought new perspectives and new voices to the struggle for peace, and they helped to make the movement more effective in achieving its goals. The connection between feminism and pacifism has had a lasting impact on American society. The women's movement of the 1960s and 1970s helped to bring attention to the connection between peace and social justice, and it helped to raise awareness of the human toll of war. The work of women's peace organizations continues to this day, with women around the world using their voices and their activism to promote nonviolent solutions to conflicts. The connection between feminism and pacifism has a long and rich history, with women at the forefront of peace movements around the world. The women's movement of the 1960s and 1970s was no exception, with women playing a crucial role in the anti-war movement and advocating for nonviolent solutions to conflicts. The impact of women on the anti-war movement was significant, and it helped to make the movement more effective in achieving its goals. The legacy of the connection between feminism and pacifism serves as a reminder of the need for greater social justice and equality, and the importance of promoting nonviolent solutions to conflicts. The anti-war movement of the 1960s and 1970s had a profound impact on American society, shaping public opinion and influencing the outcome of the Vietnam War. The movement was characterized by a wide range of tactics, from peaceful protests and civil disobedience to violent confrontations with law enforcement. Despite this diversity of tactics, the movement was united in its opposition to the war and its commitment to bringing an end to the conflict. Next, we will examine the impact of the anti-war movement, including its influence on public opinion and the war's outcome. The anti-war movement had a significant impact on public opinion, helping to shift attitudes about the conflict and to create a more critical and skeptical perspective on the war. The movement played a crucial role in bringing attention to the human toll of the war, highlighting the suffering and death caused by the conflict and exposing the lies and misinformation spread by the government. The movement's impact on public opinion was reflected in the growing opposition to the war. As more and more Americans came to see the conflict as unjust and unnecessary, the pressure on the government to bring an end to the war increased. Public opinion polls showed a growing opposition to the war, with a majority of Americans opposing the conflict by the late 1960s. The impact of the anti-war movement on the war's outcome was significant. The movement played a crucial role in bringing an end to the conflict, putting pressure on the government to withdraw American troops and to negotiate a peaceful settlement to the war. The movement's impact on the war's outcome was most evident in the role it played in pressuring the government to negotiate a peace settlement. The anti-war movement's emphasis on nonviolent solutions to conflicts helped to create a climate of opinion that favored peace negotiations over military action. The movement's demands for an end to the war also helped to create a sense of urgency around the issue, forcing the government to take action to bring an end to the conflict. The anti-war movement also had a significant impact on the broader social and political landscape of the United States. The movement helped to inspire a new wave of activism and social change, with many people becoming more politically engaged and active in the years that followed. The movement also helped to shape public attitudes about issues such as civil rights, gender equality, and environmentalism, paving the way for further social and political progress. The anti-war movement of the 1960s and 1970s had a profound impact on American society, shaping public opinion and influencing the outcome of the Vietnam War. The movement's emphasis on nonviolent solutions to conflicts helped to create a climate of opinion that favored peace negotiations over military action, putting pressure on the government to bring an end to the conflict. The legacy of the anti-war movement serves as a reminder of the power of activism and the importance of holding those in power accountable for their actions. As Edward Gibbon wrote in The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, the actions of governments can have profound impacts on the course of history. Such was the case with the U.S. government's response to the anti-war movement of the 1960s and 1970s, which was characterized by surveillance, repression, and the COINTELPRO program. The anti-war movement of the 1960s and 1970s was one of the largest and most visible social movements in American history. It included a diverse range of groups and individuals who were united in their opposition to the Vietnam War and to U.S. foreign policy more broadly. The movement was characterized by a commitment to nonviolent protest and civil disobedience, and it had significant public support. The U.S. government, however, viewed the anti-war movement as a threat to national security and to the established order. The government responded to the movement with a range of tactics, including surveillance, infiltration, and repression. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, and other law enforcement agencies conducted extensive surveillance of anti-war activists, including monitoring their meetings and telephone conversations and keeping tabs on their activities and affiliations. The government also employed more aggressive tactics, such as infiltration and sabotage. The FBI's COINTELPRO program, which was active from the late 1950s through the early 1970s, was designed to disrupt and discredit political organizations that were viewed as subversive or threatening to the government. The program included a range of tactics, including the use of informants, wiretapping, and the dissemination of false or misleading information. The COINTELPRO program was particularly focused on the anti-war movement and on groups such as the Black Panther Party and the Socialist Workers' Party. The program was responsible for a number of illegal and unethical activities, including the assassination of Black Panther Party leader Fred Hampton in 1969. The government's response to the anti-war movement had a significant impact on American society and politics. The surveillance and repression of anti-war activists undermined the civil liberties and rights that were supposed to be protected by the Constitution, and created a climate of fear and distrust. The government's tactics also contributed to a growing sense of disillusionment and alienation among the general public, and helped to fuel the rise of the counterculture and other forms of oppositional politics. The U.S. government's response to the anti-war movement of the 1960s and 1970s was a significant moment in American history. The government's tactics of surveillance, infiltration, and repression undermined the democratic principles and values that are supposed to be the foundation of American society. The COINTELPRO program, in particular, represented a grave violation of the rights and liberties that are supposed to be protected by the Constitution. The legacy of the government's response to the anti-war movement serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of government overreach and the need to protect and defend civil liberties and rights. As Edward Gibbon wrote in his The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, the lessons of history can inform the present and shape the future. Such is the case with the legacy of the anti-war movement of the 1960s and 1970s, which continues to have relevance and resonance in contemporary politics and society. The anti-war movement of the 1960s and 1970s was one of the largest and most visible social movements in American history. It included a diverse range of groups and individuals who were united in their opposition to the Vietnam War and to U.S. foreign policy more broadly. The movement was characterized by a commitment to nonviolent protest and civil disobedience, and it had significant public support. The legacy of the anti-war movement is multifaceted and complex. On the one hand, the movement played a significant role in ending the Vietnam War and in shifting U.S. foreign policy away from militarism and interventionism. The anti-war movement also helped to galvanize a generation of young people who were eager to challenge the status quo and to create a more just and equitable society. On the other hand, the anti-war movement also had its limitations and failures. Despite its massive size and visibility, the movement was unable to achieve all of its goals and aspirations. The war in Vietnam continued for several years after the emergence of the anti-war movement, and the movement's influence on other issues and policy areas was somewhat limited. Despite its limitations, however, the legacy of the anti-war movement is enduring and continues to be relevant today. The movement demonstrated the power of citizen activism and protest, and helped to inspire a new generation of young people to become more politically engaged and to demand change from their government. The movement also helped to shift the political and social landscape of the United States, and contributed to a growing sense of skepticism and distrust of government and established power structures. The legacy of the anti-war movement also serves as a reminder of the importance of dissent and protest in a democratic society. The right to protest and to express dissenting views is a cornerstone of American democracy, and the anti-war movement demonstrated the power and importance of this right. The movement also showed that protest and dissent can be an effective means of effecting change and creating a more just and equitable society. The legacy of the anti-war movement of the 1960s and 1970s is a complex and multifaceted one. The movement played a significant role in ending the Vietnam War and in shifting U.S. foreign policy, and it helped to galvanize a generation of young people who were eager to challenge the status quo and to create a more just and equitable society. The legacy of the anti-war movement continues to be relevant and resonant today, and serves as a reminder of the importance of dissent and protest in a democratic society. Chapter 8. Nixon's Vietnamization: The Withdrawal of American Troops. In the aftermath of the tumultuous 1960s, the American people had grown weary of the seemingly endless conflict in Vietnam. The war had become a quagmire with no clear end in sight, and the human cost was staggering. The country was divided, with anti-war protests erupting in cities and college campuses across the nation. Against this backdrop, Richard Nixon was elected president in 1968, promising to bring an end to the war and restore peace and order to the country. Nixon's campaign was built on a foundation of promises, and chief among them was his pledge to end the war in Vietnam. The American people had grown tired of the conflict, and Nixon promised to deliver a swift and decisive victory. He campaigned on a platform of peace with honor, vowing to bring the war to an end in a way that would preserve American prestige and ensure that the sacrifices made by American soldiers would not be in vain. To this end, Nixon employed a two-pronged strategy. On the one hand, he sought to escalate the conflict in Vietnam in the hopes that a show of force would compel the North Vietnamese to negotiate a peace settlement. On the other hand, he engaged in secret diplomacy, seeking to establish back-channel communications with the North Vietnamese government in order to pave the way for a negotiated settlement. This approach was not without controversy, and it quickly became clear that Nixon's policies were deeply polarizing. The escalation of the war brought with it a renewed wave of anti-war protests, as the American people began to question the wisdom of continuing a conflict that had already claimed so many lives. At the same time, Nixon's secret diplomacy was viewed with suspicion by many in the military and intelligence communities, who felt that negotiating with the enemy was tantamount to surrender. Despite these challenges, Nixon pressed on with his policies. He authorized a secret bombing campaign against the Ho Chi Minh Trail, the North Vietnamese supply route that ran through neighboring Laos and Cambodia. This campaign, code-named Operation Menu, was intended to disrupt the flow of supplies to the North Vietnamese army and force them to the negotiating table. The bombing campaign was shrouded in secrecy, and the American people remained largely unaware of its scope and scale. Meanwhile, Nixon's diplomatic overtures to the North Vietnamese were bearing fruit. In 1970, National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger met with North Vietnamese representatives in secret, in the hopes of laying the groundwork for a peace settlement. The talks were contentious, with both sides staking out hardline positions. But despite the difficulties, progress was made, and the groundwork was laid for a future peace agreement. At home, however, the war weariness continued to take its toll. The anti-war movement had grown in strength and size, and it was not limited to college students and hippies. Vietnam veterans themselves began to speak out against the war, forming organizations such as Vietnam Veterans Against the War to protest against what they saw as a senseless conflict. The My Lai massacre, in which American soldiers had killed hundreds of unarmed Vietnamese civilians, further eroded public support for the war effort. In this context, Nixon's policies were viewed with increasing skepticism. His escalation of the war was seen as a desperate move, and his secret diplomacy was viewed with suspicion by many in the military and intelligence communities. The American people had grown weary of the conflict, and they were looking for a way out. Despite these challenges, Nixon remained committed to his policies. He believed that his approach was the only way to bring the war to a swift and decisive conclusion. His secret bombing campaign continued, and his diplomatic overtures to the North Vietnamese remained ongoing. As Edward Gibbon wrote in his The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, the actions of nations and governments can have significant impacts on the course of history. Such was the case with the U.S. government's objectives in Vietnam during the 1970s, including the policy of Vietnamization, which aimed to transition the war effort to South Vietnamese forces. Vietnamization was a policy that was initiated by the administration of President Richard Nixon in 1969. The policy was designed to shift the responsibility for the war in Vietnam from the United States to the South Vietnamese government and military. The objective of Vietnamization was to reduce the number of U.S. troops in Vietnam and to create conditions for a negotiated settlement to the conflict. The policy of Vietnamization had several objectives. First, it was intended to reduce the financial and human costs of the war for the United States. The war in Vietnam had been a drain on the U.S. economy and had cost the lives of tens of thousands of American soldiers. Vietnamization was designed to reduce these costs and to shift the burden of the war to the South Vietnamese. Second, the policy of Vietnamization was intended to create conditions for a negotiated settlement to the conflict. The U.S. government believed that a negotiated settlement was the only viable solution to the war in Vietnam, and that a transition to South Vietnamese-led forces would create conditions for such a settlement. The policy of Vietnamization had a significant impact on the war in Vietnam. The number of U.S. troops in Vietnam was reduced significantly, from a peak of over 500,000 in 1969 to less than 25,000 by 1972. The South Vietnamese military was given more responsibility for the war effort, and was provided with significant military and financial support from the United States. Despite the efforts of the U.S. government, however, the policy of Vietnamization was ultimately unsuccessful in achieving its objectives. The South Vietnamese government and military were unable to effectively counter the North Vietnamese army and the Viet Cong, and the war continued to drag on for several more years. The legacy of Vietnamization is a complicated and controversial one. On the one hand, the policy represented a recognition by the U.S. government that the war in Vietnam was unwinnable, and that a negotiated settlement was the only viable solution. The policy also demonstrated a commitment to reducing the financial and human costs of the war for the United States. On the other hand, the policy of Vietnamization was ultimately unsuccessful in achieving its objectives. The South Vietnamese government and military were unable to effectively counter the North Vietnamese army and the Viet Cong, and the war continued to drag on for several more years. The legacy of Vietnamization serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of military intervention and the need for careful consideration of the objectives and costs of military action. The policy of Vietnamization was a significant moment in the history of the United States and in the history of the war in Vietnam. The policy represented a recognition by the U.S. government that the war was unwinnable and that a negotiated settlement was the only viable solution. The legacy of Vietnamization serves as a reminder of the dangers of military intervention and the need for careful consideration of the objectives and costs of military action. As Edward Gibbon wrote in his The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, the actions and decisions of governments can have significant impacts on the course of history. Such was the case with the war in Vietnam, and in particular with the persistent problems of corruption and inefficiency in the South Vietnamese government and military. The South Vietnamese government and military were the primary recipients of U.S. support during the war in Vietnam. The U.S. government believed that a strong and stable South Vietnamese government and military were essential to the success of the war effort. However, despite significant financial and military support, the South Vietnamese government and military were plagued by corruption and inefficiency. Corruption was a persistent problem in the South Vietnamese government and military. The South Vietnamese government was rife with corruption at all levels, from the highest officials to the lowest clerks. Corruption was so widespread that it was often considered a way of life in South Vietnam, and it undermined the legitimacy and effectiveness of the government. Inefficiency was another persistent problem in the South Vietnamese government and military. The South Vietnamese military was poorly trained and equipped, and was often unprepared for the challenges of modern warfare. The government bureaucracy was slow and cumbersome, and was unable to effectively respond to the needs of the population or to the challenges of the war. The persistence of corruption and inefficiency in the South Vietnamese government and military had a significant impact on the war in Vietnam. The corruption undermined the legitimacy of the government and eroded public support for the war effort. The inefficiency of the military contributed to a string of military defeats and setbacks, and made it difficult for the South Vietnamese to effectively counter the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces. The U.S. government attempted to address the problems of corruption and inefficiency in the South Vietnamese government and military. The U.S. provided significant financial and military support to the South Vietnamese and attempted to train and equip the military to modern standards. However, these efforts were largely unsuccessful, and corruption and inefficiency remained persistent problems throughout the war. The legacy of the problems of corruption and inefficiency in the South Vietnamese government and military is a complicated one. On the one hand, the problems of corruption and inefficiency contributed to the failure of the war effort and undermined the legitimacy and effectiveness of the South Vietnamese government and military. On the other hand, the problems of corruption and inefficiency in South Vietnam were in many ways a product of the broader historical and cultural context of the country. The problems of corruption and inefficiency in the South Vietnamese government and military were persistent and significant issues during the war in Vietnam. These problems contributed to the failure of the war effort and undermined the legitimacy and effectiveness of the South Vietnamese government and military. The legacy of these problems serves as a cautionary tale about the need for effective governance and the dangers of corruption and inefficiency in government and military institutions. As the conflict in Vietnam dragged on, the United States government came to the realization that a purely American-led military effort was not sustainable. The American public was growing increasingly weary of the war, and the cost in terms of human lives and financial resources was becoming prohibitive. In order to achieve their strategic objectives, the U.S. needed to rely on local forces to take up the fight. In Vietnam, this meant training and equipping the Army of the Republic of Vietnam, ARVN. The ARVN had been formed in the wake of the Geneva Accords of 1954, which had partitioned Vietnam into North and South. The South Vietnamese government, with the support of the United States, had sought to build a professional army that could defend the country against communist aggression. However, the ARVN was beset by a number of challenges. Corruption was rife and morale was low. In addition, the South Vietnamese government was weak and often incapable of providing the necessary resources to support the army. The U.S. government recognized that in order to turn the tide of the war, they needed to provide substantial support to the ARVN. This support took a number of forms, including training, equipment, and direct military assistance. In order to implement this plan, the U.S. government set up a number of training programs and facilities across South Vietnam. One of the key training facilities was located in the Mekong Delta, where U.S. forces established the Mobile Training Teams, MTTs. These teams were comprised of American soldiers, who were responsible for training ARVN soldiers in the field. The MTTs were an essential part of the U.S. strategy, as they allowed for the rapid training and deployment of ARVN troops to key strategic locations. In addition to the MTTs, the U.S. also established the Army Training Center, ARVN, at Dien, just north of Saigon. This center was responsible for training new recruits and providing them with the skills necessary to become effective soldiers. The ARVN Training Center was modeled on similar facilities in the United States, and it provided soldiers with a wide range of instruction, including marksmanship, tactics, and combat medicine. In order to support the ARVN in the field, the U.S. also provided significant quantities of equipment and weapons. The ARVN was equipped with American-made weapons, including M16 rifles, M60 machine guns, and M79 grenade launchers. They were also provided with armored vehicles, such as M113 armored personnel carriers, which were used to transport troops and provide fire support. Despite these efforts, the ARVN continued to struggle in the face of a determined enemy. The North Vietnamese Army, NVA, and the Viet Cong were well-equipped and well-trained, and they were able to exploit the weaknesses in the ARVN's organization and tactics. The ARVN suffered from a lack of coordination and communication, and they often found themselves outmaneuvered by the enemy. The U.S. government responded to these challenges by increasing their support for the ARVN. In 1969, President Nixon announced a program of Vietnamization, which aimed to gradually transfer responsibility for the war to the South Vietnamese government and the ARVN. This program involved a significant increase in American support for the ARVN, including the provision of more advanced weapons and equipment. Despite these efforts, however, the ARVN was unable to turn the tide of the war. In 1975, as the North Vietnamese Army swept through the South, the ARVN was unable to mount an effective defense. The ARVN soldiers were demoralized, and many chose to abandon their positions and flee in the face of the enemy. The collapse of the ARVN marked the end of the war in Vietnam, and it was a significant blow to the American effort. As Edward Gibbon wrote in his The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, the actions and decisions of governments can have significant impacts on the course of history. Such was the case with the American role in the war in Vietnam, and in particular with the provision of material and advisory support to the Army of the Republic of Vietnam, ARVN forces. The ARVN was the primary military force of the South Vietnamese government during the war in Vietnam. The ARVN was tasked with fighting the North Vietnamese Army and the Viet Cong, and was provided with significant material and advisory support from the United States. The provision of material and advisory support to the ARVN was a significant part of the American strategy in Vietnam. The U.S. government believed that a strong and effective South Vietnamese military was essential to the success of the war effort, and that providing material and advisory support to the ARVN was the best way to achieve this goal. The material support provided to the ARVN included weapons, ammunition, and other military equipment. The U.S. also provided financial support to the South Vietnamese government and military in order to help fund the war effort. Advisory support was also a significant part of the American role in Vietnam. U.S. military advisors were sent to South Vietnam to train and advise the ARVN on military strategy and tactics. The U.S. also provided intelligence support to the ARVN in order to help them better understand the capabilities and movements of the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces. The provision of material and advisory support to the ARVN had a significant impact on the war in Vietnam. The support helped to strengthen the ARVN and to make them more effective in their fight against the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces. However, the support also had its limitations and drawbacks. One of the main drawbacks of the American support for the ARVN was the dependence of the South Vietnamese on U.S. support. The South Vietnamese government and military became heavily reliant on U.S. support and were often unable to operate independently. This dependence on U.S. support also made it difficult for the South Vietnamese government and military to gain the trust and support of the South Vietnamese people. Another drawback of the American support for the ARVN was the limited effectiveness of the ARVN itself. Despite the significant material and advisory support provided by the U.S., the ARVN was often unable to effectively counter the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces. The ARVN was plagued by corruption and inefficiency, and was often unable to effectively coordinate and execute military operations. The American role in the war in Vietnam, and in particular the provision of material and advisory support to the ARVN, was a significant part of the U.S. strategy in Vietnam. The support helped to strengthen the ARVN and to make them more effective in their fight against the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces. However, the support also had its limitations and drawbacks, including the dependence of the South Vietnamese on U.S. support and the limited effectiveness of the ARVN itself. The legacy of the American role in Vietnam serves as a reminder of the complex and often unpredictable nature of military intervention and the need for careful consideration of the objectives and costs of military action. After years of brutal fighting, the United States found itself locked in a stalemate in Vietnam. The American public had grown weary of the conflict, and the cost in terms of human lives and financial resources was becoming increasingly difficult to bear. In this context, the U.S. government began to explore the possibility of a negotiated settlement. The Paris Peace Accords, which were signed in 1973, marked the end of the American involvement in the Vietnam War. The negotiations that led to the Paris Peace Accords were long and difficult. The talks took place over the course of several years, with multiple rounds of negotiations taking place in the French capital. The talks were complicated by a number of factors, including the divergent interests of the various parties involved, the mistrust between the U.S. and the North Vietnamese governments, and the ongoing fighting on the ground. The negotiations were mediated by the French government, which had a long history of involvement in Indochina. The French had been defeated by the Viet Minh in 1954, and they had subsequently withdrawn from the region. However, the French government had maintained close ties with the governments of South Vietnam and the United States, and they were seen as a neutral party in the negotiations. The main parties involved in the negotiations were the United States, the South Vietnamese government, and the North Vietnamese government. The South Vietnamese government, which was heavily dependent on U.S. support, was initially excluded from the negotiations. However, after significant pressure from the South Vietnamese government, the U.S. government agreed to allow them to participate in the talks. The North Vietnamese government, led by Le Duc Tho, was a formidable negotiating opponent. The North Vietnamese had proven to be tenacious fighters, and they were deeply committed to the reunification of Vietnam. They were also wary of the U.S. government, which they viewed as an imperialist power bent on controlling the region. The negotiations were complicated by a number of issues, including the status of the South Vietnamese government, the fate of American prisoners of war, and the future of the North Vietnamese military presence in the South. The talks were often contentious, with both sides staking out hard-line positions and refusing to compromise. Despite the difficulties, progress was made. In 1972, a breakthrough was achieved when the U.S. and North Vietnamese governments agreed to a ceasefire. The ceasefire was initially temporary, but it was later extended, paving the way for the negotiations that would ultimately lead to the Paris Peace Accords. The Paris Peace Accords, which were signed on January 27, 1973, marked the end of the American involvement in the Vietnam War. The agreement stipulated that the United States would withdraw its troops from Vietnam, and that all parties would participate in a ceasefire. The agreement also provided for the release of American prisoners of war, and it established a joint military commission to oversee the implementation of the ceasefire. The Paris Peace Accords were not without controversy. The agreement was widely criticized by anti-war activists in the United States, who felt that it did not go far enough in addressing the root causes of the conflict. The South Vietnamese government, which had been heavily dependent on U.S. support, was deeply suspicious of the agreement, and they felt that it left them vulnerable to future North Vietnamese aggression. Despite these concerns, the Paris Peace Accords represented a significant milestone in the history of the Vietnam War. The agreement marked the end of a conflict that had claimed the lives of tens of thousands of American soldiers and hundreds of thousands of Vietnamese civilians. It also marked the beginning of a new era in U.S. foreign policy, one in which negotiations and diplomacy would be given greater weight in the pursuit of American strategic objectives. As Edward Gibbon wrote in his The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, the actions and decisions of governments can have significant impacts on the course of history. Such was the case with the secret bombing of Cambodia during the Vietnam War, which had a significant impact on the escalation of conflict on the Cambodian border. The secret bombing of Cambodia was a covert military operation that was authorized by President Richard Nixon in 1969. The operation involved the bombing of targets in Cambodia by U.S. planes, without the knowledge or consent of the Cambodian government. The bombing was designed to disrupt the supply lines and bases of the North Vietnamese Army and the Viet Cong, who were operating in Cambodia. The secret bombing of Cambodia had significant consequences for the war in Vietnam. The bombing campaign led to a significant escalation of conflict on the Cambodian border, as the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces responded with increased attacks and raids on South Vietnamese and U.S. military bases in Cambodia. The secret bombing of Cambodia was also controversial from a legal and ethical perspective. The bombing campaign was conducted without the consent of the Cambodian government and violated international law. The bombing also led to significant civilian casualties and contributed to the destabilization of the Cambodian government. Despite the controversy and criticism surrounding the secret bombing of Cambodia, the U.S. government defended the operation as a necessary and effective means of disrupting the supply lines and bases of the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces. The U.S. government argued that the bombing was essential to the success of the war effort, and that it had helped to weaken the enemy's ability to fight. The legacy of the secret bombing of Cambodia is a complicated one. On the one hand, the bombing had a significant impact on the escalation of conflict on the Cambodian border and helped to disrupt the supply lines and bases of the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces. On the other hand, the bombing violated international law, led to significant civilian casualties, and contributed to the destabilization of the Cambodian government. The secret bombing of Cambodia also serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of military intervention and the need for careful consideration of the objectives and costs of military action. The bombing campaign was conducted without the knowledge or consent of the Cambodian government and contributed to the destabilization of the country. The bombing also contributed to a growing sense of distrust and skepticism of the U.S. government and its actions in Vietnam. The secret bombing of Cambodia was a significant moment in the history of the Vietnam War. The bombing had a significant impact on the escalation of conflict on the Cambodian border and helped to disrupt the supply lines and bases of the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces. However, the bombing also violated international law, led to significant civilian casualties, and contributed to the destabilization of the Cambodian government. The legacy of the secret bombing of Cambodia serves as a reminder of the complex and often unpredictable nature of military intervention and the need for careful consideration of the objectives and costs of military action. As the United States government sought to bring an end to the Vietnam War, they increasingly turned to covert military operations to achieve their strategic objectives. One of the most significant of these operations was the invasion of Laos, which marked the final major military campaign of the war. The invasion of Laos was driven by a number of factors. The U.S. government believed that the North Vietnamese army was using Laos as a base for their military operations in South Vietnam. In addition, they believed that the North Vietnamese were using the Ho Chi Minh Trail, a major supply route that ran through Laos and Cambodia, to transport troops and supplies to the south. The U.S. government sought to disrupt these operations by launching a series of covert military operations in Laos. These operations were carried out by a combination of American and South Vietnamese forces, as well as Laotian irregulars. The operations were designed to disrupt North Vietnamese supply lines and destroy key military targets. The first major operation of the invasion of Laos was Operation Barrel Roll, which began in 1964. This operation involved the use of American aircraft to bomb North Vietnamese positions in Laos. The operation was highly controversial, as it marked the first significant American military intervention in Laos. Over the course of the next several years, the U.S. government continued to escalate their military involvement in Laos. In 1968, they launched Operation Delaware, which was intended to disrupt North Vietnamese supply lines. The operation was successful, and it led to the capture of significant amounts of enemy supplies. In 1971, the U.S. government launched Operation Lam Son 719, which was intended to disrupt the North Vietnamese presence in Laos. The operation involved the deployment of 20,000 South Vietnamese troops, who were supported by American air power. The operation was a disaster, however, and it resulted in the loss of thousands of South Vietnamese troops. Despite these setbacks, the U.S. government continued to pursue their military objectives in Laos. In 1972, they launched Operation Linebacker, which was intended to disrupt North Vietnamese supply lines and destroy key military targets. The operation was highly effective, and it marked a significant turning point in the war. In addition to these military operations, the U.S. government also pursued a number of covert actions in Laos. They supported the Laotian government in their fight against the communist Pathet Lao, and they provided significant support to Hmong tribal fighters who were opposed to the North Vietnamese presence in the country. The invasion of Laos was not without controversy. The U.S. government had not sought congressional approval for their military operations in Laos, and many members of Congress were deeply opposed to the use of American military force in the country. In addition, the military operations in Laos were highly secretive, and the American public was largely unaware of their scope and scale. Despite these challenges, the invasion of Laos represented a significant milestone in the history of the Vietnam War. The operations in Laos had disrupted North Vietnamese supply lines and weakened their military presence in the region. They had also provided a valuable testing ground for American military strategy, as the U.S. government had experimented with new tactics and technologies in their operations in Laos. The invasion of Laos represented the final major military campaign of the Vietnam War. The operations in Laos were highly controversial, and they were marked by a number of setbacks and challenges. However, they ultimately proved to be effective in disrupting North Vietnamese operations in the region and weakening their military presence. The invasion of Laos represented a significant chapter in the history of the Vietnam War, and it demonstrated the increasingly complex and covert nature of American military strategy in the latter stages of the conflict. As Edward Gibbon wrote in his The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, the actions and decisions of governments can have significant impacts on the course of history. Such was the case with the policy of Vietnamization during the Vietnam War, which had a significant impact on the reduction of American casualties and costs. Vietnamization was a policy that was initiated by the administration of President Richard Nixon in 1969. The policy was designed to shift the responsibility for the war in Vietnam from the United States to the South Vietnamese government and military. The objective of Vietnamization was to reduce the number of U.S. troops in Vietnam and to create conditions for a negotiated settlement to the conflict. The policy of Vietnamization had several objectives. One of the primary objectives was to reduce the financial and human costs of the war for the United States. The war in Vietnam had been a drain on the U.S. economy and had cost the lives of tens of thousands of American soldiers. Vietnamization was designed to reduce these costs and to shift the burden of the war to the South Vietnamese. Another objective of Vietnamization was to reduce the number of American casualties in Vietnam. The U.S. government recognized that the war was becoming increasingly unpopular at home, and that the high number of American casualties was contributing to this unpopularity. Vietnamization was designed to reduce the number of American casualties in Vietnam, and to shift the burden of the war to the South Vietnamese. The policy of Vietnamization had a significant impact on the reduction of American casualties and costs. The number of U.S. troops in Vietnam was reduced significantly, from a peak of over 500,000 in 1969 to less than 25,000 by 1972. This reduction in the number of U.S. troops led to a corresponding reduction in the number of American casualties in Vietnam. The financial costs of the war were also reduced as a result of the policy of Vietnamization. The U.S. government was able to reduce its financial support of the war effort, as the burden of the war was shifted to the South Vietnamese government and military. The reduction in American casualties and costs was a significant achievement of the policy of Vietnamization. The reduction in casualties and costs helped to improve public support for the war effort, and helped to shift the focus of the war to the South Vietnamese government and military. The policy of Vietnamization also demonstrated a recognition by the U.S. government that the war in Vietnam was unwinnable, and that a negotiated settlement was the only viable solution. The legacy of the policy of Vietnamization is a complicated one. On the one hand, the policy represented a recognition by the U.S. government that the war was unwinnable, and that a negotiated settlement was the only viable solution. The policy also demonstrated a commitment to reducing the financial and human costs of the war for the United States. On the other hand, the policy of Vietnamization was ultimately unsuccessful in achieving its objectives. The South Vietnamese government and military were unable to effectively counter the North Vietnamese army and the Viet Cong, and the war continued to drag on for several more years. The policy of Vietnamization had a significant impact on the reduction of American casualties and costs during the Vietnam War. The reduction in casualties and costs helped to improve public support for the war effort, and helped to shift the focus of the war to the South Vietnamese government and military. The legacy of the policy of Vietnamization serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of military intervention and the need for careful consideration of the objectives and costs of military action. Despite years of military and diplomatic efforts, the United States was unable to achieve its strategic objectives in Vietnam. The collapse of South Vietnam in 1975 marked the ultimate failure of the American policy in the region and the end of the war. The collapse of South Vietnam was driven by a number of factors. The North Vietnamese Army, which had proven to be a formidable opponent throughout the conflict, had launched a major offensive in early 1975. The offensive was highly coordinated and well executed, and it quickly overwhelmed the South Vietnamese Army. The South Vietnamese government, which had been heavily dependent on American support, was unable to mount an effective defense. In addition to the military offensive, the collapse of South Vietnam was also driven by political and economic factors. The South Vietnamese government had long been plagued by corruption and inefficiency, and it had struggled to provide the necessary resources and support to the South Vietnamese people. The economy was in shambles, and inflation was rampant. As the North Vietnamese army closed in on Saigon, the capital of South Vietnam, the American government was faced with a difficult decision. They could continue to support the South Vietnamese government, which was on the brink of collapse, or they could cut their losses and withdraw from the conflict. In the end, the American government chose the latter option, and they began a hasty evacuation of American personnel from the country. The evacuation was marked by chaos and confusion. The American embassy in Saigon was overrun by desperate South Vietnamese citizens who were seeking to escape the city. American personnel were airlifted out of the country in a frantic operation that became known as Operation Frequent Wind. The evacuation marked the final chapter in the American involvement in the Vietnam War, and it was a stark reminder of the cost of the conflict. The collapse of South Vietnam was a significant blow to American prestige and credibility. The U.S. government had invested significant resources in the region, and they had made a major commitment to the South Vietnamese government. The collapse of the government marked the ultimate failure of the American policy in the region, and it raised significant questions about the future of American foreign policy. The collapse of South Vietnam also had significant human costs. Tens of thousands of South Vietnamese citizens were killed or forced to flee the country. The North Vietnamese government, which had long sought to reunify the country under communist rule, quickly moved to establish their control over the South. The end of the war marked the beginning of a new era in Vietnamese history, one in which the country would be reunited and ruled by the communist government. The collapse of South Vietnam marked the ultimate failure of the American policy in the region and the end of the Vietnam War. The collapse was driven by a number of factors, including military, political, and economic challenges. The American government was faced with a difficult decision in the final days of the conflict, and they ultimately chose to withdraw from the region. The collapse of South Vietnam had significant human costs, and it raised significant questions about the future of American foreign policy. The end of the war marked a significant chapter in the history of the United States, and it remains a subject of debate and discussion to this day. Chapter 9. The Secret War, Covert Operations and the CIA in Vietnam. As Edward Gibbon wrote in his The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, the actions and decisions of governments can have significant impacts on the course of history. Such was the case with the early involvement of the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, in Vietnam, and in particular, with the advisory role of the CIA in the Diem regime. The CIA's involvement in Vietnam began in the early 1950s when the U.S. government became increasingly concerned about the spread of communism in Southeast Asia. The U.S. government saw South Vietnam as a key battleground in the fight against communism, and believed that the Diem regime was essential to the success of this fight. The CIA played a significant advisory role in the Diem regime. The agency provided training and assistance to the Vietnamese security forces, and helped to build the intelligence and security infrastructure of the Diem regime. The CIA also played a key role in the covert operations against the communist forces in Vietnam, and was responsible for a number of high-profile assassinations and sabotage operations. The advisory role of the CIA in the Diem regime had significant consequences for the war in Vietnam. The CIA helped to build the intelligence and security infrastructure of the Diem regime, and helped to strengthen the position of the Diem government in its fight against the communist forces. However, the CIA's involvement in the Diem regime was also controversial from a legal and ethical perspective. The CIA's involvement in the Diem regime was controversial from a legal perspective because it was conducted without the knowledge or consent of the U.S. Congress. The agency was not authorized to conduct military operations in Vietnam, and its involvement in the Diem regime violated international law. The CIA's involvement in the Diem regime was also controversial from an ethical perspective. The agency was responsible for a number of high-profile assassinations and sabotage operations, which raised serious questions about the morality and legality of the CIA's actions in Vietnam. The legacy of the CIA's involvement in the Diem regime is a complicated one. On the one hand, the advisory role of the CIA in the Diem regime helped to strengthen the position of the Diem government in its fight against the communist forces. The CIA's involvement in the Diem regime also demonstrated a commitment by the U.S. government to the fight against communism in Southeast Asia. On the other hand, the CIA's involvement in the Diem regime was controversial from a legal and ethical perspective. The agency's involvement in the Diem regime violated international law and raised serious questions about the morality and legality of the CIA's actions in Vietnam. The advisory role of the CIA in the Diem regime was a significant part of the early involvement of the U.S. government in Vietnam. The CIA's involvement helped to strengthen the position of the Diem government in its fight against the communist forces, but was also controversial from a legal and ethical perspective. The legacy of the CIA's involvement in the Diem regime serves as a reminder of the complex and often unpredictable nature of military intervention and the need for careful consideration of the objectives and costs of military action. As the Vietnam War dragged on, the United States government became increasingly frustrated with their inability to defeat the Viet Cong insurgency. The Viet Cong had proven to be a highly effective fighting force, and they had developed a sophisticated network of supporters and sympathizers throughout South Vietnam. In response to this challenge, the U.S. government developed a new program, the Phoenix Program, which was designed to neutralize the Viet Cong through a combination of intelligence gathering, targeted killings, and psychological operations. The Phoenix Program was born out of a recognition that traditional military tactics were not sufficient to defeat the Viet Cong insurgency. The Viet Cong had developed a highly effective system of intelligence gathering and communication, which allowed them to operate effectively throughout South Vietnam. The U.S. government recognized that in order to defeat the insurgency, they needed to disrupt this network of supporters and sympathizers. The Phoenix Program was designed to achieve this objective through a combination of intelligence gathering and targeted killings. The program involved a network of CIA and military personnel who were responsible for identifying and neutralizing Viet Cong operatives. The program also involved a significant psychological warfare component, which was intended to disrupt the Viet Cong's communication network and weaken their morale. The Phoenix Program was highly controversial, and it was widely criticized by anti-war activists and human rights organizations. The program was accused of human rights abuses, including the torture and killing of suspected Viet Cong sympathizers. In addition, the program was accused of being highly ineffective, as it did not lead to a significant reduction in the Viet Cong's operational capabilities. Despite these concerns, the Phoenix Program continued to be implemented throughout the latter stages of the Vietnam War. The program was highly secretive, and its activities were largely unknown to the American public. The program was also highly compartmentalized, with different agencies and units operating independently of one another. The Phoenix Program ultimately had mixed results. While the program did lead to the neutralization of some Viet Cong operatives, it did not significantly weaken the overall strength of the insurgency. The program was also highly controversial, and it raised significant questions about the morality and effectiveness of American military and intelligence activities in the region. The Phoenix Program represented a significant chapter in the history of the Vietnam War. The program was born out of a recognition that traditional military tactics were not sufficient to defeat the Viet Cong insurgency, and it was designed to disrupt the network of supporters and sympathizers that enabled the Viet Cong to operate effectively throughout South Vietnam. The program was highly controversial, and it raised significant questions about the morality and effectiveness of American military and intelligence activities in the region. The Phoenix Program remains a subject of debate and discussion to this day, and it represents a cautionary tale about the limits of military force in achieving political objectives. As Edward Gibbon wrote in his The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, the actions and decisions of governments can have significant impacts on the course of history. Such was the case with the CIA's role in the coup against Diem, which led to the overthrow of the South Vietnamese government. The coup against Diem took place in November 1963. The coup was organized and led by South Vietnamese military officers, with the assistance and support of the CIA. The coup was successful in overthrowing the Diem government and led to the establishment of a military junta in South Vietnam. The CIA's role in the coup against Diem was significant. The agency provided financial and logistical support to the South Vietnamese military officers who organized and carried out the coup. The agency also provided intelligence and planning support to the coup plotters and helped to coordinate the logistics of the coup. The reasons for the CIA's involvement in the coup against Diem were complex. The Diem government had become increasingly unpopular in South Vietnam and was seen as corrupt and ineffective. The U.S. government believed that a change in leadership was necessary in order to improve the effectiveness of the South Vietnamese government in the fight against the communist forces. The CIA also had its own reasons for supporting the coup against Diem. The agency had become increasingly frustrated with the Diem government's resistance to U.S. efforts to control the war in Vietnam. The CIA saw the coup as an opportunity to install a new government that would be more receptive to U.S. influence. The coup against Diem had significant consequences for the war in Vietnam. The establishment of the military junta in South Vietnam led to a period of instability and political turmoil, which undermined the ability of the South Vietnamese government to effectively fight the communist forces. The coup also had significant moral and ethical implications, as it represented a violation of the principles of democracy and self-determination. The legacy of the CIA's role in the coup against Diem is a complicated one. On the one hand, the coup represented a recognition by the U.S. government that the Diem government was ineffective and corrupt, and that a change in leadership was necessary. The coup also demonstrated a commitment by the U.S. government to the fight against communism in Southeast Asia. On the other hand, the CIA's role in the coup against Diem was controversial from a legal and ethical perspective. The agency's involvement in the coup violated the principles of democracy and self-determination, and undermined the legitimacy of the South Vietnamese government. The coup also contributed to a growing sense of distrust and skepticism of the U.S. government and its actions in Vietnam. The coup against Diem and the CIA's role in it were significant moments in the history of the Vietnam War. The coup represented a recognition by the U.S. government that a change in leadership was necessary in South Vietnam, but also had significant moral and ethical implications. The legacy of the coup serves as a reminder of the complex and often unpredictable nature of military intervention, and the need for careful consideration of the objectives and costs of military action. While the Vietnam War was the most visible and costly conflict in Southeast Asia during the 1960s and 1970s, it was not the only conflict in the region. The Laotian Civil War, which was fought between the Royal Lao government and the Communist Pathet Lao, was a significant conflict in its own right. The U.S. government was deeply involved in the conflict, and they provided significant support to the Royal Lao government throughout the latter stages of the war. The Laotian Civil War was driven by a number of factors, including political and economic instability in Laos, and the ongoing conflict between communist and anti-communist forces in the region. The Royal Lao government, which was led by Prince Souphanophuma, was heavily dependent on American support, and they looked to the United States for assistance in their fight against the Pathet Lao. The U.S. government provided significant support to the Royal Lao government throughout the conflict. This support included the provision of military aid and training, as well as covert operations aimed at disrupting Pathet Lao supply lines and weakening their military capabilities. The U.S. government also provided significant economic assistance to the Royal Lao government in an effort to shore up their support among the Laotian people. The U.S. government's involvement in the Laotian Civil War was highly controversial. Many members of Congress were deeply opposed to the conflict, and they questioned the morality and effectiveness of American military and intelligence activities in the region. The covert nature of the U.S. government's activities in Laos also raised significant questions about the transparency and accountability of American foreign policy. Despite these concerns, the U.S. government continued to support the Royal Lao government throughout the conflict. In 1973, a ceasefire was negotiated, which brought an end to the fighting. However, the ceasefire was short-lived, and the conflict resumed in 1975, following the collapse of the South Vietnamese government in the Vietnam War. The collapse of the South Vietnamese government had significant implications for the Laotian Civil War. The Pathet Lao, which had been supported by the North Vietnamese government throughout the conflict, quickly seized control of the country. The Royal Lao government was overthrown, and Prince Souvanna was forced to flee the country. The collapse of the Royal Lao government marked the end of the Laotian Civil War. The conflict had claimed the lives of tens of thousands of Laotian citizens, and it had significant implications for the stability and security of the region. The U.S. government's involvement in the conflict remains a subject of debate and discussion to this day, and it raises significant questions about the role of the United States in promoting stability and democracy in the developing world. The Laotian Civil War represented a significant conflict in its own right, and it had significant implications for the stability and security of Southeast Asia. The U.S. government's involvement in the conflict was highly controversial, and it raised significant questions about the transparency and accountability of American foreign policy. The conflict remains a cautionary tale about the limits of military force in achieving political objectives, and it underscores the importance of diplomacy and international cooperation in promoting stability and security in the developing world. As Edward Gibbon wrote in his The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, the actions and decisions of governments can have significant impacts on the course of history. Such was the case with the formation of MACV-SOG, a covert operations unit established during the Vietnam War to conduct cross-border raids into North Vietnam. MACV-SOG was established in 1964, at the height of the Vietnam War. The unit was created to conduct covert operations against the North Vietnamese Army and the Viet Cong, and to gather intelligence on their military activities. MACV-SOG was a joint operation, staffed by personnel from the U.S. Army, Navy, and Air Force, as well as the CIA. The primary objective of MACV-SOG was to conduct cross-border raids into North Vietnam, in order to disrupt the supply lines and bases of the North Vietnamese Army and the Viet Cong. The unit was also tasked with gathering intelligence on the military activities of the North Vietnamese Army and the Viet Cong, and with conducting sabotage and assassination operations. The formation of MACV-SOG had significant consequences for the war in Vietnam. The unit's cross-border raids into North Vietnam were a significant escalation of the conflict, and led to an increase in hostilities between the United States and North Vietnam. The unit's covert operations were also controversial from a legal and ethical perspective, as they violated international law and raised serious questions about the morality and legality of the United States' actions in Vietnam. The legacy of MACV-SOG is a complicated one. On the one hand, the unit's cross-border raids and covert operations had a significant impact on the war in Vietnam. The unit was able to disrupt the supply lines and bases of the North Vietnamese Army and the Viet Cong, and to gather intelligence on their military activities. The unit's operations also demonstrated a commitment by the U.S. government to the fight against communism in Southeast Asia. On the other hand, MACV-SOG's cross-border raids and covert operations were controversial from a legal and ethical perspective. The unit's operations violated international law and raised serious questions about the morality and legality of the United States' actions in Vietnam. The unit's operations also contributed to a growing sense of distrust and skepticism of the U.S. government and its actions in Vietnam. The formation of MACV-SOG was a significant moment in the history of the Vietnam War. The unit's cross-border raids and covert operations had a significant impact on the war in Vietnam, but were also controversial from a legal and ethical perspective. The legacy of Mac v. Sog serves as a reminder of the complex and often unpredictable nature of military intervention, and the need for careful consideration of the objectives and costs of military action. The Vietnam War was not the only conflict in Southeast Asia during the 1960s and 1970s. In the mountains of Laos, a secret war was being fought between the Hmong people and the communist Pathet Lao. The Hmong, who had long been persecuted by the Lao government, received significant support from the United States Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, which sought to disrupt the Pathet Lao's operations in the region. The CIA's support of the Hmong was driven by a number of factors. The Hmong people, who had long been marginalized and oppressed by the Lao government, were natural allies of the United States, which was seeking to promote democracy and freedom in the region. In addition, the CIA believed that supporting the Hmong would provide a valuable testing ground for American military and intelligence strategies. The CIA's support of the Hmong involved a combination of military aid and training, as well as covert operations aimed at disrupting Pathet Lao supply lines and weakening their military capabilities. The CIA also provided significant economic assistance to the Hmong in an effort to shore up their support among the Laotian people. The CIA's involvement in the conflict was highly secretive, and the American public was largely unaware of the extent of the agency's activities in Laos. The conflict was also highly controversial, and it raised significant questions about the morality and effectiveness of American military and intelligence activities in the region. Despite these concerns, the CIA continued to support the Hmong throughout the conflict. The Hmong proved to be effective allies, and they played a significant role in disrupting Pathet Lao operations in the region. However, the conflict also had significant human costs, as tens of thousands of Hmong people were killed or forced to flee the country. The conflict in Laos came to an end in 1975, following the collapse of the South Vietnamese government in the Vietnam War. The Pathet Lao, which had been supported by the North Vietnamese government throughout the conflict, quickly seized control of the country. The Hmong people, who had long been allies of the United States, were forced to flee the country, and many were resettled in the United States. The CIA's support of the Hmong in Laos remains a subject of debate and discussion to this day. The conflict underscores the importance of covert operations in modern warfare, and it raises significant questions about the transparency and accountability of American foreign policy. The conflict also highlights the importance of human rights and democratic values in promoting stability and security in the developing world. The CIA's support of the Hmong in the mountains of Laos represented a significant chapter in the history of American covert operations in Southeast Asia. The conflict was highly controversial, and it raised significant questions about the morality and effectiveness of American military and intelligence activities in the region. The conflict remains a cautionary tale about the limits of military force in achieving political objectives, and it underscores the importance of diplomacy and international cooperation in promoting stability and security in the developing world. As Edward Gibbon wrote in his The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, the actions and decisions of governments can have significant impacts on the course of history. Such was the case with the role of the CIA in the Phoenix program during the Vietnam War, which involved the use of torture and assassination in order to combat the Viet Cong insurgency. The Phoenix program was a counterinsurgency program established by the U.S. government in 1967. The program was designed to target the Viet Cong infrastructure in South Vietnam and involved the use of assassination, torture, and other forms of violence. The program was carried out by the South Vietnamese government, with the assistance and support of the CIA. The role of the CIA in the Phoenix program was significant. The agency provided training and assistance to the South Vietnamese security forces and helped to coordinate the intelligence and operational activities of the program. The agency was also responsible for the collection and analysis of intelligence on the Viet Cong, and for the coordination of cross-border operations against the Viet Cong in Laos and Cambodia. The use of torture and assassination in the Phoenix program was controversial from a legal and ethical perspective. The program violated international law and raised serious questions about the morality and legality of the U.S. government's actions in Vietnam. The use of torture and assassination also had significant psychological and social impacts, as it contributed to a growing sense of distrust and skepticism of the U.S. government and its actions in Vietnam. The legacy of the CIA's role in the Phoenix program is a complicated one. On the one hand, the program was designed to target the Viet Cong infrastructure in South Vietnam and had some success in disrupting the activities of the Viet Cong. The program also demonstrated a commitment by the U.S. government to the fight against communism in Southeast Asia. On the other hand, the use of torture and assassination in the Phoenix program was controversial from a legal and ethical perspective. The program violated international law and raised serious questions about the morality and legality of the U.S. government's actions in Vietnam. The use of torture and assassination also had significant psychological and social impacts, as it contributed to a growing sense of distrust and skepticism of the U.S. government and its actions in Vietnam. The role of the CIA in the Phoenix program was a significant moment in the history of the Vietnam War. The program's use of torture and assassination had a significant impact on the war in Vietnam, but was also controversial from a legal and ethical perspective. The legacy of the Phoenix program serves as a reminder of the complex and often unpredictable nature of military intervention, and the need for careful consideration of the objectives and costs of military action. In the annals of history, the Gulf of Tonkin incident stands out as a critical turning point in the Vietnam War. It was the moment when the United States found the perfect pretext to escalate its military involvement in Southeast Asia. But as time passed, the truth about the incident became clearer. The CIA had manipulated the intelligence to justify the war, and the American people had been sold a false bill of goods. To understand the Gulf of Tonkin incident, we must go back to the early days of the Vietnam War. The United States had been providing military and economic assistance to the South Vietnamese government for years, but the conflict had escalated in the early 1960s. By 1964, the situation had deteriorated to the point where President Lyndon B. Johnson believed that direct military intervention was necessary to protect American interests in the region. The CIA had been involved in the conflict since its early stages. Its operatives had been working with the South Vietnamese government to gather intelligence and conduct covert operations against the Viet Cong. However, the agency's efforts had been largely ineffective, and the situation on the ground continued to deteriorate. It was in this context that the Gulf of Tonkin incident occurred. On August 2, 1964, the USS Maddox, a U.S. Navy destroyer, was conducting surveillance operations in the Gulf of Tonkin, off the coast of North Vietnam. The ship's crew reported that they had been attacked by North Vietnamese naval vessels. The Maddox suffered no casualties, and the damage was minimal. The incident was quickly seized upon by the Johnson administration as evidence of North Vietnamese aggression. The president went on national television to announce that the United States would respond with all necessary measures to protect its interests in the region. Congress quickly passed the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, which gave Johnson the authority to use military force in Vietnam. But the truth about the incident was not as clear-cut as the Johnson administration would have the American people believe. In fact, the CIA had been involved in manipulating the intelligence that led to the escalation of the conflict. The agency had been conducting a covert operation against North Vietnam called Operation 34A. The operation involved using South Vietnamese boats to conduct raids on North Vietnamese territory. On the night of August 2nd, the Maddox was conducting surveillance operations in support of one of these raids. The North Vietnamese believed that the Maddox was involved in the raid and responded with an attack. However, the CIA had deliberately misled the Maddox's crew into believing that they were being attacked. The agency had intercepted North Vietnamese communications and fed the crew false information about the nature of the attack. The crew had reported that they were under attack by torpedo boats, but in reality, there had been no torpedo boats involved in the incident. The incident was quickly used by the Johnson administration to justify the escalation of the war. However, the truth about the incident began to emerge in the years that followed. In 1968, a former CIA analyst named Sam Adams came forward with evidence that the agency had manipulated the intelligence leading up to the Gulf of Tonkin incident. Adams's claims were initially dismissed by the government, but they were later vindicated by an official investigation. The Gulf of Tonkin incident was a pivotal moment in the Vietnam War. It provided the justification for the United States to escalate its military involvement in the region, leading to a prolonged and bloody conflict that would claim the lives of millions of people. The fact that the incident was based on manipulated intelligence is a stark reminder of the dangers of government secrecy and the need for transparency in matters of war and peace. As Edward Gibbon wrote in his The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, the actions and decisions of governments can have significant impacts on the course of history. Such was the case with the fall of Saigon and the CIA's involvement in the final days of the Vietnam War. The fall of Saigon in April 1975 marked the end of the Vietnam War. The North Vietnamese Army had launched a major offensive against the South Vietnamese government and had rapidly taken control of most of the country. As the situation in South Vietnam deteriorated, the United States became increasingly involved in efforts to evacuate American citizens and South Vietnamese refugees. The CIA played a significant role in the final days of the Vietnam War. The agency was responsible for the evacuation of American citizens and South Vietnamese refugees, and had established a network of safe houses and escape routes throughout the country. The agency was also involved in negotiations with the North Vietnamese government, in an effort to secure the safe evacuation of American citizens and South Vietnamese refugees. The fall of Saigon had significant consequences for the war in Vietnam. The fall of the South Vietnamese government and the reunification of the country under communist rule represented a major victory for the North Vietnamese Army and the Viet Cong. The fall of Saigon also had significant social and psychological impacts, as it marked the end of a long and divisive conflict and led to a growing sense of disillusionment and mistrust of the U.S. government and its actions in Vietnam. The legacy of the CIA's involvement in the final days of the Vietnam War is a complicated one. On the one hand, the agency's efforts to evacuate American citizens and South Vietnamese refugees demonstrated a commitment by the U.S. government to the safety and well-being of its citizens and allies. The agency's involvement in negotiations with the North Vietnamese government also demonstrated a commitment to finding a peaceful and diplomatic resolution to the conflict. On the other hand, the fall of Saigon represented a significant defeat for the U.S. government and its actions in Vietnam. The fall of the South Vietnamese government and the reunification of the country under communist rule represented a major setback for the U.S. government's efforts to contain the spread of communism in Southeast Asia. The fall of Saigon and the CIA's involvement in the final days of the Vietnam War were significant moments in the history of the conflict. The legacy of the fall of Saigon and the CIA's involvement serves as a reminder of the complex and often unpredictable nature of military intervention, and the need for careful consideration of the objectives and costs of military action. The Vietnam War was a dark chapter in American history, and the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, played a critical role in the conflict. From the earliest days of the conflict, the agency had been involved in gathering intelligence, conducting covert operations, and manipulating the political situation in the region. However, the legacy of the CIA's involvement in Vietnam would have far-reaching consequences for American intelligence and foreign policy. To understand the legacy of the CIA's involvement in Vietnam, we must go back to the early days of the conflict. The United States had been providing military and economic assistance to the South Vietnamese government for years, but the situation had deteriorated by the early 1960s. By 1964, the United States was directly involved in the conflict, and the CIA was working closely with the South Vietnamese government to gather intelligence and conduct covert operations. The CIA's involvement in Vietnam was driven by the belief that the conflict was a critical battleground in the larger struggle between the United States and the Soviet Union. The agency believed that if the United States could defeat the communist forces in Vietnam, it would send a powerful message to the Soviet Union and its allies around the world. However, the CIA's efforts in Vietnam were largely ineffective. Its operatives were unable to gather accurate intelligence, and its covert operations often backfired, leading to increased support for the communist forces. The agency's failures in Vietnam would have far-reaching consequences for American intelligence and foreign policy. One of the most significant consequences of the CIA's involvement in Vietnam was a loss of credibility for American intelligence. The agency had provided inaccurate and misleading intelligence about the situation in Vietnam, and its failures in the conflict called into question the effectiveness of American intelligence more broadly. The CIA's involvement in the Watergate scandal only further eroded public trust in the agency and in the intelligence community as a whole. The legacy of the CIA's involvement in Vietnam also had a profound impact on American foreign policy. The conflict had exposed the limits of American military power, and it had become clear that the United States could not simply impose its will on the rest of the world. This realization led to a shift in American foreign policy, away from direct military intervention and towards diplomacy and multilateralism. The CIA's involvement in Vietnam also had an impact on the way that American policymakers viewed intelligence. The failures of the agency in Vietnam led to a greater emphasis on technical intelligence gathering, such as satellites and electronic surveillance. This shift in focus led to a neglect of human intelligence gathering, which would have negative consequences for American foreign policy in the years to come. Perhaps the most significant legacy of the CIA's involvement in Vietnam was the impact it had on the agency itself. The conflict had put a tremendous strain on the CIA, and the agency had struggled to adapt to the new realities of the conflict. The failures in Vietnam would lead to a period of introspection for the agency, as it sought to understand what had gone wrong and how it could avoid similar failures in the future. In the years that followed, the CIA would undergo a significant transformation. The agency would become more focused on technical intelligence gathering and would work to improve its capacity for human intelligence. The CIA would also become more transparent, with increased congressional oversight and a greater emphasis on accountability. The legacy of the CIA's involvement in Vietnam is a cautionary tale for American intelligence and foreign policy. The conflict exposed the limits of American military power and the dangers of relying too heavily on technical intelligence gathering. It also demonstrated the importance of transparency, accountability, and congressional oversight in matters of national security. As we look back on the legacy of the CIA's involvement in Vietnam, we must remember the sacrifices that were made and the lessons that were learned. Chapter 10. The Siege of Khe Sanh, one of the deadliest battles of the war. As Edward Gibbon wrote in his The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, the actions and decisions of governments can have significant impacts on the course of history. Such was the case with the build-up to the Siege of Khe Sanh during the Vietnam War, which involved the American deployment and the North Vietnamese preparations. The Siege of Khe Sanh took place in early 1968 and was one of the largest and deadliest battles of the Vietnam War. The siege was preceded by a significant buildup of American forces in the area, and by extensive preparations by the North Vietnamese Army. The American deployment to Khe Sanh began in late 1967, as part of a larger effort to establish a series of fire bases and outposts along the border between North and South Vietnam. The American forces at Khe Sanh included several infantry battalions, as well as artillery and other support units. The North Vietnamese preparations for the siege of Khe Sanh were extensive. The North Vietnamese Army had been moving troops and supplies into the area for several months, and had established a network of trenches, tunnels, and bunkers around the American base. The North Vietnamese army also had a significant advantage in terms of numbers, with an estimated force of more than 20,000 soldiers. The buildup to the siege of Khe Sanh had significant consequences for the war in Vietnam. The deployment of American forces to the area represented a significant escalation of the conflict and led to an increase in hostilities between the United States and North Vietnam. The North Vietnamese preparations for the siege of Khe Sanh also had a significant impact on the war, as they demonstrated the North Vietnamese Army's willingness and ability to engage in large-scale military operations against American forces. The legacy of the buildup to the siege of Khe Sanh is a complicated one. On the one hand, the American deployment to Khe Sanh was part of a larger effort to establish a series of fire bases and outposts along the border between North and South Vietnam. The American forces at Khe Sanh demonstrated a commitment by the U.S. government to the fight against communism in Southeast Asia. On the other hand, the buildup to the siege of Khe Sanh was controversial from a military and strategic perspective. The American forces at Khe Sanh were outnumbered and outgunned, and were vulnerable to attack from the North Vietnamese army. The decision to maintain the American presence at Khe Sanh also diverted resources and attention from other areas of the war, and raised questions about the wisdom of the U.S. government's actions in Vietnam. The buildup to the siege of Khe Sanh was a significant moment in the history of the Vietnam War. The deployment of American forces to the area represented a significant escalation of the conflict, and led to an increase in hostilities between the United States and North Vietnam. The legacy of the buildup to the siege of Khe Sanh serves as a reminder of the complex and often unpredictable nature of military intervention, and the need for careful consideration of the objectives and costs of military action. The Vietnam War was a conflict that was marked by a series of bloody battles and strategic engagements. One of the most significant of these was the Battle of Khe Sanh, which took place in 1968. The battle was fought between the North Vietnamese Army (NVA) and the United States Marine Corps (USMC), and it was marked by intense fighting, heavy casualties, and strategic objectives that would shape the course of the war. To understand the strategic importance of Khe Sanh, we must first understand the location of the battle. Khe Sanh was a small village located in the northwestern corner of South Vietnam, near the border with Laos. The village was situated near a critical intersection of roads that linked the region to major population centers and to the Ho Chi Minh Trail, which was a major supply route for the NVA. The village was also home to a large USMC base, which had been established in 1966. The base was strategically important, as it was located near a critical intersection of roads that linked the region to major population centers and to the Ho Chi Minh Trail, which was a major supply route for the NVA. The NVA saw the base at Khe Sanh as a critical strategic objective. The NVA believed that if they could capture the base, they could cut off USMC access to the region and disrupt American efforts to supply and support the South Vietnamese government. The NVA also believed that capturing the base would send a powerful message to the American people and to the rest of the world, demonstrating that the United States was vulnerable in Vietnam. The USMC, on the other hand, saw the base at Khe Sanh as a critical strategic objective for a different reason. The base was strategically important, as it was located near a critical intersection of roads that linked the region to major population centers and to the Ho Chi Minh Trail, which was a major supply route for the NVA. If the USMC could hold the base, they could disrupt NVA efforts to move troops and supplies through the region and protect the South Vietnamese government from NVA attacks. The USMC also saw the base at Khe Sanh as a symbol of American resolve and commitment to the war in Vietnam. The base had been established in 1966 as part of the American strategy of pacification, which involved establishing a network of military bases throughout the country to protect the South Vietnamese government and disrupt NVA activities. If the USMC could hold the base, they could demonstrate to the American people and to the world that the United States was committed to the conflict and was willing to make the necessary sacrifices to achieve victory. The Battle of Khe Sanh was fought between January and April of 1968, and it was marked by intense fighting and heavy casualties on both sides. The NVA launched a series of attacks on the USMC base, using a combination of artillery, infantry, and tanks. The USMC responded with a combination of heavy artillery and air support, and they were eventually able to repel the NVA attacks. The battle had significant strategic implications for both sides. For the NVA, the failure to capture the base at Khe Sanh was a significant setback. It undermined their confidence and demonstrated that the United States was still a formidable military power. For the USMC, the victory at Khe Sanh was a critical strategic success. It demonstrated that the United States was willing and able to hold its ground in Vietnam, and that it was committed to achieving victory. In the end, the Battle of Khe Sanh was a microcosm of the larger conflict in Vietnam. It was a battle that was fought for strategic objectives that were critical to both sides. As Edward Gibbon wrote in his The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, the terrain and fighting conditions can have a significant impact on the outcome of a battle. Such was the case with the tactical situation during the Vietnam War, which involved the terrain and fighting conditions of the conflict. The terrain of Vietnam was a significant factor in the fighting conditions of the conflict. The country is characterized by dense jungles, rugged mountains, and a network of rivers and canals. The terrain presented significant challenges for both American and North Vietnamese forces, and made it difficult to move troops and supplies, to establish secure bases and outposts, and to engage in effective combat operations. The dense jungles of Vietnam were particularly challenging for American forces. The jungles provided cover and concealment for the North Vietnamese Army and the Viet Cong, and made it difficult for American troops to move through the terrain. The jungles also made it difficult for American troops to establish secure bases and outposts, and contributed to a sense of isolation and vulnerability. The rugged mountains of Vietnam also presented significant challenges for American forces. The mountains provided natural defenses for the North Vietnamese Army and the Viet Cong, and made it difficult for American troops to move through the terrain. The mountains also made it difficult for American troops to establish secure bases and outposts, and contributed to a sense of isolation and vulnerability. The network of rivers and canals in Vietnam was another significant factor in the fighting conditions of the conflict. The waterways provided transportation and logistical support for both American and North Vietnamese forces, but also presented significant risks and challenges. The rivers and canals were often heavily mined and were frequently the site of intense combat operations. The tactical situation of the Vietnam War had significant consequences for the conflict. The terrain and fighting conditions of the war presented significant challenges for both American and North Vietnamese forces, and contributed to a sense of uncertainty and unpredictability. The terrain and fighting conditions of the war also had significant impacts on the strategies and tactics used by both sides, and contributed to a sense of tactical stalemate and frustration. The tactical situation of the Vietnam War was a significant factor in the outcome of the conflict. The terrain and fighting conditions of the war presented significant challenges for both American and North Vietnamese forces, and contributed to a sense of uncertainty and unpredictability. The legacy of the tactical situation of the Vietnam War serves as a reminder of the complex and often unpredictable nature of military intervention, and the need for careful consideration of the objectives and costs of military action. The Vietnam War was a conflict that was marked by a series of bloody battles and strategic engagements. One of the most significant of these was the Battle of Khe Sanh, which took place in 1968. The battle was fought between the North Vietnamese Army (NVA) and the United States Marine Corps (USMC), and it was marked by intense fighting, heavy casualties, and strategic objectives that would shape the course of the war. The opening phase of the Battle of Khe Sanh was marked by a North Vietnamese assault on the USMC base. The assault was launched on January 21, 1968, and it was preceded by a heavy artillery bombardment that lasted for several days. The NVA used a combination of infantry, tanks, and artillery to attack the base, and they were able to penetrate the perimeter in several places. The American response to the North Vietnamese assault was swift and decisive. The USMC responded with a combination of heavy artillery and air support, and they were eventually able to repel the NVA attacks. The USMC also launched a series of counterattacks which were designed to push the NVA back and retake lost ground. The fighting was intense, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. The NVA suffered from the heavy artillery and air support, but they were able to maintain their pressure on the USMC base. The USMC suffered from the heavy artillery and tank fire, but they were able to hold their ground and repel the NVA attacks. The American response to the North Vietnamese assault was a testament to the training and professionalism of the USMC. The Marines were able to coordinate their artillery and air support, and they were able to maintain their composure in the face of heavy enemy fire. The counterattacks that were launched by the USMC were also effective, as they were able to push the NVA back and retake lost ground. The North Vietnamese assault on Khe Sanh was part of a larger offensive that was launched throughout the country in early 1968. The offensive was designed to coincide with the Vietnamese New Year, or Tet, and it was intended to be a surprise attack that would catch the Americans off guard. The attack on Khe Sanh was intended to distract the Americans and tie down their forces, while the NVA launched attacks on other targets throughout the country. The American response to the Tet offensive was mixed. The offensive was a surprise, and the Americans were caught off guard in many places. However, the USMC was able to hold its ground at Khe Sanh, and the Americans were eventually able to repel the NVA attacks and regain control of the situation. The opening phase of the Battle of Khe Sanh was a critical moment in the Vietnam War. The North Vietnamese assault on the USMC base was a testament to the NVA's fighting spirit and tactical proficiency. The American response to the assault was a testament to the USMC's training and professionalism. The battle would continue for several months, and it would be marked by heavy casualties on both sides. In the end, the Battle of Khe Sanh would have significant strategic implications for the larger conflict in Vietnam. The battle demonstrated the difficulty of fighting a counterinsurgency war, and it underscored the importance of holding key strategic positions. The battle also highlighted the importance of air power and artillery support, and it demonstrated the effectiveness of American tactics and training. The opening phase of the Battle of Khe Sanh was a critical moment in the Vietnam War. It was a moment when the Americans were able to hold their ground in the face of a determined enemy assault, and it was a moment when the NVA demonstrated their fighting spirit and tactical proficiency. As Edward Gibbon wrote in his The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, the military forces involved in a conflict can have a significant impact on the outcome of a battle. Such was the case with the Vietnam War, which involved the American and South Vietnamese troops, as well as the North Vietnamese Army and Viet Cong. The American military forces involved in the Vietnam War were significant. At the height of the conflict, there were more than 500,000 American troops in Vietnam, along with a significant number of support personnel. The American forces in Vietnam included infantry, artillery, armor, and aviation units, as well as logistics and supply personnel. The South Vietnamese military forces were also a significant factor in the conflict. The South Vietnamese Army, ARVN, was responsible for the defense of South Vietnam and included infantry, artillery, and armor units, as well as logistics and supply personnel. The South Vietnamese military was heavily supported by the American military and received extensive training and equipment from the United States. The North Vietnamese Army and the Viet Cong were also significant military forces in the conflict. The North Vietnamese Army was responsible for the defense of North Vietnam and included infantry, artillery, armor, and aviation units, as well as logistics and supply personnel. The Viet Cong were a guerrilla force that operated primarily in South Vietnam and were responsible for a significant portion of the military activities in the conflict. The military forces involved in the Vietnam War had significant consequences for the conflict. The American and South Vietnamese forces had significant technological and logistical advantages, but were often challenged by the terrain and fighting conditions of the conflict. The North Vietnamese Army and the Viet Cong, on the other hand, had significant advantages in terms of numbers and familiarity with the terrain, but were often challenged by the American and South Vietnamese forces' superior technology and firepower. The legacy of the military forces involved in the Vietnam War is a complicated one. On the one hand, the American and South Vietnamese forces demonstrated a commitment to the fight against communism in Southeast Asia and were able to achieve some significant military successes. The North Vietnamese Army and the Viet Cong, on the other hand, demonstrated a willingness and ability to engage in large-scale military operations against the American and South Vietnamese forces, and were ultimately able to achieve a significant military victory. The military forces involved in the Vietnam War were a significant factor in the outcome of the conflict. The American and South Vietnamese forces had significant advantages in terms of technology and firepower, but were often challenged by the terrain and fighting conditions of the conflict. The North Vietnamese Army and the Viet Cong had significant advantages in terms of numbers and familiarity with the terrain, but were often challenged by the American and South Vietnamese forces' superior technology and firepower. The legacy of the military forces involved in the Vietnam War serves as a reminder of the complex and often unpredictable nature of military intervention and the need for careful consideration of the objectives and costs of military action. The Vietnam War was a conflict that was marked by a series of bloody battles and strategic engagements. One of the most significant factors in the war was the role of air power. The United States Air Force and Navy played a critical role in the conflict, providing support for ground troops and conducting massive bombings that would shape the course of the war. The use of helicopters was also critical, providing mobility and tactical advantages that were critical to the success of ground operations. One of the most significant uses of air power in the Vietnam War was the massive bombings that were conducted by the U.S. military. The U.S. conducted a series of bombings throughout the conflict, using a combination of B-52 bombers and fighter jets to target strategic locations and supply routes. The bombings were designed to disrupt NVA operations and destroy critical infrastructure, such as bridges, airfields, and communication centers. The bombings were massive in scale, with hundreds of thousands of bombs dropped on targets throughout the country. The bombings were effective in disrupting NVA operations and destroying critical infrastructure, but they also had a significant human cost. The bombings caused widespread damage and casualties, and they had a significant impact on civilian populations. The use of helicopters was also critical to the success of ground operations in the Vietnam War. Helicopters provided mobility and tactical advantages that were critical to the success of ground troops. Helicopters were used to transport troops and supplies, conduct reconnaissance, and provide air support for ground troops. Perhaps the most significant use of helicopters in the Vietnam War was in the conduct of air assaults. Air assaults involved the use of helicopters to transport troops into combat zones, providing a level of mobility and tactical advantage that was critical to the success of ground operations. Air assaults allowed ground troops to move quickly and efficiently, and they allowed for the rapid deployment of troops to critical locations. The use of helicopters also allowed for the conduct of medical evacuations, or medevacs. Medevacs involved the use of helicopters to transport wounded or sick soldiers to medical facilities, providing critical care and support to soldiers in need. The use of medevacs was critical in reducing the number of fatalities in the Vietnam War, and it demonstrated the importance of air power in providing support for ground troops. The role of air power in the Vietnam War was a critical factor in the conflict. The use of massive bombings and helicopters was critical to the success of ground operations, and it demonstrated the effectiveness of air power in providing support for ground troops. However, the use of air power also had significant human costs, and it demonstrated the dangers of relying too heavily on military force in conflict situations. In the end, the role of air power in the Vietnam War would have significant strategic implications for the conduct of future conflicts. The Vietnam War demonstrated the importance of air power in providing support for ground troops, but it also highlighted the need to balance military force with diplomacy and political solutions. The use of air power in future conflicts would need to be more carefully balanced and controlled, with a greater emphasis on minimizing civilian casualties and promoting human rights. The Vietnam War was a conflict that would have far-reaching implications for American military strategy and foreign policy. The role of air power was a critical factor in the conflict, and it demonstrated the effectiveness of military force in providing support for ground troops. However, the human costs of the conflict would also have a profound impact on American society, and it would lead to a re-evaluation of American military strategy and foreign policy in the years to come. As Edward Gibbon wrote in his The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, the ground fighting of a battle can have a significant impact on the outcome of a conflict. Such was the case with the Vietnam War, which involved significant ground fighting during the Battle for Hill 881 and the fight for the combat base. The Battle for Hill 881 took place in May 1967 and was a significant moment in the Vietnam War. The hill was located near the Khe Sanh combat base and was a key strategic location for both American and North Vietnamese forces. The North Vietnamese Army had established a network of bunkers and trenches on the hill, and had placed artillery and anti-aircraft weapons in strategic locations. The American forces at Hill 881 included infantry, armor, and artillery units. The American troops were tasked with taking the hill and neutralizing the North Vietnamese Army's positions. The battle for Hill 881 was intense and protracted, with both sides suffering significant casualties. The American troops were eventually able to take the hill, but at a significant cost in terms of personnel and resources. The fight for the combat base at Khe Sanh was another significant moment in the ground fighting of the Vietnam War. The North Vietnamese Army had launched a major offensive against the combat base in January 1968, and had established a network of trenches, bunkers, and tunnels around the base. The American forces at Khe Sanh included infantry, armor, and artillery units, as well as logistics and supply personnel. The fight for the combat base was intense and protracted, with both sides suffering significant casualties. The North Vietnamese Army's use of tunnels and underground bunkers made it difficult for the American troops to engage in effective combat operations. The American troops were eventually able to repel the North Vietnamese Army's offensive, but at a significant cost in terms of personnel and resources. The ground fighting during the Battle for Hill 881 and the fight for the combat base had significant consequences for the Vietnam War. The intense and protracted nature of the fighting demonstrated the determination and resolve of both American and North Vietnamese forces. The ground fighting also had significant impacts on the strategies and tactics used by both sides, and contributed to a sense of tactical stalemate and frustration. The ground fighting of the Vietnam War was a significant factor in the outcome of the conflict. The Battle for Hill 881 and the fight for the combat base at Khe Sanh were intense and protracted, and had significant impacts on the strategies and tactics used by both American and North Vietnamese forces. The legacy of the ground fighting of the Vietnam War serves as a reminder of the complex and often unpredictable nature of military intervention, and the need for careful consideration of the objectives and costs of military action. The casualties of the Vietnam War were significant. The conflict resulted in an estimated 1.1 million North Vietnamese Army and Viet Cong deaths, and 250,000 South Vietnamese Army deaths. The American military suffered approximately 58,000 casualties, including 16,000 deaths. The casualties of the Vietnam War had significant impacts on the American public and the international community, and contributed to a sense of disillusionment and frustration with the conflict. The strategic consequences of the Vietnam War were also significant. The conflict resulted in the reunification of Vietnam under a communist government, and had significant impacts on the political and economic stability of Southeast Asia. The Vietnam War also had significant impacts on American foreign policy and military strategy, and contributed to a sense of caution and skepticism about the use of military force in international conflicts. The legacy of the casualties and strategic consequences of the Vietnam War is a complicated one. On the one hand, the casualties of the Vietnam War served as a reminder of the human costs of military conflict and contributed to a sense of caution and restraint in American foreign policy. The strategic consequences of the Vietnam War, on the other hand, demonstrated the importance of careful consideration of the objectives and costs of military action and the need for diplomatic and economic tools in achieving foreign policy goals. The aftermath of the Vietnam War had significant consequences for the conflict and the world. The casualties of the war were significant and had a significant impact on the American public and the international community. The strategic consequences of the war were also significant and had a lasting impact on American foreign policy and military strategy. The legacy of the aftermath of the Vietnam War serves as a reminder of the complex and often unpredictable nature of military intervention and the need for careful consideration of the objectives and costs of military action. The Vietnam War was a conflict that was marked by a series of bloody battles and strategic engagements. One of the most significant of these was the Battle of Khe Sanh, which took place in 1968. The battle was fought between the North Vietnamese Army (NVA) and the United States Marine Corps (USMC), and it was marked by intense fighting, heavy casualties, and strategic objectives that would shape the course of the war. The relief effort to defend Khe Sanh and reinforce the base was a critical moment in the conflict. In January of 1968, the NVA launched a major assault on the USMC base at Khe Sanh. The NVA attack was part of a larger offensive that was designed to coincide with the Vietnamese New Year, or Tet. The NVA believed that the attack on Khe Sanh would distract the Americans and tie down their forces, while the NVA launched attacks on other targets throughout the country. The USMC base at Khe Sanh was initially defended by a small contingent of Marines, who were vastly outnumbered by the NVA forces. The Marines were able to hold their ground, using a combination of heavy artillery and air support to repel the NVA attacks. However, the Marines were also suffering heavy casualties, and it was clear that they would need reinforcements if they were to hold the base and prevent it from falling into NVA hands. The relief effort to defend Khe Sanh and reinforce the base was a critical moment in the Vietnam War. The Marines needed reinforcements, but the situation on the ground was extremely difficult. The base was surrounded by NVA forces, and the roads leading to the base were heavily mined and booby-trapped. The U.S. military responded with a combination of air support and ground forces. The air support was critical, as it allowed the Americans to resupply the base and evacuate wounded soldiers. The ground forces were also critical, as they were able to clear the roads and provide a secure route for reinforcements and supplies. The ground forces that were sent to reinforce the base were primarily composed of Marines and Army units. The Marines were sent to hold the base, while the Army units were sent to clear the roads and provide a secure route for reinforcements and supplies. The reinforcement of the base was a difficult and dangerous operation. The American forces faced heavy opposition from the NVA, who were using a combination of artillery, infantry, and tanks to attack the American positions. The American forces responded with a combination of heavy artillery and air support, and they were eventually able to push the NVA back and secure the base. The relief effort to defend Khe Sanh and reinforce the base was a critical moment in the Vietnam War. The success of the operation demonstrated the effectiveness of American military strategy and tactics, and it underscored the importance of air support and ground forces in conducting successful military operations. The relief effort also had significant strategic implications for the larger conflict, demonstrating the importance of holding key strategic positions and the need for a strong military presence in the region. In the end, the relief effort to defend Khe Sanh and reinforce the base was a testament to the bravery and determination of the American soldiers and Marines who fought in the conflict. The operation demonstrated the effectiveness of American military tactics and the importance of air support and ground forces in conducting successful military operations. However, the relief effort also had significant human costs, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. The Vietnam War was a conflict that would have far-reaching implications for American military strategy and foreign policy. The relief effort to defend Khe Sanh and reinforce the base was a critical moment in the conflict, demonstrating the importance of holding key strategic positions and the need for a strong military presence in the region. The Siege of Khe Sanh was one of the most significant battles of the Vietnam War. The battle was fought between the North Vietnamese Army (NVA) and the United States Marine Corps (USMC), and it was marked by intense fighting, heavy casualties, and strategic objectives that would shape the course of the war. The legacy of the Siege of Khe Sanh was marked by controversies and lessons learned, which would have a significant impact on American military strategy and foreign policy in the years to come. One of the most significant controversies surrounding the Siege of Khe Sanh was the decision to defend the base. Some critics argued that the base was strategically unimportant, and that the American forces should have abandoned it in favor of more important objectives. However, defenders of the decision argued that the base was critical to preventing the NVA from invading South Vietnam, and that abandoning it would have had significant strategic implications. The decision to defend the base also had significant human costs, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. Critics of the decision argued that the human cost was too high, and that the Americans should have pursued a more diplomatic solution to the conflict. Defenders of the decision argued that the human cost was necessary to prevent the NVA from achieving their objectives, and that a diplomatic solution was not feasible given the nature of the conflict. The lessons learned from the Siege of Khe Sanh were significant. The battle demonstrated the importance of air support and ground forces in conducting successful military operations. The use of heavy artillery and air support was critical to the success of the American forces, and it demonstrated the effectiveness of American military tactics and training. The Siege of Khe Sanh also demonstrated the importance of holding key strategic positions. The base was strategically important, as it prevented the NVA from invading South Vietnam and tying down American forces. The battle demonstrated the difficulty of fighting a counterinsurgency war and the importance of holding key strategic positions. The Siege of Khe Sanh also had significant implications for American military strategy and foreign policy in the years to come. The lessons learned from the battle would shape the way that the United States approached future conflicts, and it would lead to a reevaluation of American military strategy and foreign policy. One of the most significant changes that resulted from the Siege of Khe Sanh was a greater emphasis on the use of air power in military operations. The success of the American forces in repelling the NVA attacks was largely due to the effective use of air support and heavy artillery. The lessons learned from the battle would lead to a greater emphasis on the use of air power in future conflicts, and it would shape the way that the United States approached military operations for decades to come. The Siege of Khe Sanh was also a critical moment in the Vietnam War, and it underscored the difficulty of fighting a counterinsurgency war. The conflict demonstrated the importance of holding key strategic positions and the need for a strong military presence in the region. The lessons learned from the Siege of Khe Sanh would have far-reaching implications for American military strategy and foreign policy, and they would shape the way that the United States approached conflicts for decades to come. In the end, the legacy of the Siege of Khe Sanh was marked by controversies and lessons learned. The decision to defend the base was controversial, and it had significant human costs. However, the battle also demonstrated the importance of air support and ground forces in conducting successful military operations and the importance of holding key strategic positions. The lessons learned from the Siege of Khe Sanh would have significant implications for American military strategy and foreign policy in the years to come. Chapter 11. Women in the War, Nurses, Correspondents, and Support Staff. The role of women in the U.S. Armed Forces has been a topic of much discussion and debate over the years. Women have played an important role in the military throughout history, but their participation has been limited by social and cultural factors. The evolution of women's participation in the U.S. Armed Forces has been marked by both progress and setbacks, as women have fought for equal opportunities and recognition in the military. During World War II, women played a critical role in the U.S. Armed Forces, serving as nurses, clerks, and other support personnel. However, they were not allowed to serve in combat roles or attend military academies. It wasn't until 1976 that women were allowed to attend the U.S. military academies, and it wasn't until 1993 that the policy barring women from serving in combat roles was lifted. The lifting of the ban on women serving in combat roles was a significant milestone in the evolution of women's participation in the U.S. Armed Forces. It was a recognition of the fact that women are just as capable as men of serving in combat roles, and that they should have equal opportunities to serve their country. Since the lifting of the ban, women have played an increasingly important role in the U.S. Armed Forces. They have served in a variety of combat and support roles, including as pilots, infantry soldiers, and special operations personnel. They have also served as nurses, support personnel, and intelligence analysts. The increasing participation of women in the U.S. Armed Forces has been met with both praise and criticism. Some have argued that women are not physically capable of serving in combat roles, and that their participation could undermine the effectiveness of military operations. Others have argued that women have a right to equal opportunities, and that their participation in the military should be based on their abilities, not their gender. The military has taken steps to address the concerns about women's participation in combat roles. It has implemented new physical standards that are gender neutral and has worked to ensure that women receive the same training and opportunities as their male counterparts. It has also worked to eliminate gender-based discrimination and harassment in the military. Despite the progress that has been made, there are still challenges to women's participation in the U.S. Armed Forces. Women still face significant barriers to advancement and may be subject to discrimination and harassment. There is also a cultural resistance to the idea of women serving in combat roles, and this can create an environment in which women are not given the same opportunities as men. The evolution of women's participation in the U.S. Armed Forces has been marked by both progress and setbacks. The lifting of the ban on women serving in combat roles was a significant milestone, and women have since played an increasingly important role in the military. However, there are still challenges to women's participation, and the military must continue to work to eliminate gender-based discrimination and ensure that women are given the same opportunities as men. The role of women in the U.S. Armed Forces will continue to evolve, and it will be up to future generations to build on the progress that has been made and to continue to push for equal opportunities and recognition. The exigencies of war have always presented unique challenges to societies, and no conflict is more demanding in terms of resources and human life than a global war. As the Great War swept across Europe and beyond, the need for women's support was felt acutely on every front. Next, we will examine the contributions of nurses, Red Cross workers, and other support staff during the First World War, and explore how their tireless efforts saved countless lives and helped to turn the tide of the conflict. At the outset of the war, the need for medical care quickly became apparent. The scale of the conflict, the sheer number of casualties, and the new and horrifying nature of many of the injuries sustained by soldiers meant that traditional methods of treatment were often inadequate. In response, women from all walks of life volunteered to work as nurses, tending to the wounded and dying on the front lines and in hospitals and field stations behind them. These brave women worked long hours, often under terrible conditions, and faced the constant danger of enemy attack and disease. Many of these women had no previous medical training, but they quickly adapted to the demands of their new roles. They washed and dressed wounds, assisted with surgeries, and provided emotional support to the soldiers in their care. They also helped to maintain morale, providing a familiar face and a comforting presence in an otherwise terrifying and unfamiliar environment. Their work was invaluable, and many soldiers owed their lives to the skill and dedication of these remarkable women. But the contributions of women during the First World War were not limited to nursing. Women also played a vital role in the supply and logistical support of the armies. The Red Cross, in particular, was a crucial part of the war effort. Women volunteers worked tirelessly to pack and ship medical supplies, food, and other necessities to the front lines. They also provided canteens and other services to soldiers in the field, offering a respite from the horrors of war and a taste of home. The work of the Red Cross was not without danger. The organization's workers often operated close to the front lines, and many were killed or injured in the course of their duties. Yet despite the risks, women continued to volunteer, driven by a sense of duty and a desire to make a difference in the war effort. Other women worked as ambulance drivers, transporting wounded soldiers from the front lines to hospitals and field stations. These women often worked in dangerous and difficult conditions, driving over treacherous terrain and through enemy fire to deliver their charges to safety. They also faced the constant risk of gas attacks, which could quickly incapacitate or kill them and their passengers. In addition to these more traditional roles, women also worked as spies and saboteurs, infiltrating enemy lines and gathering intelligence to aid the war effort. They also worked in munitions factories, producing the weapons and ammunition needed to fight the war. These women often faced hazardous working conditions, with the constant risk of injury or death from explosions, fires, and toxic chemicals. Despite the many obstacles they faced, women's contributions to the war effort were crucial in the ultimate Allied victory. Their work helped to keep soldiers fed and supplied, wounded soldiers cared for and comforted, and intelligence gathered. Their efforts also had a significant impact on the home front, with women taking on new roles in the workforce to support the war effort and help keep their communities functioning during the conflict. The First World War was a defining moment in the history of women's roles in society. The conflict presented unique challenges, demanding not only traditional military skills, but also the support of a vast network of volunteers and workers. Women stepped up to fill these roles, working as nurses, Red Cross volunteers, ambulance drivers, spies, and factory workers to support the war effort. The Women's Army Corps (WAC) was the women's branch of the U.S. Army, which was formed in 1942 during World War II. The WAC was a response to the growing need for women to serve in the military, as men were being drafted to fight in the war. The formation of the WAC was a significant milestone in the history of women's participation in the U.S. Armed Forces, and it marked a turning point in the struggle for equal opportunities and recognition. The WAC was formed as a separate branch of the U.S. Army, with its own chain of command and its own training programs. The women who joined the WAC were given basic military training, and they were assigned to a variety of support roles, including clerical work, motor pool operations, and communications. They were also given medical training and served as nurses in military hospitals. The formation of the WAC was met with some resistance and skepticism, as many believed that women were not suited for military service. There were concerns that women would not be able to handle the physical demands of military training, and that they would be a distraction to male soldiers. However, these concerns were quickly dispelled as women proved themselves to be capable and dedicated soldiers. The WAC played an important role in the U.S. Army during World War II. They served in a variety of roles, including as secretaries, drivers, and mechanics. They also served